Chapter 151, Awakened Person. A few hours later, Long Chen was lying on a makeshift bed, looking at the roof. In these few hours, he finally figured out his current situation. Now is the third day after the end of the world. Because this city is an international city, it has been greatly affected. People from the western continent broke into this city with a zombie virus, and hundreds of thousands of people became zombies overnight. The city is completely lost. Long Ming, the captain of the special forces in this city, led the army to rescue the survivors, but was besieged by a tide of corpses. Finally, after losing more than half of the soldiers, he finally escaped and finally hid in this gymnasium. Use this gymnasium as a temporary shelter. Now, in addition to military soldiers, there are hundreds of survivors. But food and ammunition are no longer enough, and can only last 3 days at most. As for Long Chen, he discovered it when Long Ming went out to search for supplies. Because there is no wound on the body, it can directly rule out being bitten by a zombie. So Long Ming took him to this refuge. Originally, the survivors here unanimously refused the arrival of Long Chen. After all, there was not enough food, and one more person would increase the pressure. But in the end, Long Ming strongly left Long Chen behind. As for the reason, he felt that Long Chen looked a bit similar to himself. My mental power is exhausted now, and I can't use supernatural powers. I can only wait for my mental power to recover. Long Chen sighed, then closed his eyes and entered a semi-dormant state. The dormant state can restore mental strength, but just in case, he still stays on guard. I don't know how long he slept, and finally Long Chen was awakened by a loud noise. When he opened his eyes, his face changed suddenly. There was a fire all around, and a person covered in flames was looking up to the sky and laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm awakened, and now I am the boss here. The man laughed, although he was covered with flames, but he couldn't hurt him at all. Long Chen squinted his eyes, and he could see that this guy had awakened the flame ability. Is there a power awakener? Long Chen was shocked. With the advent of the end times, many people's spirits were under tremendous pressure. Some people will collapse, and some people will persist, and finally even awakened with abilities. The person in front of him was awakened under mental pressure. Sit down, put away your flames, and don't hurt others. Long Ming yelled. The soldiers around also raised their guns and aimed at the flame man. This guy directly started to swell because of his awakening ability. Put down your guns, now I am the boss here, Flame Man said arrogantly. Seeing that these soldiers didn't listen to him, the flame man suddenly became unhappy. He directly waved his hand, and a flame shot out, directly burning the man in front of him. What? The man let out a scream of infiltration and rolled on the ground, but he could not extinguish the fire on his body. Finally, he was burned alive. I'll say it again, put down the gun, and then all squat against the wall, or I will kill another one. The flame man said coldly, and the soldiers looked at Long Ming together. Long Ming gritted his teeth, very angry, but couldn't help it. There are too many people here. If you shoot, you will definitely hurt the innocent. As people's fighters, they cannot do this. Put down the gun. Helpless, Long Ming had no choice but to order, and the soldiers could only follow suit. The flame man laughed loudly. It's almost the same. You bring me the food. The flame man pointed to a teenager beside him and said. The boy didn't dare to resist at all, and moved all the food that was left. The flame man directly took out the food inside and ate it, gorging it, seeing the survivors around him swallowing, because of limited supplies. They can't eat enough during this time. The only remaining food is about to be eaten by the flame man, and they don't know what to do next. Belch. After eating for more than 10 minutes. The flame man finally hiccups contentedly. Just as the so-called food and clothing, thinking about lust, after eating, the flame man's eyes began to scan the crowd. The focus is on the women present. In the end, he focused his gaze on Jing Yan, and in the gym, Jing Yan had the highest value. Hee. Flame man stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, looking at Jing Yan with a lewd smile. Then walked towards her. Asshole, what do you want to do? Seeing this, Long Ming was shocked and hurriedly got up and rushed over. The flame man snorted coldly, and threw a fireball directly at Long Ming. Long Ming dodged, but was burned by the heat wave of the fireball and fell to the ground. What do I want to do? You'll know later. Pure Yan walked towards Jing Yan with a smile. Jing Yan's face changed drastically, and he backed away. The flame man sneered, and another fireball appeared in his hand. Then the tone was full of threats. You'd better not resist, otherwise, you still have him and you will die. The flame man pointed at Jin Yan and Long Ming, and raised the fireball in his hand. Asshole, I killed you. Long Ming's eyes were red, and he ran towards the flame man regardless of danger. The flame man sneered and threw the fireball in his hand at Long Ming. No! Jing Yan exclaimed, and the fireball quickly shot towards Long Ming. But Long Ming did not even move to evade. Just when the fireball was about to hit Long Ming, a figure appeared in front of Long Ming at some point. The fireball shot on the figure. In a crowd of incredible gazes, the figure actually grabbed the fireball, and then gently pinched it. The fireball scattered directly into sparks and disappeared. How is this possible? Flame Man exclaimed when he saw this. Not only him, but everyone present was stunned. Especially Jing Yan. She turned her head to look at the bed subconsciously. At this time, Long Chen was no longer in the bed, but in front of Long Ming. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Long Ming from a bed 10 meters away, and then blocked the fireball. This is incredible, right? Awakened to the supernatural powers. God cares for you, but unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it, and you use it to do bad things. Long Chen said indifferently, but the next moment, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. If that's the case, then I will take you for God. As soon as the voice fell, Long Chen turned into an afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Huo Man. Then he grabbed his neck and lifted it high. The Flame Man couldn't breathe immediately, his face flushed. He released a raging flame all over, trying to burn Long Chen. However, this flame is like illusion to Long Chen. Chapter 152, I can take you away. Oh, just this little flame, you want to hurt me? Long Chen smiled coldly. Although his mental power is very weak now, his physical fitness is still at the level of a 6th order Grandmaster. And this Flame Man just awakened the flame ability. If the ability Awakener also has levels, then he is at most a tier 1 Awakener. Long Chen just stood there to make him burn, and he couldn't hurt half of his hair. Dead. Long Chen didn't talk too much nonsense with the Flame Man. He used his hand hard. With a crisp sound, Flame Man's neck was directly pinched off. He tilted his head and took the lunch. Able to awaken the power at the beginning of the last days, the future is bound to become a strong generation. Maybe even 300 years later, he could become a top powerhouse like Thunder Great and Kinyan Dao Master. Unfortunately, he did not seize this opportunity. Even if Long Chen didn't kill him this time, with his character, he would definitely not live long. Long Chen casually threw the Flame Man's body aside like trash, without any expression on his face. The survivors around all backed away, looking at Long Chen's eyes full of horror. Although it is the end of the world, it is just the beginning after all, and these people's concepts have not completely changed. So killing is very scary for them. Ding, it is detected that there are pickable attributes nearby. Do you want to pick it up? At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Long Chen looked at it, and saw a few small of light falling out of the Flame Man's body. Pick up. Long Chen said in his heart. Ding, the pickup is successful, and spiritual attribute 200 is obtained. Ding, pick up successfully, gain experience points 500. As the attributes entered Long Chen's body, his expression was suddenly happy. My mental strength has recovered a bit. Long Chen had some surprises in his heart. It seemed that picking up spiritual attributes could help quickly restore his spiritual power. He just picked up 200 points of mental attributes, which is equivalent to the amount of recovery he would recover after entering the dormant state for 2 days. It seems that if you want to restore your mental power, you still have to rely on the system, but the general mental attributes can only be dropped by the ability Awakened. At the beginning of the end of the world, the Awakened may not be easy to find. Ordinary people also have a chance to drop mental attributes, but the chance is not great, and the drop is very small. For zombies, the chances are even smaller. They don't exist consciously and basically don't drop spiritual attributes. Therefore, we still have to rely on the Awakened. Brother Qianlong, thank you. At this time, Long Ming walked to Long Jin's side and said gratefully. He was also a little surprised at Long Jin's decisive character in killing people. After all, even a special soldier like him, he didn't dare to say that killing a person could be expressionless. It's okay, you saved my life before, but now that you have something, I naturally won't stand by. Long Chen waved his hand. He looked at the burned part of Long Ming, feeling a little distressed. It's just that he can't use mental power now, so he can't heal him either. At this time, King Yan also stepped forward and expressed his gratitude to Long Chen. As for why Long Chen is so strong and not afraid of flames, neither of them asked. Even the supernatural beings have appeared. What else is impossible to appear? Captain, our only little food has just been eaten by the Awakened One, and no supplies can be found around. What should I do? At this time, a soldier said to Long Ming. He didn't lower his voice specifically, so everyone heard it. The survivors suddenly showed panic. Without food, they could not survive. Long Ming's face sank. The food used to save a bit could last a few days, but he was ruined by the Flame Man. I have contacted the military in Jiangqing. They have basically stabilized and built a safe area, and they have said that they can accept us, but we need to pass by ourselves. Long Ming thought for a while and said, in fact, he has been thinking about this during this time, but because they have too many people here. Once you leave the stadium, you will be besieged by zombies. Although they are not far from Jiangqing, they are still dozens of kilometers away, and they will definitely not be stable during the period. But now I have to go. If I don't go, there is no food, and I can only stay and die. It's better to fight. I have decided, set off, and head to the Jiangqing safety zone. After thinking about it again and again, Long Ming immediately decided, as the captain of the special forces, his decision is an order, so no one opposed it. Long Chen would not have any comments. After all preparations were made, a few soldiers drove a few large military trucks that could accommodate everyone present. After getting in the car, several large trucks drove northward. Suddenly, dozens of soldiers raised their guns and shot the zombies that came after them. Many zombies can be seen along the way, but fortunately, the driver is skilled in the car, so there has been no accident. Long Chen sat in the same car with Long Ming and Jing Yan. Long Ming looked around vigilantly, while Jing Yan held Long Ming's hand tightly. As for the other survivors in the car, their expressions are also very nervous. Only Long Chen sat on the seat indifferently, squinting his eyes, regaining his mental strength. Crunch. After about 2 hours, the convoy was not far from the Jiangqing safety zone. Even Long Ming began to breathe a sigh of relief, but the car suddenly stopped. Everyone in the car was up and down. Only Long Chen grabbed Long Ming with one hand and Jing Yan with the other, so that they were not injured. A lot of strength. Long Ming glanced at Long Chen in surprise. Although he was surprised that Long Chen was able to kill Flame Man in a second, he just thought that Long Chen had awakened some ability to not be afraid of flame. Now that he felt Long Chen's powerful power again, he realized that he still underestimated this mysterious boy. But Long Ming didn't have time to think about it. He shouted at the driver. What happened? Captain, we are surrounded by corpses. The voice of the driver in front was trembling, and Long Ming quickly opened the window and looked out. His face suddenly changed. I saw a group of zombies surrounded the convoy, roughly at least a few thousand at a glance. Seeing that he was about to reach the safe zone, something happened at this time. Oh, I don't want to die. Mom, I'm so scared. Inside the car, the survivors all cried desperately. Long Ming also had a sad face. Besieged by the tide of corpses, even if they could escape, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. I can take you away. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly said to Long Ming, but only for the two of you. I can't help it with more people. If he can use the ability, those thousands of zombies Long Chen can kill at will. But now he can only use physical strength, although he is not afraid of these zombies. But he is not sure to protect everyone. Of course, if you just keep the two of Long Ming and Jing Yan, there is still no problem. Chapter 153, One man is the gate, but one man is not open. Captain Dragon, you can't abandon us. Yes, Captain Dragon, you are a soldier and our patron saint. Long Chen didn't lower his voice when he spoke, so the survivors in the car changed their colors after hearing it. Now only these special forces fighters can protect them, and Long Ming is the boss of these fighters. If Long Ming left with Long Chen, they would be completely hopeless. Long Chen looked at these survivors coldly, and a chill appeared in his eyes. These people, before the end of the world, were dismissive of soldiers, and even opposed some of the rules that soldiers have priority. Now he needs the protection of soldiers, so he changed his face. These survivors were frightened by the pressure Long Chen released, but Long Ming lowered his head in thought. After a while, he still sighed. I am a soldier, and my duty is to protect these civilians. Brother Chen Long, I appreciate your kindness. But I want to ask you a favor. Can you take Jing Yan away? Long Ming asked. What he cares most about now is Jing Yan, and he believed that Long Chen had the ability to protect Jing Yan. No, Ming, go and stay together, I won't be separated from you. Jing Yan said with a firm face when he heard the words, and Long Ming suddenly showed emotion. If you can meet a wife who is willing to accompany you from birth to death, what would your husband want? Well, we don't separate. Long Ming nodded fiercely, then looked at Long Chen. Brother Chen Long, we understand your kindness, but we can't abandon these survivors. I know your strength is extraordinary, so you should leave. If you can, go to the Jiangqing safety zone to ask for support. Seeing Long Ming so determined, Long Chen sighed. After all, it is only the third day of the last days, so Long Ming's soldiers still have deep obsessions. and they still adhere to the principle of defending the people. So it is impossible for him to choose to abandon these survivors. But Long Chen couldn't really leave like this, and he wasn't sure whether his appearance had changed history. If they choose to leave, they may not survive. In this way, I'm afraid that he will not exist. Oh, count what I owe you. Long Chen still sighed, then opened the door and got out of the car. HMPH, he is so skilled. If we stay, we will definitely be saved. Yes, this kind of person is too selfish, caring only for themselves and not for others. This kind of person must be alive soon. Seeing that Long Chen got off the car without hesitation, the survivors in the car suddenly scolded. They have seen Long Chen's strength, and even the flame man who has awakened his ability can kill in seconds. In their opinion, Long Chen definitely has the strength to fight these zombies. They have been deeply influenced by certain movies and animations, and they always believe that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Long Chen has such a strong strength, it is the responsibility to protect them. Okay, don't talk about it. Everyone has their own choice. You have no right to interfere. Besides, ask yourself, if it's you, would you be willing to stay? Long Ming yelled. These survivors who were still complaining about Long Chen couldn't speak immediately. All their hopes are on Long Ming now, but they dare not fight him. Just as Long Ming was about to initiate an attack, the driver suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, look quickly." That young man rushed towards the corpse tide. Hearing this, Long Ming was taken aback, and then hurriedly poked his head out of the window. Soon I saw that Long Chen did not choose to leave, but rushed towards the group of zombies blocking the front. At this moment, he was like a god. With every punch he could knock a zombie into the air. And these zombies just couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. Is this still a human? Long Ming said incredulously. Not just him, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. This is simply not something humans can do. Could it be that the gods sent to save them? Why are you still stunned? Go quickly. Just when everyone was stunned, Long Chen's voice rang in their ears. Long Ming reacted first and shouted to the driver, "Drive fast." At this time, the zombies in front had been cleaned up by Long Chen. The driver reacted and quickly stepped on the accelerator to drive forward. "Brother Chen Long, get in the car." When driving to Long Chen's side, Long Ming shouted. Long Chen was just about to get into the car, but found that thousands of zombies were chasing after him. "You go first, after I brake," Long Chen said, and then directly killed the zombies chasing from behind. "Brother Chen Long." Long Ming still wanted to ask him to get in the car. A survivor said quickly, "Captain Dragon, their zombies in front have been emptied. Let's go quickly." With his strength, there will definitely be nothing wrong. Long Ming glared at the guy when he heard the words, and said lightly, "You have the ability to go." But after hesitating for a while, Long Ming still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go." Although he didn't want this very much, there were so many survivors and fighters in the car, and he could not put them in danger because of his own unwillingness. "Brother Chen Long, I believe you, there will be nothing wrong." Long Chen stood in front of these thousands of zombies, and there was a tendency for a man to become a man. All the zombies smelled of the vitality of Long Chen's body and rushed towards him, but they were all blasted off with a few punches from him. Can't perform abilities, so he can only kill one by one. One by one zombies rushed, and they were quickly knocked off by him. 10 minutes later, the ground was full of zombies. But soon there was another group of zombies rushing here not far away. Zombies can't be killed, and Long Chen watched that the convoy had left, so he stopped fighting. He chased in the direction where the convoy was leaving, but soon became dumbfounded. He found himself, as if lost. "Damn, I forgot to ask them where Jiangqing is." Long Chen patted his head and cursed secretly. "The team has been away for more than 10 minutes, and I don't know where to go." Wow! Many zombies gathered around. Long Chen was about to leave, but suddenly heard the sound of driving. When Long Chen heard the sound, he saw an off-road vehicle rushing over not far away, very fast. There were two women sitting in the car, who seemed to be young. One of them was driving, the other holding a gun and shooting at the zombies. Crunch. Soon, the off-road vehicle came to Long Chen's side, and a handsome drift brake stopped. "What are you doing in a daze? Get in the car!" the beautiful driver yelled to Long Chen. After hesitating for a while, Long Chen got into the car. The beautiful driver slammed on the accelerator and rushed in the direction with fewer zombies. There were zombies slapped at the door and windows on both sides. The beautiful driver frowned, and then waved his hand. A chill suddenly appeared, and two ice walls covered both sides of the car. Ice Awakener. Chapter 154. Another Awakener. Long Chen glanced at the beautiful driver in surprise, and then met the Awakened. Last time it was the fire type, this time it was the ice type. and judging from the familiarity of this beautiful driver with the ice ability, the time to awaken should be earlier than that of the Flame Man. The pickup is successful, and the spiritual attribute 10 is obtained. When the beautiful driver released the ice wall, a small ball of light fell out. After picking it up, he gained 10 spiritual attributes, which made Long Chen feel that his spiritual consciousness had eased a little bit. Aren't you surprised? Let me tell you, my sister is an awakened one in a million. Amazing, right? Seeing Long Chen's sluggish appearance, the co-pilot's beautiful girl said proudly. The two girls looked like 17 or 18, and they looked exactly the same. Just one in blue and one in red. It looks like they should be twins. Okay, yay fi. There is no need to show off every time you see someone, the beautiful driver said silently. At this time, they finally left the group of zombies, and the beautiful driver breathed a sigh of relief, and the speed of the car dropped a little. By the way, my name is Huixin, this is my sister, Huifi. What do you call it? The beautiful driver Huixin looked at Long Chen from the rear view mirror and asked Chen Long. Long Chen thought for a while, let's use such a name in this era. I think you are not as old as we are. How could you appear in such a place? Huixin asked again, and Huifi added another sentence after that. Yeah, if my sister and I went out looking for supplies and happened to meet you, I guess you would become one of these zombies. I followed the military to the Jiangqing safety zone. Later, when I was besieged by the zombies, I lost contact with them. Long Chen said half-truth. While speaking, the car had already drove outside a supermarket. It is not so much a supermarket as it is a small store. The area is not very large. The doors and windows are sealed. Huixin stepped on the brakes and the group got out of the car. Under the leadership of the two women, the group walked around behind the supermarket and opened a wooden board on the ground. This is the real entrance. This is our temporary base. Because it is a supermarket, the food is still sufficient. Come in and eat something, Huixin said. She jumped down, and Huifi jumped down shortly thereafter. Long Chen thought for a while. He was not familiar with this place. If he wanted to go to the Jiangqing safe area, he would have to ask the two sisters to help. So he jumped in, and closed the door by the way. After entering the supermarket, Long Chen discovered that there were not only sisters Huixin, but also a dozen people. Come and introduce. This is our new member, Chen Long. Huixin said loudly towards the dozen or so people, and suddenly everyone looked at Long Chen. Every look is full of badness. But it's right to think about it, one more person means one more pair of chopsticks. Although this is a supermarket with a lot of food, it does not mean that they don't mind having one more person, let alone a teenager who seems to be adolescent. Teenagers of this age eat the most. Miss Hua, we don't have enough supplies now. Why are you bringing other people? Besides, he is still such a thin-looking young man. Do you still expect him to go out to find supplies? A young man with a height of 1.9 meters stood up and said bitterly. The others also joined in, looking at Long Chen's eyes full of unkindness. Okay, I built this temporary base, and I am in charge of everything. Huixin frowned and said with some uncomfortable expression. Hearing what Huixin said, the tall young man didn't dare to speak anymore. Huixin is the only awakened person present and has the highest status in this temporary base. No one dared to object to what she said. Long Chen found a place to sit down at will, when Huixin brought some food. With Long Chen's current physique, even if he did not eat for a few months, he would not starve to death. But he didn't refuse either. It's better to have something to eat than nothing. I'm not very capable, but I don't have a small appetite. I really don't know why Miss Hua wanted to save this guy. Yeah, I could last a month with the food and supplies here. With such an extra rice bucket, I guess it won't last a month. Miss Hua won't bring him because he is handsome. This kid does have the qualifications to be a little boy. Everyone whispered to each other. Although Huixin is an awakened person, her hearing is actually the same as ordinary people, so she can't hear at all. However, all of Long Chen's hearing was naturally in his ears, but he did not intend to reason. After all, would you waste time arguing with a kindergarten kid? In Long Chen's eyes, these people are no different from self-righteous kids. Miss Hua, do you know how to get to Jiangqing? After eating, Long Chen asked Huixin. Jiangqing? Huixin was taken aback when she heard the words, and then shook her head. I know Jiangqing, but I don't know how to get there. I never left Panhai City before the end of the world. Huixin smiled bitterly. At her current age, she was still a high school student. Where there is a chance to leave to go to other cities, let alone recognize the way. Seeing Long Chen's disappointment, Huixin said hurriedly. But you don't have to be disappointed. There will definitely be a map of Panhai City in the big shopping mall outside. We will go to the mall to find some supplies later, and we can help you find it by the way. Although it is a supermarket, there is only some food and water. But if people want to live, only food and water are not enough. So they still need to go outside to find supplies. Hu Zhao, Yu Jiala, Jia Jian, and Wang Biao go to the nearby department store to see if you can find some food and medicine that are not easy to expire. By the way, you can also look for a map of Nhai City. After a while, Hu Yuxin said to the tall man, this Hu Zhao used to be a taekwondo practitioner and had some strength, so he became a deputy captain in this temporary base. Generally they were divided into two teams to go out looking for supplies, led by Hu Yuxin and Hu Zhao respectively. Hu Yuxin had already gone out just now, so this time it was Hu Zhao's turn. It is good. Hu Zhao nodded, and three other young men in their 20s stood up. Two of them look very alike. They should be brothers. They each hold weapons such as fruit knives and fire axes. Just when the four of them were about to leave, Long Chen suddenly stood up. "I'll go together too." Long Chen knew that these people had opinions on him and would definitely not help him find a map. Therefore, you still have to do it yourself. Chapter 155, Little White Face. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Long Chen. "You too?" Hu Zhao said with contempt. "Boy, please check how many kilograms you are. With your small arms and thin legs, going out will be death, and it will drag us down. Since you have positioned yourself as a little white face, then you should stay here to eat soft food, and don't follow us to harm us." Then Wang Biao also immediately agreed. The eyes of a group of people looking at Long Chen were full of sarcasm and contempt. Long Chen's own appearance is not bad, and after obtaining the law of life, his skin becomes more delicate and white. At first glance it does look like a little white face. Hu Yuxin frowned suddenly. These people say that Long Chen is Xiaobai eating soft rice. Isn't that a disguised statement that they are supporting him? Although she did think that Long Chen was handsome, more handsome than all the boys she had met, the main reason for bringing Long Chen back to the temporary base was because of kindness, thinking that she could save one. "Chen Long, you still don't want to join in the fun. Going out to find supplies is not a joke. It is very dangerous. And my sister has already asked them to help you find the map." Hui Fei also persuaded him. Although the words were not as bad as Hu Zhao and Wang Biao, they obviously did not believe him. "It's okay, I'm not afraid of danger," Long Chen said indifferently. Yo, I'm not afraid of danger. That's because you didn't really meet those zombies. If you let you go out, I'm afraid that you will feel weak when you meet those zombies, and you will have to drag us down." Hu Zhao even sneered after hearing that. Even Hu Yuxin shook his head. Long Chen was expressionless, but he wanted to laugh in his heart. Said he had never met a zombie. The zombies he has killed are probably hundreds of times more than the zombies this guy has seen in his life. "Relax. If you really encounter something, you can leave me alone." Long Chen didn't talk nonsense, just said so. Hu Zhao narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This is what you said, Miss Hua. You should have heard it too. If this is the case, then I have no problem with you following us." "Chen Long, you." Hu Yuxin looked at Long Chen, but didn't know what to say, so she sighed. After all, her own affairs have to be decided by herself. Others can't interfere, and she can't persuade her anymore. But Hu Yuxin finally took out a pistol from her waist and handed it to Long Chen. "This will give you self-defense." Everyone around him was stunned watching this scene. Even Hui Fei was a little shocked. Hu Yuxin actually gave Long Chen the gun. This is their only gun, except for Hu Yuxin and Hui Fei. No one else is qualified to use it. Even Hu Zhao has never used it. Unexpectedly, Hu Yuxin was willing to give Long Chen now. Long Chen looked at this Hu Yuxin with complicated eyes. Why is this Nizai so good to herself? If saving oneself can be considered kind, but now he is willing to give himself the only pistol. She won't be really impressed by her handsome appearance, will she? No. I'm not used to using a gun. But Long Chen still refused. He really wasn't used to using a gun. After all, he could kill with a punch, so why use a gun? Cut. I don't think it can be used. I'm not used to it. I really like to make excuses. Hu Zhao continued to ridicule. But Hu Yuxin stared fiercely, and didn't say the rest. But Hu Yuxin might also think that Long Chen might not really use a gun, so she took out a sharp dagger. "Then you can take this one. I got it from a dead soldier. It is very sharp. Use it carefully." Long Chen sighed, and didn't refuse this time, otherwise he would have to waste time. "Don't let the zombie miss the stabbing and hurt yourself instead." Hu Zhao continued to mock. Long Chen didn't even look at him, put the dagger in his pocket and said calmly, "Let's go." Seeing Long Chen's attitude, Hu Zhao suddenly stopped getting angry, and just about to have an attack. He thought that Hu Yuxin was still here, so he still held back. "Brother Hu, don't be angry. This kid won't live for too long. It is estimated that he will be bitten to death by a zombie soon after he leaves. Wang Biao said quickly. Hu Zhao felt better now. After leaving the supermarket, the 5 people got into a car and drove towards the nearest department store. 10 minutes later, they came outside a tall building. Before the end of the world, this was one of the largest shopping malls in the city, with almost everything. After getting off the car, everyone walked cautiously towards the mall, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, watching the surroundings. After all, this is a shopping mall, the place with the largest traffic, so there will definitely be zombies. Only Longchen's face was indifferent. The dagger was still in his trouser pocket. It was like visiting a shopping mall. HMPH. I really don't know how this kid survived until now. So lucky. Hu Zhao looked at Longchen's indifferent appearance, and said coldly in his heart. Entering the first floor of the mall, no zombies have been encountered yet, and everyone began to look for supplies. Mainly some foods that are not perishable and expired, such as canned food, compressed biscuits and the like. However, on the first floor, most of them sell meat dishes, vegetables and fruits, similar to a vegetable market. Longchen did not find a map, so everyone went to the second floor. As everyone walked to the corner of the stairs, a middle-aged woman covered in blood with a disheveled hair rushed over. Everyone was startled, especially the young man named Jia Jian, because he walked in the front. He was so scared that he called out. Puff. Jile was the first to react, and when the middle-aged woman zombie hadn't touched her brother, he smashed it with an axe. Decapitated directly. In fact, the combat effectiveness of these ordinary zombies was not even as good as an adult man with weapons. But most people were killed because they were too scared or even afraid to resist. As long as you are more courageous and have a good weapon, you can still deal with 1 or 2 ordinary zombies. Let me go. What is your name? What if you attract other zombies? Hu Zhao cursed in a low voice, patted Jia Jian's head severely, tearing Jia Jian with pain. Okay, Hu Zhao, my brother is also worthy of you. Jia frowned and said in a deep voice. Hu Zhao's violent temper heard Jia's words and suddenly wanted to curse. Wang Biao hurriedly grabbed him. Brother Hu, let's hurry up and look for supplies. Hu Zhao finally glared at Jia, still did not argue with him, and walked towards the second floor. On the second floor is the food area and tool area. Everyone hurriedly separated to collect supplies. Long Chen also ran to the tool area. After searching for it, he found an electronic map and he could also navigate. With this, you can find the way to Jiangqing. What? Just when Long Chen was secretly excited, suddenly, a scream suddenly sounded. Long Chen hurriedly put the electronic map in his pocket and ran in the direction of the sound. Soon I saw Jia Jian whose legs were trembling, and in front of him, there was a zombie that was twice the size of an ordinary zombie. Advanced zombie? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. These 4 words came to his mind. Chapter 156. One punch to blast advanced zombies. The strength of this zombie is obviously much stronger than that of ordinary zombie, and it can be felt from the momentum alone. This must be a first-order advanced zombie. Has advanced zombies appeared so soon? Long Chen was a little surprised, and it was only the 3rd day that advanced zombies appeared. Xiao Jian. At this time Jia, Hu Zhao and Wang Biao also rushed over after hearing this. When they saw the size of the advanced zombie, several people were shocked. This is estimated to be more than 3 meters high, right? It was the first time they saw a zombie of this size. In their opinion, zombies are all human beings, at best they become uglier, and their size should not change. But why is this deceased body so big? Could it be that he was a 3-meter-high giant before his death? Seeing that Jia Jian was shocked, Jile hurried forward and pulled him over. Roar! The advanced zombie suddenly roared. It has taken Jia Jian as its prey, and now it has been robbed, making it very angry. So the advanced zombies rushed towards everyone. Die to Lao Tzu. Hu Zhao shouted angrily and threw the fire axe in his hand at the advanced zombie. However, the next moment he was stunned, and the fire axe slashed on the advanced zombie as if hitting an iron plate. Advanced zombies are not affected at all. Damn, it's invulnerable. Hu Zhao's eyes were staring. At this time, the advanced zombies had been completely angered, and they rushed towards everyone at an accelerated rate. Hu Zhao hurriedly retreated, but he just threw an axe and angered the advanced zombies, so it ran towards Hu Zhao. The speed of the advanced zombie was already very fast, and it easily caught up with Hu Zhao. At this moment, Jile rushed behind the advanced zombie, and a bench appeared in his hand for unknown time. It slammed into the back of the head of the advanced zombie. Snapped. The bench cracked at the sound, but the advanced zombie didn't move. Suddenly, it turned around abruptly and grabbed Jia. Brother. Upon seeing this, Jia Jian exclaimed and rushed forward. Jia looked at Hu Zhao. His mouth moved, as if saying to save me. But Hu Zhao was so scared that his body was trembling at this time. Instead of going up to save people, he backed back again and again. Just hearing a snorting sound, Jile was directly torn to pieces by the advanced zombie. Do not. When Jia Jian saw this scene, he let out a heartbreaking roar. The advanced zombie was attracted by Jia Jian's voice and rushed towards him again. At this moment, Long Chen rushed to Jia Jian's body. He didn't expect that Jile would take the initiative to attack the advanced zombies, so he didn't have time to save him. Now we must never let Jia Jian die again. Damn, is this trash brain ill? Why would he take the initiative to die if he doesn't run? Seeing Long Chen standing in front of Jia Jian, Hu Zhao suddenly cursed. Brother Hu, let's run and let those two wastes delay time for us, Wang Biao said quickly, and Hu Zhao nodded in agreement. Just when the two were about to leave, Wang Biao and Zhu Guang suddenly stopped. He looked at the scene before him with an incredible expression. Biaozi, what are you doing in a daze? Seeing that Wang Biao was stunned, Hu Zhao turned around and looked around. His eyes suddenly swollen. In his sight, Long Chen hit the advanced zombie's head with a punch. With a click, the head of the advanced zombie burst open instantly like a watermelon. Killed directly. Fuck me. Hu Zhao and Wang Biao slumbered almost in unison. The giant zombie, who couldn't even hurt the fire axe and the bench, was smashed to pieces by Long Chen's punch. This power is so terrible, right? Brother Hu, I am not dreaming, am I? Wang Biao swallowed and asked tremblingly. Hu Zhao severely pinched Wang Biao's leg, and the latter took a breath. It doesn't seem to be a dream. He is actually so strong. Hu Zhao suddenly thought that he had humiliated Long Chen in every possible way before, and couldn't help feeling a chill behind his back. I actually wandered on the edge of death for so long without knowing it. He suddenly felt that it was incredible that he could live till now. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 50 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 30. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 1000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the first order energy essence 1 is obtained. Sure enough, their zombies still don't get spiritual attributes. Long Chen sighed. What he cares about now is his mental power. Without recovering his mental strength, he cannot leave for a day. And he was not used to it because he couldn't use abilities every time he fought. Even if you met a group of zombies, you could easily kill them in seconds. But now you have to kill them one by one, which is very troublesome. Hu Zhao, I killed you. Just as Long Chen sighed secretly, suddenly there was a roar. Jia Jianxing pounced on Hu Zhao with a grim look and threw his fist at him. But Hu Zhao is also a taekwondo practitioner anyway, and he is stronger than Jia Jian. After reacting, it is easy to back pressure. You are crazy, I didn't kill your brother. Hu Zhao roared. My brother is trying to save you, but you can't save you, you whitey-eyed wolf. Jia Jian blushed and cursed. Hu Zhao suddenly became angry. He hit Jia Jian's nose with a punch, and the latter's nose bleeds suddenly. That particular zombie can't even be injured by an axe. How can I save it? Hu Zhao shouted. Jia Jian still glared at him. Hu Zhao was very upset at being so stared, and hit his eyes with a punch. However, his fist finally stopped a few centimeters away from Jia Jian. It was not Hu Zhao's conscience that discovered it, but was grabbed by a hand. Enough. Anyway, his brother saved you. Did you repay that way? Long Chen said coldly. He was very upset with this Hu Zhao. He had been provoking himself before, and now he is still repaying virtue with complaints. This kind of character is really bad. Hu Zhao Organg wanted to explode, but suddenly remembered Long Chen's blow to the head of an advanced zombie before. The body trembled immediately, and that was about to be spoken hurriedly swallowed back into his stomach. What you said is what you said. Hu Zhao hurriedly gave up a few laughs, then got up. Jia Jian was lying on the ground, his eyes dull, 2 lines of clear tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Long Chen sighed, but did not comfort Jia Jian. The last days are so cruel. If he can't figure it out himself, it's useless to persuade others. After searching the supermarket and gathering all the food and medicine they needed, everyone drove back to the temporary base. When seeing one person missing, Hu Yuxin quickly asked what happened. Jia Jian looked sluggish at this time, did not speak, and Hu Zhao was embarrassed to say. Finally, Wang Biao told what happened in the mall. After learning of Jia Lei's sacrifice, everyone mourned for him for a few minutes. And when they learned that Long Chen actually punched the advanced zombie's head, everyone's eyes looked at him changed. No one can believe that such a small fresh meat with thin skin and tender meat would have such a strong strength. Even Hu Yuxin was a little doubtful, her eyes full of complexity when she looked at Long Chen. What kind of character did he bring back? Chapter 157. I want to become stronger after returning to the temporary base. Long Chen ran to the corner and began to fiddle with the electronic map. After studying for more than half an hour, he was stunned that he couldn't even start the machine. If I guessed correctly, there should be no battery. At this time, Huixin came over and said. With that said, she also grabbed the electronic map and opened the place where the battery was stored. Sure enough, it was empty inside. The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched a few times. Nima forgot this. The point is that he has never used an electronic map, and he doesn't know that he needs electricity. Is there a battery here? Long Chen asked. Huixin smiled bitterly and shook her head. This is just a small shop. There is no shortage of snacks and drinks, but there is no battery. Long Chen sighed. It seemed that he had to go to the department store. Just when he got up and was about to set off, Jia Jian suddenly stood up and stood in front of Long Chen. Just when Long Chen was about to ask him what he was doing, Jia Jian knelt down abruptly, bewildered by Long Chen. Superman, I want to be strong, Jia Jian said loudly. Long Chen's mouth twitched when he heard what he called him. Superman? This title sounds a bit awkward. Why do you want to be strong? Long Chen asked with interest. Because I don't want to hurt those who care because of my weakness. Jia Jian said firmly. It seems that he has come out of the sadness of his brother's death, and it gave birth to the idea of becoming stronger. Long Chen still appreciates such willpower. Then how do you know that I can help you become stronger? Long Chen asked again. I don't know, but you are so good. I feel you can definitely have a way. Long Chen stared at Jia Jian's eyes, and the latter stared at him, shaking his body suddenly. He felt as if he was gazing into the abyss. Long Chen's eyes were like a bottomless pit, looking for a long time as if his soul would be swallowed. Although scared, Jia Jian insisted on forcibly, staying in cold sweat. 5 minutes passed before he was about to collapse, and Long Chen withdrew his eyes. Their willpower is good. I appreciate you very much. There are ways to do it, but the process will be painful and the chance of death is great. Are you sure you want it? Determine, Jia Jian said without hesitation. Long Chen nodded, and took out a sparkling spar. This is the energy essence of the advanced zombie before. If ordinary people absorb the energy essence, there is a great chance that they will explode and die. After all, energy essence is different from genetic medicine. The energy contained in the former is very violent. If the physical fitness and willpower are insufficient, there will be great danger. But Long Chen didn't know how to refine genetic medicine, so he could only do this. But if you can persist in absorbing and digesting it, your physical fitness will be much stronger. Long Chen gently squeezed his hand. The energy essence split into two, and he handed half of it to Jia Jian. If you want to become stronger, you still have to rely on yourself to eat this half of the spar. If you can't hold it, you'll burst and die. No one can save it. If you can hold it, you can take another one, half a piece. At that time, you will get what you want. I will ask you one last time, are you sure? Jia Jian heard the 4 words exploded and died. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by hatred. He nodded heavily, then took the half energy essence. Swallow in one bite. The energy essence melted into his mouth, turned into pure and violent energy, poured into his body. Even half of the energy is not something an ordinary person can easily contend. What? Jia Jian suddenly let out a heart-piercing scream, and everyone present could not help shaking. Can he really survive? Huixin walked to Long Chen and asked softly, looking at Jia Jian with worry. Then it depends on him. Although the energy contained in the half-energy essence is huge, it is also at the limit of the human body's tolerance. But if his mind is not firm enough, he will still die. Long Chen said in a calm tone, if he could use the power, he could easily let Jia Jian through. But unfortunately, there is no if, and even if there is, he might not do so. Because this is not helping him, but ruining his future. If Jia Jian can persevere, then with his desire to become stronger, as long as he does not die in the future, he will definitely be able to become a strong one. As time passed, Jia Jian's hissing sound never stopped. His skin turned red, and blood beads penetrated out. It was as if his body was about to burst. Huixin looked at Jia Jian with a worried look, while the others looked at him as if it were lively. Only Long Chen squinted to rest, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. In fact, it really has nothing to do with him. He is used to seeing life and death. As long as the person he cares about is not involved, he will not care about the life and death of others. An hour later, as the biggest scream sounded, Jia Jian finally stopped screaming. It fell to the ground. Huixin rushed forward. Jia Jian at this moment looked like a dead person. Is he dead? Huixin seemed to be talking to herself, and seemed to be asking Long Chen again. No. At this time, Long Chen finally opened his eyes, and the expression in Jia Jian's eyes became more admired. As his voice fell, Jia Jian, who fell on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and a carp stood up. This sudden movement shocked everyone except Long Chen, and Huixin was even more shocked and sat on the ground. I feel my body is full of power, Jia Jian said with a look of excitement. He moved his body, and there was a sound of creaking bones. He slammed a fist toward a wooden table, and the wooden table broke apart. Huixin, Hu Zhao and others were stunned, especially Hu Zhao. With his strength in taekwondo for more than 10 years, he couldn't smash a wooden table with one punch. Jia Jian actually did it. More than an hour ago, he was just a trash that couldn't even move this table. Is the half-spec thing really so capable? Thinking of this, Hu Zhao couldn't help looking at the other half of the energy essence. Even Jia Jian can hold it. He feels he should be able to. Long Chen nodded towards Jia Jian. His current strength should be almost 500 kilograms. Although it has not yet reached the level of an evolutionary, but at the beginning of this last days, it has been considered a strong one. Nuo, eat this half more, and your strength can increase. Long Chen threw the other half to Jia Jian. Jia Jian caught it, and when he was about to swallow it, Hu Zhao spoke up. Then what? Can you give me this half? Chapter 158. Drugged. Hearing what Hu Zhao said, Long Chen and Jia Jian looked at Hu Zhao at the same time. A ruthless look broke out in Jia Jian's eyes. Here you are. Good. Jia Jian nodded, and just when Hu Zhao's face showed joy, Jia Jian's expression suddenly became ugly. I will give you a punch. With that said, Jia Jian immediately jumped and appeared in front of Hu Zhao. A fist hit his face and it went past. Now Jia Jian's strength is estimated to have the level of the world boxing champion, and Hu Zhao fell directly to the ground with a punch. Jia Jian didn't just leave it alone, pressing on Hu Zhao, and then punching him in the face. The latter was directly hit with nosebleeds, but there was no room for resistance. Jia Jian vented all his anger on Hu Zhao's body. If he was allowed to fight like this, Hu Zhao would definitely die. Long Chen did not intend to stop him, because he also looked at Hu Zhao very upset. However, his failure to block does not mean that no one is blocking it. As the leader of the temporary base, Huixin frowned when she saw it, and walked forward. One grabbed Jia Jian's arm. Jia Jian habitually used force to shake Huixin away, but suddenly felt a huge force pressing on his shoulders. Long Chen appeared behind him at some point, pressing a hand on his shoulder, making him immobile. Although Long Chen didn't want to save Hu Zhao, he still had a good impression of Huixin, and his eye. Okay, you will die if you fight again. Huixin frowned and said that although Jia Jian was very unwilling, she finally got up. Before leaving, he gave Hu Zhao another kick. Seeing that Jia Jian had gone away, Wang Biao hurried to Hu Zhao's side and brought him the medicine box for treatment. Jia Jian swallowed the half-energy essence. Because his physical fitness had become stronger, so he didn't feel much pain this time. 5 minutes later, he digested the half-energy essence. The strength has also reached the level of a quasi-evolutionary, with a huge force of 900 kilograms. Brother Chen, thank you for your kindness in remaking. You will be my eldest brother in the future. As long as you say a word, I will go through fire and water, and I will not hesitate. Jia Jian knelt down on one knee and said gratefully. Long Chen lifted him up with a smile on his face. I just gave you a chance. You can grasp it by yourself, but you have to remember that your potential is far from being used. Since you want to go the way of being strong, you will have to work harder in the future. Long Chen said sternly. He felt that he was about to cultivate a future powerhouse. Although he had not heard of the name Jia Jian after 300 years, it did not mean that he did not exist. After all, at that time, the strong all had their own titles, such as the Overlord Sword Demon King, Azure Cloud Taoist Lord, Xing Yao Great Emperor, Undefeated Dragon God, etc. But few people knew their real names. Perhaps one of the peerless powerhouses is Jia Jian. After listening to Long Jun's words, Jia Jian nodded his head. Although he could feel that he was very strong at this time, he was still more than a star and a half behind Long Chen. This shows that he is not strong now and needs to continue to work hard. Okay, I'm going to the mall again for those batteries. Having said that, Long Chen left directly. Jia Jian wanted to be together, but Long Chen refused. He already knows the way, so go faster by himself, and Jia Jian can't catch up with him at all. Huixin didn't stop Long Chen. After all, she learned from Wang Biao that Long Jun's strength was so powerful that she could kill zombies with one punch. Then she doesn't need to worry about these. After Long Chen left, he returned in just half an hour, holding a large bag of batteries in his hand. He didn't know what kind of battery the electronic map was suitable for, so he simply packed it all back. Soon, the electronic map was turned on. Long Chen studied for a long time, and finally knew the route to Jiangqing. Qianlong, eat something. Just when he was about to bid farewell to Huixin and the others, Huixin took the initiative to bring a bucket of instant noodles. Long Chen thought, let's talk about it after eating. So he took it and started eating. After eating, Long Chen took a deep breath and said to Huixin, Miss Hua, I already know the route to Jiangqing, so I have to leave. Go away? Huixin trembled. Her eyes showed a trace of reluctance. Why don't you go with me? After all, Jiangqing is a security zone set up by the military, and it is safer than here. Long Chen suggested. Huixin showed a thoughtful color after hearing the words. Without waiting for her to speak, Hu Zhao burst into laughter. Don't think about it, none of you can go. As soon as Hu Zhao said this, everyone's eyes turned to him. Hu Zhao was laughing frantically at this time. What do you mean? Huixin frowned and asked, Hu Zhao, I think your girl is itchy. Do you want Xiao to loosen your bones? Jia Jian also got up in anger, but immediately felt a sense of dizziness and fell down. At this time, Huixin and Huifei also realized that something was wrong and felt weak. Hu Zhao, what did you do? Huixin asked weakly. Can't you see what you have done? The instant noodles just now have been loosened by me. What is the use of you one by one? No matter how powerful they are all lambs to be slaughtered. Hu Zhao sneered. He was born in a medical school, and he once learned how to make soft tendons because of his interest. When he was in the mall, he had already produced true Anjin-san, and the medicine was very strong. Even a quasi-evolutionary like Jia Jian will be weak after being recruited, and the effect is evident. Hu Zhao walked up to Jia Jian and kicked him hard. Didn't you just be arrogant? I'll kill you later, Hu Zhao said fiercely, kicking Jia Jian again. It's just that the latter's defense is too strong now, and these feet are like tickles to him. After teaching Jia Jian, Hu Zhao walked in front of Long Chen again with an arrogant expression on his face. No matter how good you are, what's the use? I'm not at the mercy of Lao Tzu now, so even in the last days, brain is more important than brute force. Hu Zhao sneered, slapped towards Long Chen with a slap. With a snap, Hu Zhao didn't show a smile, but a look of shock and fear, because his hand stopped in the air. Long Chen grabbed it. You! Why do you still have strength? Hu Zhao was so scared that his eyes were almost staring. He had just seen Long Chen finish the instant noodles with his own eyes. How come there is nothing? You want to hurt me even if you get loose? Long Chen sneered coldly. He is a king-level bloodline, not to mention the loose tendons. Even the highly poisonous mutant beasts can't help him. I didn't bother to kill you, but if you die repeatedly, then I will fulfill you. After that, Long Chen suddenly shot a cold light in his eyes. One hand caught Hu Zhao's neck like lightning, and directly lifted his body, which was more than 160 kilograms. Chapter 159, A Big Battle Spare. Spare. Hu Zhao's face had become very ugly due to lack of oxygen, and his eyes were bulging out. Spare, do you think it's possible? Long Chen smiled coldly. If this guy hadn't drugged himself, he might not have killed him yet. But unfortunately, he still did. Feeling the undisguised killing intent in Long Chen's eyes, Hu Zhao suddenly felt desperate. Suddenly, his face was crazy. In that case, then you go to die. Hu Zhao roared wildly, and the next moment he heard only a few shots. Oops, my gun. Huixin's face suddenly changed. She found out that her gun had been stolen at some point. But Hu Zhao showed a hideous look, holding a gun in his hand and pressing it directly against Long Chen's abdomen. He fired the shots just now. Small, dare to fight against Lao Tzu. No matter how powerful you are, can you stop the bullet? Hu Zhao sneered, but then he realized that something was wrong, because Long Chen's expression in front of him did not change at all, and the strength to pinch his neck did not decrease. Hu Zhao seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly looked towards Long Chen's abdomen. I saw a big hole in the clothes in that area, revealing Long Chen's skin full of abdominal muscles. There were no scars at all, as if nothing happened just now. How is this possible? Hu Zhao suddenly felt desperate, not even afraid of bullets. This guy is definitely not a human being. The gun 300 years ago is really weak. Long Chen murmured, showing disdain. Even if it is a gun 300 years later, unless it has a bullet of that special material, it can't hurt him at all. Not to mention that it is only the beginning of the end times, and the level of technology is not comparable to that of 300 years later. No. Don't kill. Before Hu Zhao finished speaking, Long Chen tried hard. With the sound of broken bones, Hu Zhao died instantly, and Long Chen just threw it aside like trash. To kill an ordinary person, his mentality can't make any waves at all. Brother Chen, Lord Chen, Hu Zhao did all these things alone, and I don't know anything about me. At this moment, Wang Biao knelt down directly towards him and cried out. Long Chen scratched his head, but he didn't say he wanted this guy's life. Why was he so excited? At this moment, two groans sounded. When Long Chen heard the sound, he saw that the two sisters Huixin and Huifei seemed to be in something wrong at this time. His face flushed, his eyes blurred, and his body was sweating. The clothes on his body were quickly soaked with sweat. With the constant groaning in his mouth, all the men present couldn't help but swallow. How is this going? Long Chen frowned and asked Wang Biao. Wang Biao trembled and knelt down as soon as he got up. Master Chen, it's none of my business. It's Hu Zhao. He used aphrodisiac medicine for Sister Huixin. So Wang Biao closed his mouth in the middle of speaking. He just said he didn't know, and now he has exposed. But Long Chen didn't care about these details. He asked coldly, bring the antidote. Wang Biao suddenly showed a bitter face. Whether this master really doesn't know or not, there is no antidote to this thing. Master Chen, the medicine for stimulating King is not poisonous, so there is no antidote if you want to save them, only. Having said that, Wang Biao was a little embarrassed to say, just what? Don't go around in circles. How did Long Chen understand this? In his previous life, he was an honest rural child. In this life, he has never heard of aphrodisiac. After all, 300 years later, the general physique of human beings is very strong, and the stimulating drugs have no effect. So basically no one produces such a thing. Wang Biao gave Long Chen a white look, thinking that you are pretending to be pure, and even some elementary school students now know this stuff. You pretend not to know. But he was definitely afraid to say it, so he had to say, only doing things between men and women, and the love drugs Hu Zhao gave them are potent. If they don't do that, they might die. Brother Chen, this is indeed the case. At this time Jia Jian also walked over. His physique had reached the level of a quasi-evolutionary. Although he was recruited just now, he was basically recovered. Even if Jia Jian said so, Long Chen had no choice but to believe it. But what's going on? Do you have to do it yourself, or let someone else? Don't even look, come out with me. At this time, Jia Jian shouted to everyone, although those people were unwilling, but they did not dare to be obedient. So they went out one after another, and suddenly there were only Long Chen, Huixin and Huifei left in the supermarket. What's this? Long Chen smiled bitterly. If the spiritual power is still there, he might be able to use the law of life to help them expel the drug power. But now he is just an ordinary sixth-order evolutionary, without so many special abilities. Just when he was hesitant, Huixin, who was occupied by love drugs, had already rushed forward. Several hours later, this fierce war finally ended. Looking at Huixin, who was already asleep on the ground, Long Chen gave a wry smile. After they woke up, they didn't know what would happen, in case they cried and hanged. After all, they were still big girls before. After more than half an hour, Sister Huixin finally woke up. But what surprised Long Chen was that they were not as emotional as they had imagined. Presumably, he knew the whole story, but this made Long Chen breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he really had a headache for those things between men and women. To be honest, he only did this twice, every time he couldn't help himself. But what he didn't know was that they knew that the whole story was indeed one of the reasons. But the most important thing was that Long Chen was too handsome, much more handsome than some Korean drama stars, and met their criteria for choosing a mate. Then what? I am leaving. I have to go to the Jiangqing safety zone. Long Chen coughed dryly and said, he was still a little worried about the safety of Long Ming and others. Why? I don't want to be responsible after eating. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Huifei said complainingly, amount. Long Chen suddenly became a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. I don't care. I will go wherever you go now. Huifei pouted and said. Huixin nodded again and again. Brother Chen, I will follow you too. Jia Jian also said firmly with a face that Long Chen made him stronger, which is equivalent to giving him a new life. So he has made up his mind to follow Long Chen. Well, then let's go together. Long Chen nodded. He originally planned to take them with them. After all, although it is safe here, it is still much worse than the safe area. Chapter 160. Jiangqing Safety Zone. What about those people? Huixin asked softly. She was still too kind and didn't want to give up these people. Long Chen shook his head. There are too many people, I can't take care of them if they all go out. On the contrary, there will be danger. It is better to let them stay here. Long Chen told the truth. Of course, it was mainly because he didn't want to bring these insignificant people. After hearing the words, Huixin thought about it carefully. It is true. After all, there is no shortage of food and supplies here. It is best for them to stay here. The big deal is to wait until the safe zone to figure out how to bring them. After the decision, the four of them walked directly out of the supermarket, got on the off-road vehicle and galloped in one direction. With an electronic map, there is no need to worry about finding a place. As for the zombies on the road, they don't even need Long Chen to take action. Jia Jian will solve them all. As long as he didn't meet hundreds of zombies, Jia Jian could handle it. After more than an hour, a towering city wall appeared in front of everyone. In just a few days, such a city wall was built. and the Dragon Kingdom is worthy of being called an infrastructure power by the world. There are many soldier guards holding guns and shells on the city wall. At present, as long as you don't meet those relatively large corpses or powerful advanced zombies, this safe area is safe. Jiangqing was originally a poor county town, but it is precisely because of this that there is no contact with people from the western mainland, so it is not affected much. The military has directly turned this county into a safe area, and can accommodate survivors from other cities. After undergoing repeated tests, Long Chen and others were able to enter the city. The Jiangqing safety zone is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is treated by local people who have a place to live there and some people who have contributed, such as certain scientists, soldiers and their families. The outer city is used to receive refugee survivors. After all, Jiangqing is just a small county, and there is not so much room for them. Therefore, in the outer city, there are only tents used as temporary residences for refugees. No, this is your tent. According to the regulations, there are 5 people in one tent. I will arrange another one for you. A staff member took Long Chen to an area and said, the tent is not big, but it can live with 5 people, but it is very crowded. Brother Chen, this. Huixin's face was a bit ugly. When she was in the small supermarket, the place was big enough, and there were 5 people in a tent. The most important thing is that the staff member has brought another person, a very wretched youth. When the wretched youth saw the 2 sisters Huixin and Huifei, their eyes lighted up. Don't worry, we can enter the inner city soon. Long Chen patted Huixin on the shoulder and comforted. If Long Ming arrives in Jiangqing safely, he must have entered the inner city directly as he is. Long Chen only needs to find Long Ming, and he will definitely be able to enter by virtue of this relationship. Cut. What's the pretense? Just you, still want to enter the inner city? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. It was the wretched young man. He stepped forward and glanced at the 2 sisters Huixin without evasiveness, causing the latter to frown. What are you beeping? Get out. Before Long Chen could speak, Jia Jian stepped forward and shouted. As a full-time brother, he must do these things. Hey, it's pretty straightforward, am I wrong? In the inner city, you think whoever wants to enter can enter. You 2 are poor. Don't want to enter in this life. The wretched young man said in a weird tone, and then looked at Sister Huixin with a smile on his face. 2 little beauties, why not do this? You follow me. I have a relationship. You know the big people in the military region, and you will be able to enter the inner city soon. As long as you follow me, you don't have to suffer here. With that said, the wretched young man stepped forward, trying to do something to Sister Huixin. Long Chen frowned suddenly. Why are so many people dead? Xiao Jian, drive him away. Long Chen said a little uncomfortably. Jia Jian immediately grabbed the wretched young man's arm and threw him over the shoulder. The latter directly fell a dog gnawing and let out a scream. Oh, it hurts, you poor dicks. Dare to beat me, I will find someone to kill you later. The wretched young man yelled and threatened. As soon as Jia Jian raised his hand, the wretched young man immediately frightened Sayazi and ran away, giving Jia Jian a bewildered look. I just want to tickle. Why are you so scared? Jia Jian said with some wonder. Long Chen was expressionless. In his opinion, this is an episode, and he doesn't need to care at all. You stay here first. I'll go to the inner city. If nothing else, I can take you in soon. Xiao Jian, take care of them. Long Chen exhorted. Jia Jian nodded. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I will take care of the 2 sisters-in-law. Long Chen nodded, but believed it very much. After all, Jia Jian is also a quasi-evolutionary anyway, so there is no problem protecting 2 people. After instructing Sister Huixin not to walk around, Long Chen ran directly towards the inner city. At his speed, he was outside the inner city in just a few minutes. Sorry, a pass is required to enter the inner city. A group of soldiers guarded the entrance of the inner city, and when they saw Long Chen coming, they quickly stopped him. I'm here to find someone. Do you know Long Ming? Long Chen asked, and several soldiers looked at each other when they heard the words, and they all shook their heads. I don't know, you get out of here. A soldier waved his hand impatiently, and Long Chen suddenly frowned. What is this attitude? Seeing that Long Chen didn't even leave, the soldier was directly angry. Hey, my temper. Boy, you think I don't know, just say an unreasonable name. Just thinking about getting into the inner city. You see a lot of people like you, so you should get out of here if you're familiar. Let the brothers drive you away. Don't say you won't save face at that time. The grumpy soldier said cruelly, and gave Long Chen a push. It turned out that he couldn't move. Oh, I have some strength. The irritable soldier gave a hey, and increased his strength a bit, but he saw Long Chen's body shake. He was immediately blasted away by a powerful force. In going, this person wants to rebel, and forcibly break into the inner city. Get caught. The irritable soldier shouted angrily, and several of his teammates quickly pointed their guns at Long Chen. Don't move, or we'll shoot. Long Chen's face suddenly sank, and a cold voice came from his mouth. Give you 3 seconds. Put the gun down. Chapter 161, One Trick Boy. It's crazy, but can't you see the situation clearly? Or, do you think we dare not shoot? The grumpy soldier stood up and said disdainfully. As he said, he also drew a pistol from his waist and walked directly in front of Long Chen to withstand his forehead. Believe it or not, I killed you on the spot now, and nothing will happen? The grumpy soldier sneered and said, he could convict Long Chen casually, such as forcing the inner city. Is it? Long Chen narrowed his eyes and moved his hands like lightning. Before the grumpy soldier even reacted, he felt his hands empty. The next moment, he found a cold muzzle directly on his forehead, and suddenly he was sweating. How did you do it? The irritable soldier asked incredulously. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't see Long Chen's movements clearly. Long Chen snorted coldly, did not answer his words, but said coldly, believe it or not, if I kill you on the spot, nothing will happen. The original words were returned. After speaking, Long Chen directly opened the insurance. With a click, the surrounding soldiers all pointed their guns at Long Chen. Don't be impulsive, we can talk about something. A soldier who looked like the captain said quickly. Within 10 minutes, ask you to lead out, otherwise, he will be dead. Long Chen said coldly. The captain-like soldier nodded repeatedly. Okay, you just don't shoot, anything will do. Having said that, he quickly turned on the walkie-talkie and set a chase. 5 minutes later, a group of heavily armed soldiers walked over, and the front was 2 figures. A middle-aged, a young man. The young Long Chen knew it was Long Ming. Brother Chen Long. Long Ming also saw Long Chen. His face suddenly became excited, and ran directly in front of Long Chen. Brother Chen Long, it's great that you are fine. Your sister-in-law and I are worried to death. In order to delay time for all of them, Long Chen blocked a group of zombies alone, which made Long Ming and Jing Yan couple both moved and worried. When Long Chen saw that Long Ming was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Long Ming was unlikely to have an accident, he was still worried if he didn't see him. Long Ming, brother. Long Chen shouted unnaturally. After all, I call my future dad the eldest brother, which is the same for everyone. Captain Dongfeng, this person not only wants to forcefully break into the inner city, but also wants to kill me. You must be the master for me. At this moment, the grumpy soldier who was pointed at his head by Long Chen shouted at the middle-aged man beside Long Ming. Captain, this is the strange man I told you, Chen Long. He blocked nearly 1,000 zombies for us alone. At this time, Long Ming also quickly said to Captain Dongfeng. Hearing that, the middle-aged man looked at Long Chen thoughtfully. One person blocked 1,000 zombies and appeared here unharmed. If Long Ming hadn't lied, it really deserved the title Chiron. Captain Dongfeng. The grumpy soldier looked a little ugly at the sight of no one. Captain Dongfeng looked at the grumpy soldier with a gun to his head, his face sinking. HMPH, I'm ashamed to talk here, don't you feel ashamed? As a soldier, you can't even keep your gun. Captain Dongfeng yelled at the grumpy soldier, who was immediately ashamed. He wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. Could it be that he was snatched in the blink of an eye? If you say that, you will probably be scolded to death. Although Captain Dongfeng is not his direct leader, his status is much higher than himself. I want to dismiss my position. Just one sentence. At this time, the identity of a soldier is very popular. Long Ming, tell your little brother to put down the gun. Captain Dongfeng said to Long Ming again, and Long Ming looked at Long Chen upon hearing this. Long Chen's purpose was to elicit Long Ming, but now that the purpose has been completed, naturally there is no need for this grumpy soldier. So then the gun was thrown away, and the irritable soldier escaped and hurriedly crawled on the ground. Brother Chen Long, this is not a place to talk. Let's go back to the inner city first. Long Ming said. He wanted to take Long Chen to the inner city. Long Chen said hurriedly, I have a few partners in the outer city. Can you take them in together? There is anyone else? Long Ming was taken aback when he heard the words, and then looked a little embarrassed. After all, the situation is a bit serious now. Even if he can only take Long Chen into the inner city alone. Long Ming looked at Captain Dongfeng beside him, wanting him to help. Captain Dongfeng frowned. As you know, the situation is still very complicated. There are not many places to live in the inner city, so Captain Dongfeng said with some embarrassment. Just when Long Chen was a little disappointed, he suddenly changed. But if you can become a member of our military, then you have the authority to bring friends into the inner city. Join the military? Hearing this, Long Chen glanced at Captain Dongfeng, and it seemed that this was the purpose of the latter. But after thinking about it, he didn't disagree. Anyway, He couldn't stay in this era for too long. Joining the military cannot limit your freedom. And why not let Huixin and others enter the inner city? Okay, he'll join. Long Chen nodded. Seeing that he agreed so soon, Captain Dongfeng was a little surprised. Then he said again, I'm not targeting you either. Even though Long Ming told me that you are super strong, after all, you can't hear it. If you want to join us, you need extraordinary abilities. Black Bear, come here. Captain Dongfeng waved in one direction. The next moment, a tall, dark-skinned Iron Tower strong man walked over. The moment he saw the brawny man in the Iron Tower, Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the aura that he exudes, he is by no means an ordinary person, but an evolutionary. Of course, it was just a first-order evolutionary. But at the beginning of the last days, even quasi-evolutionaries are extremely rare, and first-order evolutionaries are even more pitiful. That's why Long Chen was slightly surprised. This is a black bear. For the sake of Long Ming's face, I don't make too harsh demands. As long as you can hold on to him for 5 minutes, I will allow you to join. Captain Dongfeng said. Long Chen frowned upon hearing this. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Captain Dongfeng thought he was scared, and was suddenly disappointed. Unexpectedly, Long Chen immediately shook his head. It doesn't take 5 minutes, just one trick. What do you mean? Captain Dongfeng asked with some confusion, not understanding what Long Chen meant. One move is enough. Does he know? He knows that he can't hold the black bear move. I mean, one move can solve him. Chapter 162. Are you eligible now? As soon as Long Chen said this, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. But it was all disdain and ridicule. Even Long Ming didn't believe it. Although he had seen the strength of Long Chen, he had also seen the strength of the black bear. Dozens of battle-tested fighters couldn't last for 5 minutes under the black bear. If Long Chen only persisted under the black bear for 10 minutes, Long Ming was still very confident, but he actually said a move to defeat the black bear. This is really too arrogant. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are the madest person I have ever seen, but I don't know if your strength is worthy of your arrogance. The black bear laughed angrily. His voice was very loud, and it made people feel that their eardrums couldn't hold it. But Long Chen was very calm. Big talk can't be said casually. The power of the black bear is the most powerful on our side, and it can even blow the head of a zombie with a punch. Captain Dongfeng's face was also a little ugly. He had heard Long Ming say that Long Chen had some strength, but he still believed it. But now it seems that I don't know if he has the strength, but his personality is really too arrogant. One more trick to defeat the black bear. Not to mention him, the entire Jiangqing safety zone, or even the entire Dragon Kingdom, could not find a single person to do it. Are I talking big? Just see the real chapter under my hand. Long Chen said very calmly. Well, let me see. Where did you have the courage to say these things? Take me a punch. The black bear yelled violently, and the big sandbag fist slammed towards Long Chen. The fist was wrapped in a strong wind whistling, and before the fist arrived, Long Chen could feel the fist wind whizzing past his face. This strength, I'm afraid that it has reached the level of the first level intermediate. Brother Chen Long. Long Ming looked at Long Chen worriedly. Others looked at him with disdain. Look, he was frightened stupid. Someone sneered, and in the face of the black bear's attack, Long Chen didn't even move. Can't you even avoid it? However, the sneer on everyone's faces was quickly replaced by shock. Before their eyes, there was an incredible scene. Long Chen slowly raised his hand, but just caught the black bear's fist, making it impossible to advance. How is this possible? The black bear is also staring. His face is incredible. He tried to retract his fist, but found that Long Chen's hands were like heavy iron tongs, unable to break free. Retreat. Long Chen gave a soft drink and pushed the hand that grabbed the black bear. The black bear suddenly felt a huge force coming, as if being hit by a speeding car, and flew out directly. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground and coughed violently. This is because Long Chen deliberately released the water, otherwise he could easily kill him with a punch. After all, the physical quality of the 6th Order Grandmaster level, the huge force of several million kilograms, is not a joke. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the scene suddenly became silent. There are only one after another, breathing in cold air, which proves the shock of everyone. Captain Dongfeng was even more surprised that the corners of his mouth began to twitch, and he brought the black bear down with just such a light push. This power is too terrifying, right? Only Long Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care about Long Chen's strength, he only cared about Long Chen's safety. Captain Dongfeng, may I be considered a pass? Long Chen asked Dongfeng Captain, who was already dull-faced, but the latter seemed unheard of. Long Chen frowned slightly, the tiger's body shook, and a breathtaking aura exuded. It directly awakens all those present who are in a state of shock and unable to extricate themselves. You How can you have such a great power? After awakening, Captain Dongfeng asked with an incredible expression. The reason why black bears are so strong is because they have encountered a very powerful zombie. Finally, at the cost of losing dozens of soldiers, he was killed with a rocket launcher. Later, they found a spar in the head of the zombie. After testing, the experts found that the spar contained very strong and powerful energy. The black bear voluntarily acted as a white mouse and took the spar. After a devastation that life is not as good as death, the black bear survived, and since then has a powerful force. But such a powerful black bear can't hold on to a move under Long Chen. Is this incredible? Sorry, this is a secret. After Long Chen was silent for a moment, he said calmly. Captain Dongfeng also realized that he seemed to have some gossip. After all, everyone has their own secrets. What's more, having such a powerful force is definitely a bigger secret. How could people tell themselves? Ahem, sorry, I was abrupt. Captain Dongfeng apologized again and again. Then am I eligible to join you? Long Chen asked again, and Captain Dongfeng nodded repeatedly. Qualified? Of course qualified. Just kidding, if even Long Chen is not qualified to join, then it is estimated that all of them are not qualified. Captain Dongfeng was thrilled when he thought that he had found such a powerful person. Brother Qianlong, right, let's go. I will take you through the entry formalities right away. You can do it for me. I have to bring my friends. Long Chen scratched his head and said, he was afraid that Huixin would worry about himself if he waited too long. Yes, that, Li Jun, come here. Captain Dongfeng waved to a soldier dressed by an officer, and the man ran over immediately. Li Jun, you go with Brother Qianlong and help him lay hands. Captain Dongfeng said to the officer. He knew that the outer city was too chaotic, and he was afraid that Long Chen would meet some guys with short eyes. He wasn't afraid that Long Chen would be in danger. He was afraid that Long Chen would throw the outer city off in a rage. Yes, Li Jun nodded and walked to Long Chen's side. Long Ming didn't follow him. He said he would go back and tell Jing Yan and others the good news first, and prepare a banquet for him. And just as Long Chen rushed back, somewhere in the outer city, a group of people were gathering together to watch something. In the crowd, Jia Jianxing stood in front of Huixin and Huifei, staring at the people in front of them with vigilant gaze. Opposite them, there was a group of people holding knives, axes and sticks, about 20 or so. The leader is a brawny man with a scar on his face, holding an iron big knife, and beside the brawny man with a scar, there is a wretched young man. Brother-in-law, that guy beat me, and another man, I don't know where to hide now. The wretched young man pointed at Jia Jian and said bitterly, but the gaze of the scarred man was attracted by the beautiful faces of the two sisters Huixin and Huifei. Such pure and beautiful, two beautiful girls. Even if he has been in the night market for many years, it is definitely the first time I have seen them. Before the end of the world, he was tired of those coquettish street girls and their company girls, but the innocent student girl had never tried it. Because he was restricted by certain rules before the end of the world, he didn't dare to attack the student girl, but now it's different. The rules collapse, and the ugliness of human nature has been inspired. Although this is a safe area, it is only an outer city after all. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, no one will care about him no matter what he wants. What's more, he also has some relationship with a big man in this Jiangqing. Chapter 163, The Ugliness of the Human Heart. The wretched gaze of the brawny scared man was not half concealed, and it was clearly seen by Huixin and Huifei. The second girl suddenly showed an unhappy expression, and Huifei, who had a relatively hot personality, even cursed directly. Ugly, what do you look at? Believe it or not, this lady has dug out your eyes. Hearing what Huifei said, the brawny scared man did not show anger, but a lewd smile on his face. Ha ha ha, hot character, I like it. Little girl, with my uncle will be able to live in the inner city soon, and I can take you there with you. The brawny scared man laughed and said. Jia Jian's face changed suddenly, and his anger rose to his heart. My elder brother's woman, can you scum covet it? Scar, get out, or don't blame me for being rude. Jia Jian shouted to the strong man with Scar. Without knowing the name of this guy, he simply called Scar. Hey, the kid is very arrogant, and you are not welcome to me. Do you have no eyes or do you not see so many people behind Lao Tzu? Hearing Jia Jian's words, the brawny scarred man smiled coldly and waved to the little brother behind him. More than 20 little brothers raised the guy in their hands together and shouted violently. The refugees around were scared to step back. Jia Jian didn't move, but his face was a little ugly. Although he already possesses the strength of a Quace-volved, he still lacks combat experience and may not be able to deal with these people. Not to mention, there were two women behind him. Huixin is okay, she is an awakened person. But Huayifai has no strength to bind chickens properly. He doesn't care about his own safety. But Huixin and Huayifai are Chen brothers' women, and they must not be hurt. Two sisters-in-law, when you get into a fight later, you should try to run towards the inner city. I will hold them as far as you can. Jia Jian whispered to Huixin and Huayifai behind him. But with so many of them, can you handle it? It better stay. After all, I am also an awakened. Huixin frowned and said, although she is a nice type awakened person, because of her kind heart, she can kill zombies, but she can't kill people. No, I promised Brother Guochen that I will protect you well, Jia Jian said very firmly. At this moment, Scarman seemed to have heard their conversation, with a sneer on his face. None of you can run away, two beautiful girls. Since you are given the opportunity to not cherish, then you have to come hard. Brothers, give it to me. When the time comes, my uncle will eat meat first, and you will also have soup. Scarman raised his arms and shouted, and the little brothers behind him suddenly screamed. They are also very coveted for the beauty of Huixin and Huayifai. Although I can't eat the first bite, I can drink soup. Dead. Seeing dozens of men with weapons rushing over, Jia Jian clenched his fists and yelled. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward, hitting the front boy with a punch, and knocking him into the air. Ilgo, so much strength. The little brothers behind them were shocked when they saw this, and they threw a person into the air with one punch. Is this a strong man? What a fuck. No matter how strong he is, he only has two hands, and it consumes energy. The brawny scared man suddenly roared angrily when he saw the younger brothers. The boys glanced at each other, still pretending to be bold, and headed towards Jia Jian. A brutal killing intent appeared in Jia Jian's eyes. Although his strength was greatly increased because of his energy essence, after all, his previous education was that he could not kill. So every time I do it, I keep a little bit of strength. But now, he is really angry. If he does not kill, then it will be himself who will die. It doesn't matter if you die, but the safety of the two sisters-in-law can be pinned on yourself. Thinking of this, Jia Jian didn't keep his hand, grabbing a little brother's knife, and directly cut off his arm. What? The little brother with the broken arm let out a scream. But this did not have the effect of killing chickens and monkeys. On the contrary, the blood aroused the bloodiness of all the little brothers. They even wanted to kill Jia Jian. Surrounded by dozens of bastards, even if Jia Jian was hit by a few knives at this time. The red-eyed Jia Jian didn't notice that the brawny scared man at this time had already quietly walked towards Huixin and Huayifai. Don't come over, or I will be welcome. Huixin looked at the approaching burly man with a trembling voice. If the opponent is a zombie, Huixin will reward him with a nice thorn without hesitation. But unfortunately the other party is human. Hey, don't be afraid, little girl, brother will love you very much. The brawny scared man let out a lewd smile, and his feet accelerated. Huixin closed her eyes and shot an ice thorn directly in her palm. Fuck. The ice thorn shoots out very quickly, but because Huixin hid her eyes closed, she has no accuracy. So the ice thorn just hit the foot of the brawny man. But this also shocked the strong man with scar. He couldn't think that someone could make an ice thorn. Damn. Making movies, there are superpowers. The people onlookers around are also incredible. After all, it is only the beginning of the last days, and the awakened are very rare, and they don't know it is normal. The brawny scared man was not as shocked as the others. He just squinted at Huixin. Awakened? I didn't expect the awakened to actually exist. The brawny scared man thought in his heart that although he hadn't seen the awakened, he knew someone in the Jiangqing safe area. I heard from him that there is a kind of person who will awaken the legendary abilities under great mental pressure. Scar was originally not convinced, but he did not expect to appear in front of him so soon. But it looks like this little Nizai doesn't dare to kill. Hee. That would be great. It should be a cool thing to do an awakened person. The brawny scared man showed a hideous color. His tongue licked at the corner of his mouth. Before the end of the world, he was a desperado, so he was very bold. If others see Huixin's supernatural powers, they will definitely be afraid. But the scar was different, which aroused his lust. Thinking of this, the brawny scared man accelerated even more, and rushed to Huixin's body. Huixin was startled, and quickly wanted to activate the power. The brawny scared man grabbed her arm, and then smiled obscenely. Pretty chick, stop struggling, come to the arms of brother. The brawny scared man chuckled and stretched out his hand to Huixin's place. This guy actually planned to do it directly here. No. Huixin's pupils shrank sharply and began to struggle. But in terms of physical fitness, she is just an ordinary person. Where is the opponent of the scarred man? Just as the brawner's salted pig hand was about to reach its destination, a hand suddenly appeared from the side and grabbed it. Chapter 164, Its sin should be blamed. Okay? The scarred man frowned, and who is not to open his eyes? dare to stop him. He followed that hand and saw a teenager who was about 17 or 18 years old appeared in front of him. "Hey, boy, who are you so special? Let me go." Scarman didn't know Long Chen, so he cursed directly. Huixin was overjoyed when she heard the words, and she quickly turned her head and looked around, just in time to see Long Chen. "This was a relief in my heart. You said you are an awakened person. How can you be bullied by an ordinary person?" Long Chen looked at Huixin dumbly. How sturdy this Nizai was when she was beating zombies. Now she is afraid of ordinary people. Huixin lowered her head a bit wronged when she heard the words. She also felt that she had to change her character. If it is not herself who possesses the power, but her sister Huifei, she will certainly not be as weak as herself. "Hey, boy, talking to you, dare you ignore Lo Si?" Seeing that Long Chen bird is not a bird of himself, Scarman suddenly became angry and roared at Long Chen. Long Chen scratched his ears, then showed an unhappy look. "I said why there were flies buzzing in my ears just now. It turned out to be you." "Fly?" The Scarman was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted with a burst of anger. "This kid dares to call himself a fly? Brother-in-law, this kid is the man of those chicks." At this moment, the wretched young man shouted at the Scarman. Scarman glared when he heard the words. These two chicks actually have the master, and they are the same person. "Nima, this kid looks young, so why can I have these two pure and beautiful chicks at the same time? Just rely on his little white face." But in the end of the world where the rules are collapsing, there is no need to be handsome, you still have to rely on your fists. Scarman slowly became jealous of Long Chen, and turned into murderous intent again. "Although it's a pity that these two chicks are not young, but it doesn't matter, you can just go. Now that I know they are my women, then, get out of here," Long Chen said coldly at the Scarman, who shot a brutal killing intent in his eyes. "Whoever you are, as long as you die, they belong to Lao Tzu." Scarman yelled violently, and he slashed towards Long Chen with the machete in his other hand. "Caught death." Long Chen snorted coldly, and a powerful coercion came out. Long Chen kicked before the Scarman's machete approached him, although it was a few seconds later than the Scarman's move. But the latter came first, kicking the Scarman directly away for tens of meters. "Hiss!" Exclamation mark. All the people watching this scene were dull. What's the situation? Kicking a big man tens of meters away. How strong is this big brother? The noise here also caused the little brothers who were beating Jiajian in the group to stop and rush to Scarman. Scarman felt his stomach churning at this time. He vomited several mouthfuls before he could say a word. "Brother Chen." Jiajian also walked to Long Chen's side, and when Brother Chen came back, he could breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiajian was covered with blood, both his own and his enemies. Looking at him like this, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. And there was also endless anger. He already treats Jiajian as his own brother, dare to put such a heavy hand on his brother, what a shit, kill that kid. The Scarman almost vomited all the food and acid in his stomach before he could speak. Pointing at Long Chen, he shouted loudly. After hearing the words, the little brothers let out a scream, and slew towards Long Chen. "Caught death." Jiajian was furious and was about to step forward, but was held back by Long Chen. "You have done a good job, rest first, and then let me avenge you." Long Chen's face was cold, and Jiajian couldn't help feeling palpitations. He nodded. He knew the strength of Brother Chen very well. Dealing with these dregs is definitely a matter of minutes. "Kill." All the little brothers shouted and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen turned into an afterimage and instantly rushed into their lineup. With a punch, a little brother's head burst directly like a watermelon. The second punch easily penetrated a little brother's chest. Every punch can end a life instantly, and those younger brothers' attacks can't even touch the corner of Long Chen's clothes. This person is stronger than the one just now, and hundreds or thousands of times stronger. The crowd onlookers couldn't help but swallow. Not only stronger, but also more ruthless. Although Jiajian had a killing intent before, he didn't actually kill anyone. And Long Chen ended her life with just one punch. Even the head burst and the heart penetrated, absolutely dead. Those little brothers were frightened when they saw it, and they weren't warriors who were not afraid of death. Before, they were not afraid that Jiajian did not kill. And now, seeing several brothers die under Long Chen's hands, they were finally scared. "Run!" I don't know which kid yelled, and more than 10 boys who survived immediately fled. Even the eldest brother Scarman ignored him. "Ilgo, you guys, come back to Lao Tzu." The Scarman hurriedly shouted when he saw this, but no one caught him at all. Scarman actually wants to run, but he can't stand up now, let alone run. Long Chen didn't chase them. but a dashing body appeared in front of Scarman, looking at him condescendingly. "If you dare to hurt my brother and bully my woman, you will be blamed." Long Jin's voice was cold, causing Scarman's body to tremble violently. "He is just brave, but it doesn't mean that he is not afraid of death. The ants are still alive, let alone him." Seeing that he could enter the inner city to live a good life soon, he was even more reluctant to die. "Spare. Forgive me, it's because I don't know Shan, your lord has a lot." Scarman hurriedly begged for mercy, but before he finished speaking, Long Chen sneered. "Sorry, I am a narrow-minded person, and I will be repaid. Those who bully me must pay the price." Having said that, Long Chen lifted his foot to end the life of Scarman. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. "Stop it!" As the loud shouts sounded, the onlookers all gave way. A dozen soldiers in uniform came over. The loud shout just now was exactly what the leader, a bald middle-aged in his 40s, called out. Seeing the bald middle-aged man, the scarred man's face suddenly smiled, as if he had seen the savior. He quickly pleaded, "Hey, Zhang Yu, you are here, save me quickly. This man is a lunatic, not only has killed several of my brothers, but now he wants to kill me." Scarman cried toward the bald middle-aged, and pointed to the corpses of the little brothers who were killed by Long Chen. The bald middle-aged looked at those corpses with either headless or a blood hole in their chests, and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. "Is this something human can do? It's too scary." Chapter 165, "Sir, are you okay?" The bald middle-aged name is Zhang He, the chief of the outer city. He is directly responsible for the resettlement of refugees and the security of outer cities. Scarman also had some unexplainable relationships with him, and they had cooperated several times before the end of the world. Zhang He has also gained a lot of benefits from Scarman, and Scarman has always treated him respectfully, so to a certain extent, Scarman is Zhang He's younger brother. Do something for him that is not on the stage. Now that Long Chen bullied him on his territory, Zhang He was very angry. "Boy, dare to kill in the crowd, let go of him quickly, and then catch him with his hands. Maybe he can be lightened." Zhang He shouted at Long Chen all righteously. Long Chen frowned. This guy would let himself be caught without asking the situation. But after seeing the exchange between Scarman and Zhang He's eyes, he understood that these two belonged to the same group. "Let him go." Long Chen sneered coldly, and then slammed his feet, stepping directly on one of Scarman's legs. With the clicking sound, it was followed by the heart-piercing screams of Scarman. This foot directly trampled on the man's leg bone. "Stop it!" Zhang He shouted sharply. But Long Chen quickly stepped on the left leg of Scarman. There was another creaking sound of bone fracture, and Scarman's cry more violently. "I didn't move my hands, I moved my feet." Long Chen waved his hand and smiled, and Zhang He suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth. "Nima, this is playing word games with me." Zhang He waved his hand quickly, and a dozen soldiers behind him quickly set up their guns and aimed at Long Chen. As long as Zhang He gave an order, they would shoot immediately. "Give you another chance, let him go immediately, and then catch him with all hands, otherwise we will kill you on the spot." Zhang He shouted sharply. In fact, if the Scarman was at Long Chen's feet, he was afraid of accidental injury, otherwise he would have ordered his men to shoot. "I also give you a chance to let them put down the gun, otherwise the consequences will be serious." Long Chen's face also sank. He hated himself being pointed at by a gun. Zhang Hyuk was very angry. It was the first time he saw such an arrogant person being pointed at by a dozen guns. It was so arrogant. He had even secretly decided that Long Chen would catch him if he didn't hold his hands. Even if he gave up the Scarman, he would still be killed. "Since you don't seize the opportunity, don't blame me for being polite, and prepare to shoot." Zhang He shouted sharply, and the soldiers behind him pulled the insurance together. Following Zhang He's order, the sudden shooting sounded. Long Chen's figure flashed, and instantly appeared 10 meters behind him. In his original position, a bullet hole had appeared, and the Scarman was shot directly into a sieve. The killing intent in Long Chen's eyes was awe-inspiring, and they actually shot. Then, he wouldn't care about it anymore. "Dead." Long Chen snorted coldly, and Zhang He also began to order his men to continue shooting. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. "Give me all the guns down." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jun ran over in sweat and panting. He was not as fast as Long Chen, and was quickly thrown away by him. It took a lot of effort for the boss to run over, but he was still a step late. The moment he heard the gunshots, he said in his heart, "It was awful." Major Li Jun. Zhang He was taken aback when he saw the visitor. Li Jun's military rank is much higher than him, and he has always been in the inner city. How can he appear in the outer city now? All are puzzled. Zhang Hyuk hurriedly shouted, "Major Li Jun, be careful. That guy is dangerous." Hearing what Zhang He said, Li Jun couldn't wait to explode a few words on the spot. I don't know that he is dangerous. You know how to provoke him. Now it is you who are dangerous. Li Jun turned 3 steps into 2 steps, ran to Long Jun's side quickly, saluted him with a military salute, and then said respectfully, "Sir, are you okay?" Long Chen has joined Captain Dongfeng's team, so the position is already higher than him. It's no exaggeration to call a sir. Just rely on them to get me something, Long Chen said indifferently, and Li Jun nodded repeatedly. He had witnessed Long Chen's strength with his own eyes, and even the Black Bear could defeat him with one move. These dozen soldiers would definitely not be able to help him. Sir, leave the rest to your subordinates, who will definitely give you a satisfactory result, Li Jun said respectfully. Although Jiang He and others are not high-ranking, they are still in the military. If Long Chen is allowed to kill indiscriminately, it will not sound good. Before Captain Dongfeng left, he specifically asked him to take good care of Long Chen. This care does not mean taking care of his safety, but not allowing him to be wronged. Long Chen glanced at Li Jun, knowing that he didn't want to kill those people himself. After hesitating for a while, Long Chen still nodded. He didn't want to embarrass Li Jun either. But it would be nice if Li Jun could give himself a satisfactory result. If he is not satisfied, he does not mind beheading Jiang He himself. Li Jun gave Long Chen a grateful look, and then walked directly in front of Jiang He. Li Junxiao. Jiang He smiled flatteringly, but before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Li Jun. You are blind. Even Chief Chen Long dare to offend. Li Jun stared at Jiang He fiercely, and said coldly. Jiang He was taken aback. Chief Chen Long? That young man was actually called by Jiang Hayuk to be an officer? Major Li Jun, what do you mean? Jiang He asked in a daze. I mean, from now on, remove your position. Jiang He's expression suddenly changed when he heard Li Jun's words. How is it different from killing him to remove him from his position? Once there is no position, he can only stay in the outer city like these refugees. This made him, who had been used to living a good life, how could he accept it? Major Li Jun, I don't understand. Will I be dismissed just because I offended that kid? This is too unfair. He murdered in public, and I took someone to arrest him. Why is it guilty? Jiang He is also broken now. No matter what, even if he offends Li Jun, he still has to keep his position. As long as he stands at the highest point of morality, even Li Jun cannot dismiss himself in a word. Do you still want to struggle? Well, in that case, he'll talk to you. Just shooting in the crowd is enough to convict you, let alone how many rules and regulations you have violated over the years. Do you want me to tell them one by one? Li Jun sneered and said that some of the things Jiang He did actually knew some of these leaders. It's just that it's not too much, so I kept opening one eye and closing one eye. Now this guy offended Long Chen. Then these things can come in handy. Chapter 166. Special Operations Team. Jiang He's face suddenly changed. Once his scandals are exposed, it is more than just losing their jobs. At least it has to be rebelled for a lifetime, and the death penalty is not impossible. Major Li Jun, are you really going to fight with me to the end for that kid? Jiang He said with a gloomy expression. He also has something to do with it, and he can usually give this Li Jun face. But if you smash to the end, don't blame him for breaking the net. Knock to the end? Even you deserve it. I might as well tell you the truth. Chief Chen Long's backstage is much larger than you. Captain Dongfeng has instructed me to take good care of him. Li Jun sneered and moved directly out of the name of Captain Dongfeng. Sure enough, when he heard the word Captain Dongfeng, Jiang He directly showed a look of despair. Never mind that Captain Dongfeng is just a captain and does not have any military rank. But the team he controlled was not an ordinary team. It was a personal guard who was directly attached to the top commander of the Jiangqing safety zone, and was dedicated to performing some extremely special and dangerous tasks. It can be said that the position of Captain Dongfeng is in the entire Jiangqing safety zone, which is second only to the highest commander. It is not an exaggeration to say that one person is below 10,000 people. Compared with Captain Dongfeng, his backstage is not even a fart. It's over. Jiang He directly slumped his legs to the ground. He couldn't imagine that he would offend a man covered by Captain Dongfeng. The key is who knew that this guy had such a big backstage and lived in an outer city. Isn't this typical pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Li Jun didn't look at Jiang He's desperate look anymore, but walked directly back to Long Jun's side. Then he whispered, Chief Chen Long, when Jiang He is removed from his position, he will be an ordinary refugee, and he will be able to. Li Jun did not go on, but Long Chen knew what he meant. Before that, Jiang He still belonged to the military, and it was impossible for Long Chen to be beheaded. But once his position is removed, he is an ordinary refugee. At times like this, it is normal for a refugee to die. Very well. I hope you don't just talk about it. Long Chen nodded somewhat satisfied. The next thing will be done by the subordinates, sir. You should be busy with business, Li Jun said respectfully. Then Long Chen walked towards the inner city with sisters Huixin and Jia Jian, while Li Jun walked towards Jiang He with a calm face. He knew Long Chen's strength and methods, so he would never dare to perfuse. Long Ming had arranged people to wait for Long Chen at the entrance of the inner city, so they entered the inner city without any hindrance. Under the leadership of that person, he walked towards Long Ming's residence. This inner city is much better than the outer city. Walking on the street, looking at the scene just before the end of the world, Huix inside. Jiangqing was not affected by the zombie virus in the western mainland, so it looked the same as usual. Under the leadership of a special person, Long Chen and others came to the military district family compound, where all the families of military officers lived. Because of the shortage of resources, each family can only have a small house of 100 square meters. After entering Long Ming's home, Long Chen and others smelled a scent of vegetables. Looking around, they saw a table full of food. Before the end of the world, these meals can only be regarded as home-cooked dishes, but now, they are the delicacies of mountains and seas. Even Huixin, Huayifei and Jia Jian swallowed gluttonously. They haven't eaten hot meals or food for a few days. They used to eat canned food and snacks in small supermarkets. Ha ha ha, Brother Qianlong, you are here. Come, and taste what your brother's craft is. Seeing Long Chen, Long Ming laughed and quickly invited everyone inside. Long Chen introduced sisters Huixin and Jia Jian to Long Ming, and talked about the process of getting to know them. Of course, the things about him and sister Huixin were omitted directly. Come on, Brother Qianlong, I will also introduce you. This is my sister, Long Ling, and my wife, you know. Long Ming pointed to the two women sitting at the dinner table, one of whom was Ging Yan. As for the other woman, she was a girl who looked 15 or 16 years old. Although she looked a little immature, she could still clearly see Sun Yun's shadow. Long Chen couldn't help smacking his lips. If he had doubted whether this was his parents before, so now, he didn't doubt it at all, because the Long Ling in front of him was the aunt he saw 300 years later. You are Chen Long. My brother keeps mentioning you, saying that they wouldn't be able to come back alive without you. Long Ling smiled at Long Chen and said. Long Chen just nodded. He was thinking about one thing now. If he said he had met Long Ling now, why didn't she recognize himself 300 years later? Or did she recognize it, but didn't say it? Time is a mysterious thing. Although Long Chen has managed to travel through time now, he still doesn't understand it. Perhaps only by comprehending the law of time can we truly understand this. Next, the group of people had a banquet for the wind. Long Chen thought in his heart that he had never seen his parents in Dalian since he was a child, but he didn't expect to eat with them now. This can be regarded as making up for Sun Yun's regret. The only fly in the ointment is that Long Ming always shouts brother after brother, which makes Long Chen feel weird. It's not to accept it, and it's not to accept it. After eating, Long Ming said, Brother Qianlong, the matter about your joining the team has been settled. Let me take you to the team to get familiar with it. Okay. Long Chen nodded, and the price for bringing Huixin and others in was to join their team. After instructing Jia Jian to protect the female relatives present, Long Chen left with Long Ming and Long Ling. As for why Long Ling also followed, it was very simple. She also joined the team. On the way, Long Ming gave Long Chen a brief introduction to this so-called team. The name of the team is a Special Operations Team, as the name suggests. That is a team that specializes in handling some special tasks. Those who can enter the Special Operations Team are all elites with special abilities. For example, the Black Bear has great power. Another example is Long Ling, who has awakened the space system ability. As for Long Ming, although he does not have the awakening ability and his strength is not very strong, as the captain of the special forces, he is proficient in many combat abilities. He is involved in field battles, concealment, investigation, blasting, etc. So he is fully qualified to join the Special Operations Team. The captain of the Special Operations Team is named Dong Fenghong. He does not have any special abilities, but he has strong commanding abilities. Dong Fenghong. When he heard this name, Long Chen was slightly stunned for a while. He seemed to vaguely remember that the founder of Oriental Academy was Dong Feng. As for the specific name, he really didn't know. I don't know if there is any connection between the two. Chapter 167, that's it. While chatting, the three of them came to the top floor of the military headquarters building. This is the office of the Special Operations Team. As soon as he entered the office, Long Chen saw that it was full of people. In addition to Dong Fenghong and Black Bear, there were nearly 10 team members. There are men and women, all in their 20s and 30s. Brother Chen. When he saw Long Chen, the Black Bear immediately stood up and nodded to him. Since Long Chen defeated him by a punch last time, he has been deeply impressed. If he just wins him, he won't be so but the key is to lose in seconds. This shows that Long Chen's strength is more than several times stronger than him. Okay. Long Chen also nodded towards the black bear. At this time, the other team members on the seat also looked at Long Chen, their eyes full of curiosity. They couldn't understand the character of the black bear anymore. Even if they were facing Captain Dong Fenghong, they wouldn't be so respectful. But he was so respectful to a thin boy who seemed to be underage. This makes them a little confused. Ahem, Brother Chen Long, sit here, Dong Fenghong said towards Long Chen, and pointed to the position next to him. Oh, Long Chen nodded calmly, and walked straight over. It was those players who heard Dong Fenghong's words and their expressions suddenly changed. Long Chen didn't know when he first arrived, but they all knew that the seat distribution here was also regular. Generally speaking, the higher the position, the higher the seat. Dong Fenghong is the captain, so he sits at the top. The two positions below him, left and right, were prepared for the deputy captain. Dong Fenghong actually let Long Chen, a brat who just joined, sit in the position of the deputy team. Let me introduce to you first, this is the new member of our special operations team, Chen Long, temporarily serving as the deputy team. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were placed on Long Chen's body. It was just a guess before, but now Dong Fenghong has said it directly. That's the fact. No way. At this moment, a voice rang from below. This is a middle-aged man in his 30s with a strong figure, but the most noticeable thing is his pair of mechanical arms. This made Long Chen a little surprised. He didn't expect the existence of a robot now. Robots actually transform the human body through technological means to become a half machine and half human state. Robots have the advantages of human flexibility, but also the strength, defense and speed advantages of machines. 300 years later, mankind has made great achievements in science and technology. Mecha divisions and robots are very common. Some people who cannot become evolvers and awakened ones will find ways to become robots or mecha divisions. But now it was 300 years ago, and I didn't expect that human beings now have been involved in the study of mechanics. Steel cannon? What do you mean? Dong Fenghong frowned. He had already guessed that he would be upset when he suddenly dropped a deputy team. But I didn't expect that this steel gun would directly oppose it directly under the public, which simply didn't give him face. Captain, I don't want to target you. If you pick a promotion vice team here with us, I don't have the slightest complaint, but now you have randomly found a brat who looks like an unweaned child to come over to be the vice team. I really don't accept it. Gun Cannon said uncomfortably. No matter what industry you are in, people are not convinced of a leader who comes from the air. Think that they're leaders only when they walk through the back door through their relationships. Not only Steel Cannon, but Long Ming and Black Bear were more or less dissatisfied. Even Long Ling was no exception. Although she is very grateful to Long Chen for saving her eldest brother and sister-in-law, 1 yard goes to 1 yard. To be a deputy team, she must have enough convincing power. Gang Pao, Brother Chen defeated me with a punch before. He is not qualified to be a deputy team. Who do you think is qualified? The Black Bear snorted coldly, and Gun Can bluntly said that Long Chen was an unweaned hairy boy. Isn't this cursing him in disguise? Can't even compare to a hairy boy, so what is he? Hearing what the Black Bear said, everyone was stunned. This kid defeated the Black Bear with a punch. In terms of strength alone, the Black Bear is definitely among the best. Even if the steel gun has a pair of mechanical arms, it can only be equal to him. Now he says that this hairy boy defeated him with 1 punch. This directly caused everyone's absolute 3 views to collapse. Black Bear, did you take advantage of this guy to speak for him like this, and defeat you with a punch? How could this be possible? It must be logical to make up lies. Steel Cannon also said after a daze. If the Black Bear just said that Long Chen defeated him, there would still be some credibility. But it can be defeated by 1 move. How can this sound nonsense? You don't believe it? Ha. Then you can compare with Brother Chen. The Black Bear didn't explain much, and snorted directly. Dong Fenghong also nodded towards Long Chen. He knew that if he wanted to convince these people, he could only let Long Chen use his true ability. Oh, it's troublesome. Long Chen shook his head, then stood up, and said in a very lazy tone, hurry up and make a quick decision. So arrogant. Long Chen's tone and attitude made everyone in the room gritted their teeth, and even Dong Fenghong couldn't help but smile. Long Chen is good everywhere, but his personality is too arrogant. But who can make his family have arrogant capital? Okay, let's make a quick decision. The steel gun also snorted coldly, stood up, moved the mechanical arm, and then rushed towards Long Chen. The mechanical fist was shining with cold light, breaking through the air, and blasting towards Long Chen's head suddenly snapped. However, Long Chen only slowly raised his right hand. Although it seemed to move slowly, It happened to hold the mechanical fist of the steel cannon. What? Gang Gun's face suddenly changed. Long Chen's body remained motionless, and the expression on his face was still that lazy. He felt that Long Chen's hand was like a heavy stone wall, unable to move at all. That's it. Long Chen yawned and showed disdainful eyes. In terms of strength, this steel gun is not as good as a black bear. Arrogant guy, let you 100,000 volt electric shock again. The steel cannon was irritated by Long Chen's disdainful eyes, and his mechanical arm suddenly burst into purple electric currents. Steel cannon, you are crazy, stop it. Dong Fenghong was shocked when he saw this and hurriedly shouted, 100,000 volts of electric current is one of the strongest capabilities of steel cannons, capable of electrocuting an adult man instantly. Although Dong Fenghong knows that Long Chen is strong, can he still be immune to lightning? But at this time the steel cannon has been dazzled by anger, and there is no plan to stop. The 100,000 volt current erupted into a dazzling purple light. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath, and Long Ming even clenched his fists. He regretted bringing Long Chen, in case he was seriously injured by the steel cannon, or even he would not forgive himself. Chapter 168, The Ruins Are Present. A strong purple electric current rushed into Long Chen's body along the steel gun mechanical arm, but the scene where everyone imagined that Long Chen spit out white foam and fell to the ground dizzy did not happen. Long Chen still stood on the spot, not even a trace of tremor, but the expression on his face had changed from laziness to a hint of interest. Interesting, but compared to my thunder ability, it's 1,000 miles away. Long Chen muttered to himself. The lightning released by his thunder ability can even directly chop a tier 5 evolutionary into ashes. And the 100,000 volts of the steel gun is at most effective for the first and second order evolutionaries, and even the third order evolutionary can't hurt it. He actually nothing at all. Everyone was shocked by Long Chen's performance. Under the current of 100,000 volts from the steel cannon, Long Chen didn't even change his face and didn't move. Okay, it's over. With a light push, Long Chen flew out of the steel cannon. After doing this, Long Chen turned around and sat back in his seat like an okay person. Everyone's eyes focused on Long Chen, but everyone dared to look down upon him. The strength of the steel gun is definitely in the top 3 among the crowd, but was defeated by Long Chen with one move. Who dares to look down upon? It took a full 5 minutes before the steel cannon walked in from the door embarrassedly. At this time, his consciousness had returned to normal, but he did not dare to look up at Long Chen. He really cast a psychological shadow on the latter. Humphrey. At this moment, Dong Fenghong gave a cold snort, got up from his seat abruptly, and patted the tabletop angrily. Gang Pao, you are really brave. You still dare to make a killer move with your teammates. If it weren't for the super strength of Brother Chen Long, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. You have been in the army for a few years. Can't you change your irritable temper? Captain, Steel Cannon couldn't refute it at all. He was angered by Long Chen's provocation just now, almost losing his mind. Looking back on it now, I am also terrified. If something happens to Long Chen, he is absolutely to blame. Captain, I know I was wrong. Please punish me. Steel Cannon lowered his head and said in a sincere tone, punishment is definitely unavoidable, but not now. When this mission is over, you will be fined for 1 month in confinement, and you will be tempered. Dong Fenghong snorted coldly, and Long Chen was taken aback when he heard the words task. Long Chen looked at Long Ming with puzzled eyes, and Long Ming said, in addition to getting to know your teammates this time, I will also bring you here for this mission. A reconnaissance team found an entrance similar to the ancient ruins on Zikong Mountain, and there are many weird creatures coming out of the entrance, and our special operations team is asked to investigate ancient ruins. After hearing what Long Ming said, Long Chen's heart suddenly moved. Before the end of the world, human beings had known the existence of ancient relics and were very keen to find them. Long Chen knew this. It can even be said that the origin of the end times is because a ruin in the western continent opened. The ruins were opened, the virus also spread, and the end times came. The ancient relics are a double-edged sword, which may bring about human evolution and even greater disasters. But this will not prevent people from exploring and researching the ruins. But that being said, according to the history that Long Chen knew, in the eastern continent before the end of the world, although people knew that there were ruins, they had never discovered one. In other words, this remains was the first to be discovered in the eastern continent. Then when are we going to perform the mission? Long Chen couldn't wait to ask. The ancient ruins still attracted him quite a bit. Long Ming didn't speak, but looked at Dong Fenghong. The latter was the captain. He had the final say when he set off. Dong Fenghong looked at the time, then said with a serious face, pack your things and get ready to go. Yes. Everyone shouted, and then they scattered to prepare. 10 minutes later, More than 10 people from the special operations team gathered downstairs, everyone fully armed except for Long Chen. He was not prepared for anything, so he seemed out of place in the crowd. But no one dared to say anything. They had all seen Long Chen's strength, and the latter really didn't need to make these unnecessary preparations. Boarding. Following Dong Fenghong's order, everyone got into a large armored vehicle, which was enough to accommodate a dozen people. Zikong Mountain is located near Banhai City, so they must pass through Banhai City first. As soon as the armored vehicles entered Banhai City, the huge noise attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, walking towards them one after another. Fire. Dong Fenghong's expression remained unchanged, which was clearly expected. On the roof of the armored car, a row of rocket launchers rose and shot towards the group of zombies. Just listen to the endless explosions. Hundreds of zombies were directly blown into pieces by artillery shells. But instead of scaring away those zombies, it attracted more zombies. The launch of the shells took time, but the zombies appeared one after another, which caused the armored vehicles to be surrounded by groups of zombies soon. Damn it, this is just outside Banhai City, why are there so many zombies? Dong Fenghong's expression finally changed. Long Chen had guessed some reasons. According to Dong Fenghong, after the opening of the Zikong Mountain ruins, many strange creatures appeared. If Long Chen is right, these strange creatures should be mutant beasts. Mutant beasts are generally stronger than ordinary zombies. After they enter Banhai City, those ordinary zombies can only be forced to retreat to the edge of Banhai City. That's why the situation now appears. Get off the car and clear these zombies. Dong Fenghong immediately ordered that the armored vehicle is now surrounded by zombies. If it is not cleared, the armored vehicle cannot move forward. Everyone took their orders one after another, opened the door of the car and attacked the zombies. The two mechanical arms of the steel gun, one became a steel shield. The other became a steel knife, offensive and defensive integrated. Each knife can easily kill an ordinary zombie. The black bear is more brutal, and his physical fitness has reached the level of a tier 1 evolutionary. These ordinary zombies can't even break his defenses, so he fights directly. Long Ling is a space power awakener, holding a dagger made of special material. She can flash behind these zombies every time, sealing her throat with a knife. Others, such as Long Ming and Dong Fenghong, shot. Bullets are still very effective against ordinary zombies. But Long Chen is the fastest to kill the zombies. His attack speed is very fast, and he can kill several zombies almost every second. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the nearby zombies were quickly wiped out. Everyone is exhausted and panting. The same is true for Black Bear and Steel Cannon. Only Long Chen does not change his face and his heart beats. Get in the car, Dong Fenghong said with a sigh of relief, and everyone opened the door to get on the bus. Long Ming was the closest to the door, so he was the first to walk to the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly screamed. Long Chen hurriedly looked towards Long Ming. His face suddenly changed. There was a zombie under the car, and it was biting on Long Ming's leg. Chapter 169. Long Ming is at stake. Not good. Long Chen exclaimed. A flash came to Long Ming's side and kicked the head of the zombie under the car. Long Ming staggered to the ground, looking pale at the wound on his leg. How did he not know that once he was scratched or bitten by a zombie, he would be invaded by the virus? Before long, he will also become a thoughtless zombie. Brother. Long Ling rushed to the side of Long Ming. When he saw the injury on his leg, Long Ling's pupils suddenly tightened. Dong Fenghong, Steel Cannon, Black Bear and others also showed sadness. Obviously these zombies were resolved, but they were recruited at the last moment. Sorry, fellow comrades, I may not be able to fight alongside you anymore. Looking at the injury on his leg, Long Ming gave a wry smile, and then looked at Long Ling. Xieling, after I went back, I said that I was sent to another place by the organization. Don't tell your sister-in-law the truth, and take care of her for me. Brother. Long Ling's eyes were red immediately, and 2 lines of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Long Ming helped her wipe the tears, and then looked at Dong Fenghong. Captain, shoot. As a soldier, even if you die, you must never harm others. Long Ming's eyes were full of firmness, and Dong Fenghong's face was painful, struggling to raise the gun in his hand. His gun hands were shaking. Long Ming had been fighting with him for 5 or 6 years. He watched Long Ming grow from a small soldier to a special forces captain. It is no exaggeration to say that Long Ming is regarded as his child. Now that he wants him to shoot his own child to death, how can he bear it? But if you don't kill, Long Ming will soon become a zombie, and then it will only be more painful. Sorry, Xiao Ming, I didn't take care of you. As soon as Dong Fenghong closed his eyes, he would pull the trigger. At this moment, Dong Fenghong felt his hands were empty. I opened my eyes and saw that my gun had actually appeared in Long Jun's hand. Qianlong, what are you doing? Dong Fenghong asked angrily. Long Ming will be invaded by the virus immediately, and it will only be more painful then. No one can kill him. Long Chen said coldly. A terrifying coercion swept this area. Everyone in the special operations team trembled at this moment, feeling like being thrown into an ice cellar. It's terrifying, murderous. Steel Cannon and the others all swallowed, their eyes filled with fear. They have been soldiers for so long, and they have also fought to kill the enemy, and the lives on their hands are not 100 or 70 or 80. But compared with Long Jun's killing intent, he couldn't even count as a fart. Brother Qianlong, let go. Once you have the virus, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Long Ming looked at Long Chen and said, because it is only the beginning of the last days, people have not yet developed a drug that can resist the virus. Long Chen squeezed his fists. If his mental strength returned to normal, his life floor would definitely be able to get rid of the virus in Long Ming's body. But unfortunately, there is no if. There must be a way. Since I still exist, I must be saved. Long Chen's mind was spinning quickly. There is no doubt that Long Ming is his father. If Long Ming died at this time, then he would definitely not exist. But he still exists now, indicating that it must be saved. But how can I save it? Long Chen now said that he was very crazy and couldn't think of a way. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Dong Fenghong and others sighed after knowing that he could not accept the facts. No matter how strong the strength is, what's the use? In the face of life and death, isn't it the same as an ordinary person? Brother Qianlong, get out of the way. If you stop us like this, Xiaoming will only suffer more. Dong Fenghong sighed and said, about to go around Long Chen. However, a light suddenly appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Relics, ancient relics. Yes, maybe you can find a way in the ancient ruins. Long Chen suddenly remembered, isn't the purpose of their trip just for the ancient ruins? In the ancient ruins, everything can happen, so getting rid of the zombie virus is not impossible. Thinking of this, Long Chen carried Long Ming on his shoulders and rushed in the direction of Zikong Mountain. Chen, Dong Fenghong and the others were all startled by Long Chen's actions. They just wanted to call him, but found out where he was still there. This speed is so fast. The cannon couldn't help sighing. So powerful and fast. He was completely convinced. Long Jun's current speed can even reach the speed of sound if he runs at full strength. So in less than half a minute, he showed up on Zikong Mountain with Long Ming. Roar! A beast roar sounded, and a huge lizard attacked Long Chen. Tier 3 mutant dragon lizard. Looking at this huge lizard, Long Chen was a little shocked. There actually appeared a third-order mutant beast, and it was also a mutant dragon lizard. Rumor has it that this mutant beast has the blood of a dragon. Of course, the authenticity of Long Chen is not clear. Dead. But Long Chen didn't have time to think about it so much at this time. He killed him casually, and then continued to run towards the interior of Zikong Mountain. He walked too quickly before, and he didn't even ask the location of the entrance to the ruins. Now he can only look for it slowly. At this time, Long Ming had fallen into a semi-coma under the invasion of the virus, and it took different time for each person to become a zombie from being poisoned. Although Long Ming is an ordinary person, his physique is very strong, so the speed of virus invasion will be relatively slow. But Long Chen estimated that at most 10 minutes, Long Ming would be completely assimilated by the virus. By the way, since those mutant beasts all came out of the ruins, they must know where the ruins are. Long Jun's heart moved, and then he set his eyes on the mutant beasts. Finally, he chose a fourth-order mutant ape. The primate mutant has a higher IQ, and the fourth-order mutant ape can roughly understand human language. Long Chen easily restrained the mutant ape, and then said coldly, "Take me to the entrance of the ruins, otherwise, die." The mutant ape was startled by the pressure of the king-level bloodline released by Long Chen, and hurriedly nodded. Under the leadership of the mutant ape, Long Chen quickly found the entrance to the ruins. This is a space gate, and the remains are in a different space. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping directly into the door of space. As soon as he stepped in, a scene change appeared before Long Chen's eyes. He found himself in a deserted mountain, and there was silence all around. Long Chen looked at Long Ming, who was on his shoulders. At this time, there was no more blood on his face, and some corpses were even faintly visible. Damn it, what kind of ruins is this? It's barren. Long Chen looked around. There was nothing at all. At this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in the void. Welcome to the Trial of the Dragon God. Chapter 170. Trial of the Dragon God. Who is speaking? Long Chen trembled suddenly and looked around. With his strength, he couldn't even feel the presence of aura around him. But the voice just now was real. It couldn't be a hallucination. Young man, Don't panic, I am the guardian of the trial ground, a place of trial. Long Chen was a little puzzled. Isn't this an ancient relic? But this is not the time to struggle with these things. Long Chen asked, towards the empty surroundings. I'm here for help. Can you help him get rid of the virus in his body? After Long Chen finished asking, the voice did not appear again. Just when Long Chen was disappointed, his voice finally sounded. As long as you can pass the trial, you can get a way to save him. Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. And there is a way. Okay, I accept the trial. Young man, don't rush to agree. I want to remind you that the Dragon God trial is very risky. Once it fails, the result will be death. You still have the opportunity to quit. The ethereal voice sounded again, but Long Chen looked impatient. I'm sure to accept the trial. Let's start now. Every second is precious to him now. Okay, then, young man. The trial begins now, and your goal is to successfully reach the Dragon Palace at the end. The ethereal voice fell, and a looming palace shadow appeared in the distance. It doesn't seem to be very far. Long Chen is confident that he will be there within 2 minutes. So he rushed towards the palace without hesitation. However, just a few steps after he ran out, a sudden change occurred. The ground in front and behind began to split, and then, mutant beasts emerged from the cracks. Mutated dragon lizard, wild dragon crocodile, crypt rock dragon, two-headed dragon flood. I rely on. Are there so many mutant beasts? Long Chen was stunned by these mutant beasts that suddenly appeared, and each mutant beast had at least tier 5 strength. Moreover, their names all carry a dragon character. Legend has it that they all have the blood of the dragon, which is more powerful than other mutant beasts of the same level. These mutant dragon beasts all surrounded Long Chen, preventing him from going to the Dragon Palace at the end. I'll just say, this Dragon God trial can't be that simple. Long Chen thought in his heart, but if it were just some 5th and 6th order mutant beasts, he still didn't care about it. Even if he couldn't use the ability, his current physical fitness was at the level of the 6th order Grandmaster. If coupled with the power increase of the domineering world, it can completely reach the level of the 6th peak. There is no difficulty in dealing with some 5th and 6th order mutant beasts. Dead. Long Chen yelled violently and punched the head of a 5th order mutant dragon crocodile. This punch used 10% of Long Chen's power, and the latter's brain burst suddenly, and he couldn't die anymore. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute is 1000. Ding. Pickup successfully, get defensive attribute 1000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the 5th order energy essence 1 is obtained. Ding. Pickup successfully, get experience points 80,000. These mutant beasts will also drop attributes and experience. After picking them up, Long Chen continued to rush towards the Dragon Palace. If it is normal, he will certainly not waste a good opportunity to gain experience. But now the situation is urgent. He must arrive at the Dragon Palace within 5 minutes to complete the trial. Call! Exclamation mark. A huge tail was thrown towards Long Chen, but he was grasped with one hand. This is a 5th order advanced mutant dragon lizard. Roll! Long Chen yelled violently, grabbed the mutant dragon lizard's tail and slammed it, and a deep hole was directly hit on the ground. The mutant dragon lizard bursts directly, dropping experience points and attribute points. Those who block me die. Long Chen yelled violently, and the powerful pressure of the king-level bloodline was released. He wanted to use this to scare off these mutant beasts, but unfortunately he failed. These mutant beasts have the blood of dragons, and are not afraid of the blood of the king-level titan of Long Chen. Since it can't be scared back, then a path has been broken. Long Chen rushed for a while, and all mutant beasts in front of him were savagely knocked off. Roar! A double-headed flood dragon stood in front of Long Chen, and his huge body made it impossible for Long Chen to go around. The two huge heads spit out the scarlet snake letter to Long Chen, which was just a double-headed snake before it mutated. And now, in the trial land of the Dragon God, he has been nurtured by the blood of the dragon and has successfully evolved into a dragon. A mutated double-headed flood dragon of the 6th level elementary dominates the world. Long Chen directly urged the hero to dominate the world. With a 6-fold increase in strength, Long Chen's knee punch power directly reached the level of a 6th order peak evolver. This punch hit one of the heads of the double-headed flood dragon, and the latter suddenly exploded, and the blood mist filled. The other head of the double-headed flood dragon suddenly roared in pain and anger, opened its blood basin and bite towards Long Chen. Strike you 7 inches. Long Chen's figure flashed, appeared on the back of the double-headed flood dragon, pinpointed the position, and blasted a punch. The life gate of a 7-inch snake is just as important to humans as the heart. Even if it has evolved into a flood dragon, it still cannot escape the fate of death. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 2500 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 3000. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience value 150,000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the 6th order elementary energy essence 1 is obtained. Looking at the more and more mutant beasts around, Long Chen's expression directly sank. These mutant beasts could not be killed at all. They kept emerging from the ground. Moreover, he tried desperately to stop him, and if he continued like this, let alone 5 minutes, he wouldn't be able to reach the Dragon Palace in half an hour. It can only be this way. A gleam of light appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and the Titan mark in his palm shone with a strong light. Titan mark, open it. A huge burst of energy surged in Long Chen's body, which was the power of the Titan. The mental power is exhausted, and it only affects abilities and laws, but it has no effect on the use of combat skills and bloodline power. The power of the Titan poured into his body, and Long Chen instantly turned into a giant more than 20 meters high. Even those giant dragon mutants are still a younger brother in front of him. Boom! Long Chen's big feet slammed on the ground, and the earth shook violently. Dozens of smaller mutant beasts directly flew out, and Long Chen ignored them and walked forward. The mutant beast that stood in front of him was trampled to death by him if he was not too big, and he flew to death if he was too big. Huh? Is this the breath of Titan? At this time, there was a sound of shock in the sky. That mysterious voice actually recognized the power of Long Chen's bloodline. It was just that Long Chen was busy opening the road, so he didn't hear it. Chapter 171. The King of Lanling who can play, never looks back. In less than half a minute, Long Chen was only 10 meters away from the palace. It can be reached in a few steps at most. However, before Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his back suddenly felt cold. In danger. Long Chen's face suddenly changed, which was a warning sign. He quickly turned around and suddenly saw a cold light shooting towards him. The speed was so fast that Long Chen couldn't even see what it was, and he was already in front of him. Roll! Long Chen yelled violently, and his huge fist slammed towards the cold light. After titanization, Long Chen was very big, and naturally his fists were also very big. The cold light compared with his fist, like a thin needle. However, it was such a thin needle that directly shook Long Chen back several steps. It's so powerful. Long Chen's face suddenly changed. The power of the attack just now has at least reached the level of the early king rank. Long Chen condensed his gaze and looked forward. A red figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. This is a humanoid monster, about the size of a normal person, covered with red scales, and 2 hands with sharp claws. The head is a dragon head, and there is a scaly dragon tail behind him. Half dragon? Long Chen thought in his heart, this is the place where the dragon god is testing, and the mutant beasts more or less have the blood of the dragon. And the humanoid monster in front of him, the blood aura on his body was much stronger than those dragon mutant beasts. It's the dragon blood warrior. Almost 10,000 years ago, he entered the dragon god trial land. He was also the first tester. Unfortunately, he failed. After his death, he was transformed into a dragon blood warrior and guarded the Dragon Palace. To really step into the Dragon Palace, you must defeat him. At this moment, the ethereal voice sounded again, answering questions for Long Chen. The challenger became after he failed. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, and the voice said that in addition to explaining his confusion, it was also warning him. If you fail, you will not only die, but you will not be at peace after death, and you will have to serve the place of trial for life and life. But I won't fail. Long Chen burst out of a powerful fighting intent. Not only would he not be defeated, he must also resolve it within a minute. Dead. Long Chen roared, mobilized all the power in his body, and blasted a full punch at the Dragon Blood Warlord. This punch used all the power of the Titans left in his body. The power can definitely be comparable to the full blow of a powerful early king class. Facing Long Chen's attack, the Dragon Blood Warlord burst into a scarlet light in his eyes. He kicked his legs. His body suddenly jumped, and kicked towards Long Chen's fist. Boom! Exclamation mark. In terms of body size, Dragon Blood Battle will be compared with the titanized Long Chen, just like a kitten and a 1.8 meter tall man. However, the power of this kitten is no less weaker than the 1.8 meter man. With his fists and feet touching, Long Chen took a few steps back again, but the Dragon Blood Warrior came to a gorgeous backflip in the air, landing perfectly. The true strength of this Dragon Blood Warlord is almost in the middle of the king rank. Long Chen took a deep breath. Without abilities, rules, and secrets trident, he was already very reluctant to deal with a king-level early stage, let alone a king-level mid-stage. Moreover, the power of Long Chen Titan was exhausted at this time, and his body returned to its original shape again. Without the power of Titan, his combat power is greatly reduced. This is just as Long Chen was thinking about the way to oppose the enemy. he suddenly found a sword shining with cold light standing beside him. He remembered, this is the cold light that attacked him just now. It was actually a sword. And it looks good in texture, and he has been confronted with the titanized, but there is no damage at all. But at this time Long Chen was not attracted by its material, but he felt a sense of affinity from the sword. Not because he knew the sword, but because sword intent. A sharp light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. During the trial in the Hushan Tower before, he obtained the sword intent from the White Sword Repairman. Originally, Long Chen thought that he was not used to using swords, and this ability was wasted. But now, it seems to come in handy. Sword intent is a kind of artistic conception. It does not require mental power, only a sword is enough. Thinking of this, Long Chen grasped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, the sword began to tremble violently, as if it had met a family member whom he hadn't seen for many years. Excited call! Exclamation mark. At this time, the Dragon Blood Warlord had rushed to Long Chen, and the sharp dragon claws slashed towards him. Pong! A metal collision sounded, and Long Chen held a sword to block the dragon claw attack. Obviously, I have never used a sword, but now I feel very comfortable. Long Chen sighed in his heart. Sure enough, sword intent was the lifelong desire of a sword repairman. This sentence is true. Although Long Chen used a sword for the first time, he felt that he was better at using swords than those swordsmen who had practiced hard for decades. One trick, solve you. With a sword in hand, I have the world. This is Long Chen's current state. He closed his eyes, and illusory but real energy poured into the sword in his hand. This is the sword intent. Long Chen wants to use the trick that the white-clothed sword repairman had used in the Hushan Tower. Jian Yi Huachi. Roar. A roar containing the charm of Dragon Yin came from the mouth of the Dragon Blood Warlord. Although he is only a dead thing now, the instinct of his body can still feel the dangerous aura emitted by Long Chen. He knew that if he didn't take this opportunity to kill Long Chen, he would only die. The Dragon Blood Warlord was instantly filled with scarlet blood all over his body. His aura instantly increased several times, and even touched the threshold of the late king stage. Have you used a big move? Unfortunately, you still have to die. Although Long Chen closed his eyes at this time, he could still see the situation of the Dragon Blood Warrior, because at this time the sword is him, and he is the sword. Suddenly, Long Chen opened his eyes abruptly, as if countless sword auras appeared in his two eyes. Cut. There is no name of the move, only one cut, because of the sword intent. You don't need a name, just kill the enemy. A half-month sword aura shot out from the sword, containing a powerful force, slashing towards the Dragon Blood Warrior. Roar. The Dragon Blood Warlord also roared, and instead of retreating, he took the initiative to rush towards the sword light blade. Success leads to life, failure leads to death. He wants to break the net with Long Chen. Unfortunately, he is not worthy. The sword intent light blade pierced the air directly through the body of the Dragon Blood Warrior. UI even blasted the mutant beasts that survived behind. A series of attribute points and experience points burst out, and they were unceremoniously accepted by Long Chen. Then, he walked in the direction of Dragon Palace without looking back. Just like a sentence in a game called Besticide, King Lanling who can play, never looks back. Chapter 172. Absorb Dragon Blood. Dragon God Bloodline Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 5000 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get defensive attribute 4500. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get speed attribute 3000. Ding. Successfully picked up, and gained experience points 900,000. Ding. Successfully picked up, and obtained the 7th Order Energy Essence 1. Soon, the system prompt sounded. At the same time, the Dragon Blood battle behind him will be divided into two from the middle, leaving no corpse. Of course, Long Chen never looked back from beginning to end. He just carried Long Ming into the palace. The palace is not very big. There are many pillars around, and the pillars are carved with lifelike dragons. In the innermost part of the palace, there is a black stone dragon statue. I don't know why, but he knew that it was just a statue. But Long Chen still felt flustered. There is a feeling that I dare not look directly. I have come to the Dragon Palace. Is it a complete trial? Long Chen shouted towards the surroundings, and soon the ethereal voice sounded again. Young man, congratulations, for being the only person who has passed the Dragon God trial in these tens of thousands of years. At the same time, you will also gain the Dragon God inheritance. This time Long Chen actually heard the direction of this voice. He looked at it quickly, and was shocked. The sound came from the statue, and although the statue was still motionless at this time, there was light in both eyes. Seeing that Long Chen was looking at him, the two groups of light unexpectedly emerged from the statue, and then turned into a ghost of a dragon. You are really a dragon. Long Chen's eyes widened. No one knows whether there are dragons in this world. Although many people vowed to say that there must be dragons, they could not provide evidence. Long Chen was also dubious about this. Even if he had seen Jialong Xiaohai, he didn't fully believe it. After all, Xiaohai was only mutated from a python. But at this time, he really saw it with his own eyes and had to believe it. Young man, don't be surprised. The dragon race does exist, but that was before. Since the catastrophe millions of years ago, the dragon race has completely disappeared in this world. The remaining ones are just mixed with a trace of dragon blood. Half-blood Yalong, Shenlong Zhuiying seemed to have seen what Long Chen was thinking and explained to him. And I, now am just a broken dragon soul. I stay alive just to guard the place of the dragon god trial. Fortunately, you finally show up. After passing the trial, you will also gain the dragon god's inheritance. I don't care about the inheritance. I just want to know how to save him. Long Chen pointed to Long Ming on his shoulder and said, at this time, Long Ming only had a trace of life left. Once the vitality is completely cut off, he will not be saved. If Long Ming died, it would be useless to gain any inheritance. If I read it right, he should be infected with the virus. Dragon Soul looked at Long Ming and said. Long Chen nodded quickly. The virus has entered his body. There is only one way to save him, and that is to change his blood. As he said, the Dragon Soul suddenly stretched out a paw and pointed towards the center of the palace. There was originally a pit there, and when the Dragon Soul pointed it, a scarlet liquid suddenly poured out. The liquid quickly filled the pit, forming a pool of blood. That is the dragon blood pool. You put him in it, and the dragon blood will actively enter his body, replace his blood, and transform his physique. He can also be a blessing in disguise and possess the blood of the dragon god. Hearing Dragon Soul's words, Long Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly put Long Ming into the blood pool. As soon as the dragon blood stained Long Ming's skin, it poured into his body, and Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it. He suddenly remembered that when discussing with his aunt about his father, the aunt had said that the reason why Long Ming called himself the undefeated dragon was because he had entered a ruin and obtained the dragon bloodline. It was this dragon bloodline that made his strength soar, and he became one of the peak powers at the beginning of the last days. Could it be that this is the relic that auntie said? But father can come here to accept the exchange of blood because of himself. Could it be that I am destined to travel through this era? In history, I am destined to travel through it. Long Chen thought in his heart that it would be impossible to pass the trial and obtain the dragon god bloodline if he only relied on Long Ming's own power. So why did he still get it in history? Could it be that the appearance of Long Chen was destined by heaven? In this way, Long Chen's journey to the beginning of the end times did not change history at all, but conformed to history. Could it be? Is history really unchangeable? Long Chen suddenly clenched his fists. If this were the case, it would be impossible for him to save Dugaleniyu by revising history. Just when Long Chen was thinking about this, the Dragon Soul suddenly floated to Long Chen's side and said leisurely, young man, you should also enter the dragon blood pool. Your bloodline is now at the king level. You can be promoted to the king level after absorbing the dragon blood. Forget it. Let him change the blood. Long Chen shook his head, and Long Soul quickly said, don't worry about this. This person is just an ordinary person and can only digest half of the dragon's blood. If there is more, it will be bad. You can absorb the other half by yourself. Hearing what Dragon Soul said, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a bright light. It is impossible to say that you are not interested in this dragon blood. This is true dragon blood. Very nutritious. Originally worried that it would delay Long Ming's exchange of blood, but since Dragon Soul said so, then he didn't have to worry. Thinking of this, Long Chen jumped directly into the blood pool, and then began to run the blood-devouring magic power. Suddenly, the surrounding dragon blood turned into pure bloodline power, pouring into Long Chen's body. After a full 10 minutes of refining and absorbing half of the dragon blood in the blood pool, Long Chen opened his eyes. Imperial bloodline. Feeling the power of the blood in the body, it is many times stronger than before. The most important thing is that there is still Long Wei in his blood. If he encounters mutant beasts with low bloodlines, the dragon power he releases is enough to scare them to death. Suddenly, if Long Chen felt something, he looked at the palm of his right hand. There was originally a mark of the Titan, which contained the power of the Titan. But now, the mark of Titan was swallowed and replaced with the mark of Dragon God. Do I have the power of the Dragon God? Long Chen was shocked, and he hurriedly touched the Dragon God's mark like he opened the Titan's mark before. The next moment, he found that his whole body was covered with a layer of scarlet scale armor, and his two hands were also turned into dragon claws. A tail grew behind his butt. Although he couldn't see his appearance, Long Chen felt that he should look the same as the Dragon Blood Warrior before. Is this Longwu? Chapter 173, Give birth to a child, and consider you a godfather. Host, Long Chen. Level, midterm of Tier 6 Grandmaster. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline Dragon God Bloodline. Power, 510000510000. Speed, 505000505000. Agility, 50646905064690. Defense, 508500508500. Spirit, 105 million. Skills, Master Knife, Cat Shadow Magic Step, Domination of the World, Devouring Blood Magic Skill, King Kong Domination Body, Poseidon 7 Style, Sword Intent. Abilities, Earth Ability LV7, Mind Power Ability LV7, Thunder Ability LV8, Mirror Ability LV6, Time Ability LV9, Royal Beast Ability LV6. Laws, Law of Life LV1, Immortal Body, Law of Water LV1, Law of Kendo LV1, Law of Space LV1. Experience value, 7 million. Feeling full of power. Looking at the attribute table provided by the system, Long Chen was very excited. The irrigation of dragon blood not only improved the power of the blood, but also improved his physical fitness. His current physical fitness has reached more than 5 million, and he has already stepped into the threshold of the 6th tier intermediate. Moreover, the Imperial Dragon bloodline also brought him a lot of improvement. If the previous Titan bloodline only brought him an increase in strength and defense, it reduced his agility. So the current Dragon God bloodline has brought him all-round improvement. When he was transformed into a dragon, his strength could increase by nearly 10 times. After Longwu, even if he didn't use any abilities and laws, Long Chen was sure to fight against the powerful in the middle and late King level. If other methods are added, he will not be afraid at all below the Imperial level. Ha ha ha, young man, congratulations, for successfully obtaining the Dragon God bloodline. At this time, the Dragon Soul laughed, awakening Long Chen from the surprise. It's all thanks to seniors. Long Chen hurriedly gave a fist to the Dragon Soul. Although his personality was arrogant, it was for him. The Dragon Soul gave him the blood of the Dragon God, so he deserves his respect. No, it's all thanks to yourself. I just give you a chance. You have grasped it. Dragon Soul shook his head and continued. I even said I have to thank you. I don't remember how long I have been in this trial place, just to find someone destined. Now that you have finally appeared, my task has finally been completed. The face of the Dragon Soul unexpectedly showed a humane emotion. It is just a ray of remnant soul, but in order to protect the trial ground, it survived forcibly, and has been trapped for 1,000,000 years. Senior Dragon Soul, you said that you can get the Dragon God Legacy after completing the trial. So what is the Dragon God Legacy? Long Chen thought of this suddenly and hurriedly asked. The Dragon Soul blinked, revealing a pure expression. Inheritance is the blood of the Dragon God. Haven't you already obtained it, Long Chen? Okay, I was so excited, I thought the Dragon Blood Bond was just a bonus. It turned out to be the main course. Originally, if you were the only one to enjoy this pool of dragon blood, the Dragon God bloodline would be stronger, but unfortunately, you are evenly divided with that human, which means that your Dragon God bloodline only has half. Hearing the words of Dragon Soul, Long Chen was slightly startled, and half of the Dragon God's bloodline could already be ranked as the Emperor. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if it had a complete Dragon God bloodline? But Long Chen did not regret sharing this pool of dragon blood with Long Ming. After all, the latter was his father. If Long Ming dies, no matter how powerful he is, it will be useless. Seeing that Long Chen's expression was indifferent, Dragon Soul couldn't help but nod to himself. If others knew this, they would definitely regret it. But the young man in front of him didn't change his face. He was really generous. He woke up. The Dragon Soul suddenly said, and Long Chen quickly looked at the pond. There was no dragon blood in the pool at this time, and it had all been absorbed by Long Chen and Long Ming. Long Ming got up from the pool and looked around with a dazed expression. Is this hell? It turns out that people really go to after death. Long Ming muttered to himself. But Long Chen couldn't help but laughed out loud. Don't worry, you are alive and well. With me, it will be hard for you to die. The familiar voice came to his ears, and Long Ming hurriedly looked towards Long Chen, suddenly showing a look of surprise. Brother Chen Long? Am I really not dead? Long Ming hurriedly looked at his arm. His face suddenly changed. At this time, his arm was covered with scales. Am I still a zombie? But it's not right. How can scales grow when you become a zombie? And shouldn't it be unconscious to become a zombie? Long Ming looked dumbfounded. Long Chen also looked at the Dragon Soul with some wonder, because red dragon scales appeared on Long Ming's arm and face. But the head did not become a dragon head. The hands did not become dragon claws, and the dragon tail did not grow behind the buttocks. He is different from you. He was originally just an ordinary person, so he can't completely control the dragon god bloodline for the time being, so that's why when he can truly master the dragon god bloodline, he will be able to retract and unwind freely. Dragon Soul explained with a smile. Long Chen had been accustomed to these since he originally had a king-level Titan bloodline. But Long Ming was different. Before that, he was just an ordinary person, unable to grasp the dragon god bloodline at all. Although Long Chen understood, Long Ming still had a dumbfounded look, especially after seeing the Dragon Soul. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Long Ming is a native of Longo, and the people of Longo have come from the descendants who are called dragons. But in recent years, more and more people of Longo have questioned the existence of dragons. Even he didn't believe it that much, but now, a legendary dragon appeared in front of him and he had to believe it. Long Chen sighed, and it took more than half an hour to finally explain the cause and effect to Long Ming. So, Brother Chen Long, you saved my life again and helped me get some dragon god bloodline. I really don't know how to repay you. Long Ming gave a wry smile. He and Jing Yan saved Long Chen only once, but were saved by the latter 3 or 4 times. This makes him a little embarrassed. You really want to repay me? You will have to make your child better in the future. Long Chen thought for a while and said. Long Ming was a little puzzled when he heard the words, but didn't ask much, just nodded. After I give birth to a child, I will recognize you as a godfather. When Long Chen heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Recognizing yourself as a godfather is probably the only one in the world. Long Chen didn't want to talk about this with Long Ming anymore, so he planned to say goodbye to Dragon Soul. But as soon as he said his farewell words, the Dragon Soul suddenly stopped him. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, your mental power in the world is exhausted, right? Chapter 174, The Last Gift of the Dragon Soul. If I'm not mistaken, your spiritual power in the world is already exhausted, right? Dragon Soul asked. Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. This senior Dragon Soul was really amazing, and he could even see through his spiritual world. But he didn't hide it either, and nodded directly. The trial is over, and there is no need for me to exist. Before I disappear, I plan to give you a gift. What gift? Long Chen asked, but he had already guessed something faintly. Does Dragon Soul have a way to help him restore his mental power? Dragon Soul smiled and looked at Long Chen without answering, but after circling a few times in the air, he rushed towards Long Chen directly. Brother Chen Long. Long Ming was shocked when he saw this, thinking that the Dragon Soul wanted to be against Long Chen. Long Chen's face was indifferent. He could feel that the Dragon Soul did not have a hint of malice, and he had already guessed what the gift Dragon Soul gave him. It's itself. The Dragon Soul itself is a ray of remnant soul. It intends to transform itself into pure spiritual power to supplement Long Chen. Wow! A loud dragon chant came from the mouth of the Dragon Soul, and it flew directly into Long Chen's eyebrows. At this moment, Long Chen felt his head almost exploded. But he held it back forcibly, and the spirit of the sea of consciousness that had been exhausted, was now filled with pure spiritual power. Even more and more spiritual power forcibly expanded Long Chen's spiritual consciousness a few times. It took a full half an hour before the tide of spirit finally stopped. Long Chen's mental attributes at the moment had already reached 15 million points, close to the level of the 6th order peak. Senior Dragon Soul, thank you, Long Chen said in his heart. He didn't stop the Dragon Soul, because he knew that the task of the Dragon Soul was to wait for the inheritor of the dragon in this trial ground. Now that the task has been completed, there is no need for him to exist. Even if it doesn't turn into mental power to supplement oneself, it will immediately dissipate in the world. Let's go, Long Chen said to Long Ming, and Long Ming nodded, and the two left the Dragon God ruins. As soon as they left the door of space, they saw the people from the Dongfeng Hong Special Operations Group, who also saw them, and was taken aback. Especially when he saw Long Ming with scales on his face and arms, he immediately became alert. They thought that Long Ming had become a zombie. Captain, don't worry, I haven't become a zombie, Long Ming hurriedly explained. Seeing that Long Ming could still speak, he knew them. Dongfeng Hong and others suddenly turned from alert to shock. How is this going? Brother. Long Ling teleported to Long Ming's side and hugged him. She thought that Long Ming was dead, and she was sad for a long time. Although Long Ming looked strange now, at least he was conscious and knew them. As long as he is still that Long Ming, it doesn't matter what he becomes. Xiao Ming, what is going on with you? Dongfeng Hong finally recovered, but still asked with an incredible expression. Long Ming took a deep breath and talked about the trial of the Dragon God roughly. Of course, because he was in a coma during the whole process, he actually didn't know much. Long Chen didn't intend to explain more to them. After a few casual words, The group returned to Jiangqing. On the way, they encountered another wave of corpses besieged. But this time, Long Chen didn't make another move, and most of those zombies were solved by Long Ming. This scene stunned everyone again. Originally, Long Ming could only be considered the bottom of the team in terms of combat effectiveness, but now, he has burst out of such a strong strength. Killing hundreds of zombies with one person is too scary, isn't it? Only Long Chen smiled without talking. Long Ming absorbed half of the dragon blood in the blood pool. In addition to the power of the bloodline being raised to the imperial level, his physical fitness also jumped from ordinary to the level of a tier 4 evolutionary. Dealing with a group of ordinary zombies that are not even considered advanced zombies is just like playing. When leaving the Dragon God ruins, Long Chen also gave the energy essence that burst from the 5th horde of mutant beasts to Long Ming. Although Long Ming currently only has a tier 4 level, because he has the blood of the Dragon God, he can completely absorb tier 5 energy essence. As for the 6th and 7th order energy essence, Long Chen kept it for himself. The 5th order energy essence has no effect on him, but the 6th and 7th order effects are not small. Back at Long Ming's home, King Yan was also taken aback when he saw Long Ming's appearance. Long Chen quickly explained, when Long Ming can control his power, he will be able to return to his normal appearance. After hearing Long Chen's reply, King Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't think Long Chen would lie to herself. But it's easy to scare people when you go out in this way. I plan to ask people to create a mask to cover their face, Long Ming said thoughtfully. Mask? Hearing the word mask, Long Chen suddenly remembered something. People 300 years later have never seen the true appearance of the undefeated Dragon God, only know that he has been wearing a dragon head mask. Originally, Long Chen was still thinking about why this was the case. After all, the same human peak powers, Tao Master Qin Yan, Emperor Xin Yao and others did not. Only the undefeated Dragon God was so mysterious. Now I finally understand that at first it was just because I couldn't control my dragonized state. As for why it continued to be like this afterwards, Long Chen guessed that he was used to it. Even this guy is probably doing this just to pretend to be handsome, and from the perspective of Long Ming's character, this possibility is very high. Brother Chen Long, what kind of mask do you think I should wear to be cool and handsome? Sure enough, Long Ming soon came to solicit Long Chen's opinion. If people 300 years later knew that the invincible Dragon God, who generally exists in their minds, wears a mask just to pretend to be handsome, what will they think? Make a dragon head mask. After all, you are now the inheritor of the Dragon God. Long Chen said. Long Ming nodded immediately. Yes, it makes sense. I immediately sent someone to create a cool dragon head mask. With that, Long Ming left the house in a hurry, leaving behind everyone who rolled his eyes. Hey, I don't know when he will mature. This character is like a child. Jing Yan sighed, and Long Chen looked at his future mother and smiled. Perhaps he will truly mature when he has a child. Looking at King Yan, Long Chen suddenly flashed a look of reluctance in his eyes. Although he had no memory of his mother since he was a child, blood is thicker than water. He felt this way when he first saw Jing Yan. Even at this moment, he had an urge to stay. But this impulse was quickly suppressed by him. Not to mention that history allows him to stay. Even if it is allowed, he cannot stay in this era, because after 300 years, there are still many things that he needs to do. So Long Chen took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his unwilling feelings. Leaving. Chapter 175, History cannot be changed. Go away. Jing Yan was shocked when she heard Long Chen's words. Why are we leaving? What are we doing badly? Jing Yan asked quickly. I don't know why. She always feels reluctant to Long Chen. No, it's none of your business. I have one thing to do. One thing that must be done. Long Chen's eyes were full of firmness. Although he had guessed that history might not be able to be changed, it is impossible to save Dugaleniyu by revising history. But he will not give up, and he will not give up until the last second. Jing Yan originally wanted to persuade him, but seeing the firmness in Long Chen's eyes, he still didn't say anything. I respect your choice, but don't you plan to tell Long Ming separately? No. You just need to tell it for me. Long Chen shook his head, and Long Ming would definitely persuade him to stay at that time, which would be very troublesome. Now that you have decided to leave, you should break it, and break it without leaving a trace of thought. Okay, I will tell him. Jing Yan nodded solemnly. She was very smart and understood Long Chen's meaning. Long Chen took a deep look at Jing Yan before leaving. He first returned to his residence, which was arranged by Dong Fenghong, where Huixin, Huayfei and Jiajian lived. Brother Chen, wherever you go, we will go. When they learned that Long Chen was leaving, all three of them said they would follow. Long Chen gave a wry smile, hesitated for a moment, and told them what he had come from the future. In the face of Long Ming and King Yan, he left without explaining. But Huixin and Huifei are different. They have become their own women and are responsible for them. I know it is difficult for you to accept it at the moment, but this is the truth. No, we believe, Huixin said with a serious face. In fact, we have long guessed that you have an extraordinary background. You are too powerful and too mysterious. It's not like people in this world at all. Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, but he underestimated this Naz's IQ. But it must be not just them. Long Ming, King Yan, Dong Fang Hong and others must have such speculations faintly. But they could not guess that Long Chen came from the future. I came from 300 years later, in order to save a beloved woman. I ended up hitting and bumping to the present. Long Chen didn't conceal it, but told it all. When they learned that Long Chen still had a beloved woman, a lonely color flashed in the eyes of the two women. But then it was hidden. Brother Chen, can we travel back with you? Jia Jian asked unexpectedly. But Long Chen shook his head. Not to mention that he can take others to travel together with his current ability. Even if he can, with the physical and mental power of the three of them, they can't bear the load of traveling through time and space. People who don't understand the power of time will only be wiped out if they are forced into the tunnel of time and space. All traces of his existence may even be erased. Then, shall we never see each other again? Huixin's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears rolled in her eyes. After these 2 days of contact, she and Huixin's feelings for Long Chen deepened. No, there is still a chance. Long Chen shook his head and said, I can tell you that as your strength increases, your lifespan will also increase. It is not impossible to live 300 years. You just follow Long Ming. 300 years later, we may still have a chance to see you again. After Long Ming lived to 300 years, Long Ling also lived to 300 years later, and the latter even maintained his 20-something appearance. This shows that she will definitely have an adventure in a few years' time, and obtain the beauty of beauty. Let the three of Huixin follow Long Ming and Long Ling. Maybe they will see each other 300 years later. Brother Chen, I will definitely cultivate well, and also, I will take good care of the two sister-in-laws. Jia Jian said solemnly, and Long Chen patted him on the shoulder and nodded. He still trusts Jia Jian very much. Chen Long, this is for you. Huixin suddenly took out a jade pendant from her pocket and handed it to Long Chen. This is my ancestral property. I will leave it to you for safekeeping now. You must return it to me 300 years later. Long Chen took the jade pendant and broke it gently, and the jade pendant split into two immediately. Long Chen put half in his pocket, and the other half returned to Huixin. 300 years later, recognize this. Also, Chen Long is just my pseudonym, and my real name is Long Chen. I hope we can see you in 300 years. Long Chen. Huixin's three people murmured Long Chen's name, and looked up again, only to see that Long Chen had disappeared. Huixin rushed to the window like she was crazy, but she couldn't see Long Chen at all. The tears that surrounded his eyes finally couldn't help but fall. I will wait for you, definitely. Huixin held the half-jade pendant tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Long Chen appeared in Banhai City with a spatial teleportation, and the feeling of being able to use the law of space is really cool. It's time to leave. Long Chen took a long breath and abandoned all the reluctance in his heart. The 9th level time ability to travel through time and space is too reluctant, and it has to be promoted. Long Chen thought in his heart. Fortunately, in the trial land of the Dragon God, he gained a lot of experience points when killing those mutant beasts and dragon blood warlords, which was enough to upgrade the time ability. Consume 6.4 million experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV10. It is detected that the time ability is full, and it will automatically advance to the law of time. Hearing the system prompt, Long Chen's eyes suddenly flashed. Sure enough, the time ability after 10th level is automatically advanced to the rule. At this time, a mysterious artistic conception was automatically generated in Long Chen's mind, and his understanding of time suddenly understood a lot. Sure enough, history cannot be changed, and the future cannot be wait and to see. It is the essence of this world. After comprehending the law of time, Long Chen finally confirmed that there is no shortage of changes in history. History can wait and see, but it cannot be changed, because it has already happened. The future cannot be wait and see, but it can be changed because it has not happened yet. These are all natural rules. Even if he had the law of time, he couldn't fight against the will of the world. Unless, when his strength is strong enough to defeat this heavenly way, he can go against the sky. Since history cannot be changed, then change the future. If you can't change the future, then change this day. In any case, Len can't die. Len are you? I am in Boding, and God can take it away, I said. Long Chen's eyes flashed crazily, and he roared to the sky. At this moment, the sky changed color. Chapter 176. the trouble should end. It take a deep breath and the law of time starts to work. Unlike the time when it came, now the time ability is promoted to the law of time, and the time and space shuttle is even easier. The surrounding scenes began to change rapidly, as if they were playing a video with dozens of times the speed. Long Chen felt as if a century had passed, but it seemed that only a moment had passed. He reappeared in the wilderness. Beside him lay Dougal Niu, whose vitality was fading away. Time, before returning to time. Everything seems to have never happened. But only Long Chen is very sure that all that has indeed happened. Leng Yi, I will definitely save you. Long Chen picked up Dougal Niu, urging the law of time to freeze Dougal Niu's time. With Long Chen's current control over the law of time, without the other party resisting, she could freeze her time for about half an hour. Long Chen's figure flashed, and the next moment, he instantly appeared in the Huangjai Hall of the Dragon Temple. He can only pin his hopes on his aunt Long Ling. Long Ling has lived for more than 300 years, well informed, and perhaps there is a way. Long Ling was originally meditating in the Imperial Palace, but suddenly she felt spatial fluctuations nearby. She also understands the laws of space and is naturally extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. And when she turned her head to look around, she happened to see Long Chen holding Dougal Niu in the hall. Too late to be surprised that Long Chen even understood the law of space. Long Ling hurriedly focused on Dougal Niu's body. What happened? Long Ling frowned and asked quickly. Auntie, Leng was injured by a zombie general and he is in danger. You must save her. Long Chen put down Dougal Niu and said anxiously. Long Ling grabbed Dougal Niu's hand, closed her eyes and began to feel it. After a few breaths, Long Ling opened her eyes again, frowning. You mean, she was injured by a zombie general? Yes. Long Chen nodded quickly, looking at Long Ling's expression. He should have heard of Jiang Chen. This is a bit difficult. Leng still has the power of the law of death of the zombie generals in his body, constantly devouring Leng Yu's life. Unless the power of this law of death can be eliminated, Leng will eventually be unable to escape. Long Ling said with an extremely serious expression. The black energy in Dougal Niu's heart is the law of death. The law of death? Although Long Chen had never heard of the law of death, he knew from the name that this was also a law, and it was never easy to eliminate. Auntie, why can't my law of life eliminate it? Long Chen hurriedly asked. Both are laws. Why is his life law invalid? Do you understand the law of life? Hearing Long Chen's words, Long Ling was shocked, but immediately shook her head. Perhaps your life law is too low level to fight against the general's law of death. Hearing that, Long Chen's heart moved. Indeed, his own law of life is currently only one level. But now it is too late to advance to the law of life. For the current plan, there may be only one way. Long Ling groaned. Any solution? Hearing that there is still a way, Long Chen quickly asked. You must tie the bell to untie the bell. The only one who can save Leng Yu is the Zombie King General. It is said that the Zombie King and the generals are capable of reaching the sky, so I can only visit it myself. Long Ling said. But in fact she didn't know what to do, because it is rumored that the zombie generals have existed hundreds of thousands of years ago, and their strength can reach the sky, even surpassing the Emperor. Even she was not sure whether she could handle it. But for Dougal Niu, she still had to take a risk. No, Aunt, I have already accepted the minister, Long Chen said suddenly, shocking Long Ling. She scratched her ears incredulously, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Seeing Long Ling so shocked, Long Chen gave a wry smile. According to the general, he had suffered severe injuries, and his strength was not 1 in 10, so in fact, he was probably only about the Emperor rank, and he was taken away by me with the Hushan Tower. Long Chen explained that Long Ling was relieved. She had heard that Long Chen had taken the trial tower away, but she didn't say anything. After all, the entire Dragon Temple belonged to Long Chen, not to mention a trial tower in a small area. Then you quickly take me into the tower, Long Ling said. Long Chen shook his head. The Hushan Tower was damaged and couldn't bring people in, so I had to go in by myself. But in case, Long Ling was a little worried. But Long Chen showed a relieved smile. In the Hushan Tower, I am invincible, so don't worry. Hearing Long Chen's words, Long Ling had no choice but to agree. Long Chen directly took out the Hushan Tower on the spot. Before entering, Long Chen suddenly looked at Long Ling. Auntie, I want to ask you a question. What is the problem? Long Ling was taken aback for a moment. What's the problem at this time? 300 years ago. Did you and my father know someone named Chen Long? Hearing Long Chen's question, Long Ling's complexion was slightly stagnant, revealing the color of thinking, and shook her head a few seconds later. I don't know, but I seem to have some impression of this name. What's wrong? Long Chen sighed. In fact, after comprehending the law of time, he knew about it. About his history 300 years ago, it has been erased. From the moment he left, There was no such person in history. Nothing, just ask. Long Chen said casually, then turned into a light and shadow and entered the Hushan Tower. Inside the Hushan Tower, there was a figure sitting side by side. It was the Zombie King, the general. A spatial fluctuation flashed by, and Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside the general. If the latter felt a bit, his closed eyes slowly opened. You are quite at ease. Long Chen looked at the general with a smile and said, It's okay. I have been trapped in Scarlet Castle for tens of thousands of years, and I have long been used to this feeling. Also, I know you will come to me. Jiang Jin's tone was still so calm, as if nothing could change his mood. Why see? Because this little girl has the power of my law of death in her body, no one in this world saves her except me. Sure enough, as Long Ling said, the only one who can save Dugalin Yu is the general. Since you know everything, then I won't go around in circles. You save Leng Yu and I will let you free. How about this deal? Long Chen said coldly. Not so. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. I don't mind staying here for tens of thousands of years, but you are short of time now, so this transaction is not reasonable. Then what do you want? Long Chen stared at the generals. Jiang Chen also looked at Long Chen, his mouth slowly opened, and said word by word. I want you. Chapter 177, I want your blood. Hiss. Long Chen suddenly took a breath, and the chrysanthemum couldn't help but tighten. You are a pervert, I didn't expect you to be bent. Long Chen looked at the general with a disgusting look, and at the same time was measuring in his heart whether he would use his body to exchange Leng Yu's life. The Chin's face sank for the first time, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. I mean, I want your blood. Huh, scared me. It's not easy to ask for blood, just tell me, how much? Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With his current immortal body, as long as he doesn't shed his blood, nothing will happen. Jiang Chen did not speak, but held out a finger. 1 liter? Long Chen asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. 100 liters? Long Chen swallowed. Is this killing him? However, Jiang Chen still shook his head, and Long Chen's face suddenly sank. You can't speak, what's the point of selling here? Long Chen yelled angrily, but Jiang Chen's expression was still as flat as ever. Bowl. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face, and Long Chen was taken aback, wondering if he had heard it wrong. When did this guy become so good? He only needs 1 bowl. Just 1 bowl. So simple. Yes, just 1 bowl, but 1 bowl a day. Jiang Chen said with his charming smile, and Long Chen almost couldn't help but want to beat him up. Of course. The premise is to win. Because I just thought he had become a good zombie. It turned out that this guy planned to drink Long blood. 1 bowl a month. Long Chen began to bargain with him. 1 bowl in 2 days. 1 bowl in half a month. A Monday bowl. Deal. Long Chen smiled wickedly and played bargain with me. Are you afraid that you don't know the wicked name of my previous life in the vegetable market? Well, now that the price has been negotiated, shouldn't it be time to leave? Pay the deposit first. A bowl of blood. Jiang Chen said, this guy hasn't been alive for tens of thousands of years, and he still knows to pay a deposit. Long Chen reluctantly, with a big move, a small bowl appeared in his hand. Anyway, Jiang Chen just said a bowl, but didn't say how big a bowl was. Regarding Long Chen's careful thinking, Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but watched Long Chen's blood drip into the bowl. Suck. Your blood seems to be different from before. You actually reached the Emperor rank, and there is a dragon rhyme. What is going on? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. He only heard that Long Chen's bloodline reached the king level not long ago, but now he has jumped to the royal level, and he still has the breath of the dragon clan. Long Chen just smiled mysteriously without explaining. You control so much, isn't it better for you to improve my bloodline power? Indeed. Jiang Chen nodded, then sipped the blood in the bowl very gentlemanly like drinking red wine. Long Chen was impatient immediately, and he pushed the bowl directly, and all of the bowl of blood immediately entered the general's mouth. Almost choked at him. It's obviously a zombie, pretending to be a gentleman. Long Chen gave the general a white look. The latter was a little angry, but thought that Long Chen would have to supply him with blood in the future, so he endured it. Go out. Jiang Chen licked the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and said. Hearing this, Long Chen hurriedly notified Tearing Awa to let them out. Long Chen didn't worry about this guy playing tricks. After all, there is the Huangjai temple outside, with Long Ling sitting in it. In the Imperial Palace, Long Ling stared at the Hushan Tower suspended in the air with a nervous expression on her face. Long Chen is currently the only male in their Long family. If something goes wrong, the Long family will be over. Suddenly, there was a wave of fluctuations from the Hushan Tower. 2 lights and shadows swept out of it, turning into 2 figures. One of them is Long Chen, and the other is a middle-aged man with a gentle face. Long Ling's eyes were fixed on the general, and she could feel that the general was exuding a powerful aura that made her fear. If the general is in his heyday, Long Ling would consider herself not his opponent. Jiang Chen also looked at Long Ling and nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, in this era, there are people who can cultivate to the emperor level, but I look down upon you a bit. Long Ling just wanted to speak, but Long Chen directly pushed Jiang Chen to the side of Zhuge Lianyu. Don't pretend to be forced here, give her treatment quickly. Long Ling saw that Long Chen treated a zombie king who had lived for tens of thousands of years so rudely. But the latter had no temper at all, and she was ashamed. At the same time, I was sighing in my heart. He is indeed the son of the eldest brother. He is different. Jiang Chen came to Zhuge Lianyu's side, and put one hand above her body. In the next moment, black energy floated out of Zhuge Lianyu's body, and all returned to the general's body. Just when Long Chen thought it was over, Jiang Chen frowned. Something is difficult. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Long Chen's heart that had just put down suddenly raised again. What do you mean? Don't you mean that only you can save her in this world? Seeing Long Chen so anxious, Jiang Chen still looked lazy. Don't worry, I just said it was a bit difficult, but I didn't say there was no way. It may have been too long. The power of my law of death has been completely integrated into this Niz's internal organs and countless cell genes. If it is forcibly removed, she will die immediately. So, there is only one way now. Any solution? Long Chen asked quickly. That is to input part of the original power of my law of death to her, so that she can control the power of death in the body. But the price is that she can only become a zombie like me in the future. After speaking, Jiang Chen seemed to be afraid of Long Chen going crazy, so he quickly added another sentence. Her consciousness and memory are all normal, but her body will become a zombie body. Then she can drink blood for a living? Long Chen frowned and asked, if this is the case, I'm afraid Zhuge Lianyu won't be happy even if he survives. Only the lowest level zombies live by sucking blood. She gets a part of my original power, which is equivalent to the second generation zombies second only to me. For her, sucking blood is just a means to improve her strength. Moreover, after becoming a zombie, there are also many benefits. Her body can live forever and stay young. I think the latter should be quite attractive to women, right? Hearing what the general said, Long Chen fell into deep thought. If it is as he said, then the benefits of becoming a zombie are indeed quite big. But Long Chen worried about what little tricks the generals would use, such as controlling Leng through the power of death. But it seems there is only this way. There is no way. I can only take care of the present. As for the future, when I become stronger, maybe there is a way. Long Chen thought in his heart, and then made up his mind. Okay, then do as you said. Chapter 178, The Law of Death. Cold Moon becomes a zombie. Jiang Chen once again put his hand in the air on top of Zhuge Lianyu's body. But this time it was no longer to absorb the black energy in her body, but to import it. Countless black auras condensed in the general's palms, forming a dark sphere, and a terrifying breath of death immediately swept the entire Huangjai Hall. Even Long Chen, who has the law of life, couldn't help feeling a trace of heart palpitations at this time. No wonder his life force could not expel the power of death in Zhuge Lianyu's body. The law of death that the generals had understood was already so high. Ding! It is detected that there are pickup attributes near the host. Do you want to pick it up? At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Long Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he quickly looked over. I saw a small black light ball falling out of the black ball in the palm of the general. Pick up. Long Chen quickly picked up the small black light group. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the fragment of the law of death won. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the law of death LV1. Sure enough, what fell from the black sphere was the fragment of the law of death. At this time, in Long Jin's body, half of the energy ball that originally represented the law of life was suddenly blackened. It has become a half black and half white eye diagram. Life and death were originally two contradictory attributes, but at this time they peacefully appeared in Long Jin's body. Ha ha ha, doesn't it mean that I can control a life and death at will now? Let him live and live. Let him die and die. Long Jin's heart was full of pride. This feeling of controlling life and death was really cool. Ahem. Just when Long Chen was extremely excited, a violent cough suddenly sounded. Long Chen hurriedly reduced his mind and looked towards Zhuge Lianyu. I saw that Zhuge Lianyu, who had been unconscious, had opened her eyes at this time, and her eyes had already turned silver. Long Chen knew that this was the change brought to her by the law of death. The minister input part of the law of death origin to Zhuge Lianyu, which is equivalent to the latter directly gaining the power of the law. The silver pupil zombies that Long Chen encountered in Liulai Ancient Town and Scarlet Castle before obtained the power of the law of death directly from the generals and were called second-generation zombies. The weakest of the second-generation zombies also has the level of the middle king. In other words, the current strength of Dugaleniyu has been directly promoted from the 5th order peak to the mid-level king. Call. The Minister General let out a sigh of relief, and his face began to turn pale. After all, forcibly cutting off a part of the original law is also not a small waste to him. Otherwise, if you could casually create a second-generation zombie with mid-level king strength without paying a little price, the general would have ruled the world a long time ago. Every time a second-generation zombie is created, the generals need to cultivate for a long time. Well, I have saved people. I hope you can remember your promise, and in a week, I will come to you again. Jiang Chen said in a weak voice, then spread a pair of wings behind him and flew away directly outside. He is very weak now. His strength is greatly reduced. Do you want me to take action? Long Ling looked at Long Chen and asked, but Long Chen directly shook his head. No, I can feel that the generals seem to have no malice towards us. Even after this time, we might still be friends. One more friend is better than one more enemy. What's more, the general is not a fool. He can see your strength but is still not afraid, indicating that he must have full confidence to leave. If you can't catch him, you will easily force him to be our enemy. After listening to Long Jun's words, Long Ling was a little surprised. Long Chen could think of so much, and take precautions, which she didn't even think of. It seems that this nephew of my own is really not easy. Not only is he talented, but also his brain is so powerful. In this way, he can trust him with the future of the Dragon Temple. Leng, how do you feel? Long Chen didn't know that Long Ling was thinking so much at this time, so he hurried to Dugaleniyu's side and helped him up. Dugaleniyu looked at Long Chen, with familiar feelings in her silver eyes, finally letting Long Chen breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jiang Chen had not deceived herself, and Dugaleniyu still retained her previous memories and emotions. Didn't I die? Why is it okay? And my strength has improved so much? Dugaleniyu looked astonished. After Long Chen hesitated for a while, he still told Dugaleniyu everything. When it was learned that Long Chen had negotiated terms with the Zombie King General for his own sake, Dugaleniyu was directly touched. I asked Jiang Chen to transform you into a second-generation zombie without your consent. You won't blame me? Long Chen asked nervously. After all, no one wants to become an inhuman zombie, right? You are to save me. How could I blame you? And I don't care if I am a zombie. As long as I can remember you and see you, it's fine. Dugaleniyu said with a blushing face. After all, this kind of remarks are only spoken by couples. She and Long Chen have not confirmed the relationship yet. Leniyu. After hearing Dugaleniyu's words, Long Chen was very moved. He intends to take this opportunity to confess directly, letting him know what happened before, that accidents and tomorrow are both possible. They should cherish the present and the people they care about. But just when Long Chen was ready to speak, Long Ling coughed dryly. Ahem, you two have to choose a place if you like it. Don't you see there is a light bulb here? Long Ling looked at Long Chen and Dugaleniyu with a bitter expression on her face. These two guys are so bad, showing affection in front of their single dog. Long Ling directly interrupted Long Chen's hardworking emotions, and it seemed that the confession was about to be postponed again. After all, such an important matter can't be said casually. Hey, when will you find me an uncle so that I won't be afraid of eating dog food? Long Chen smiled. Dugaleniyu came alive, making him feel good, and couldn't help teasing his aunt. Long Ling gave Long Chen a straight look. Do you think the old lady doesn't want to, or pretend that the undefeated dragon god is alive these years? There is no chance to find it. Walk around, all go out. I'm going to retreat. Don't look for me if it's okay. I'll be looked for if there's anything. So angry that Long Ling drove the two out directly. Looking at the closed gate of Huangjai Hall, Long Chen put away his hippie smile. Aunt has paid too much for the Dragon Temple, and she must improve her strength as soon as possible to take over this responsibility that should belong to her. In the next few days, Long Chen played around with Dugaleniyu during the day and practiced quietly at night. 5 days have passed. Long Chen pinched his fingers, and the generals should come to him to drink blood in 2 days. Hey, I don't know if I am gone, can that guy find me? Long Chen suddenly had a bad idea in his heart. Chapter 179, Re-entering the frontier battlefield. In fact, Long Chen had already planned to go to the border battlefield to gain experience, but he temporarily put it aside because of Dugaleniyu. So he told Dugaleniyu his thoughts. I want to go with you too. but recently Master asked me to retreat with her to help me understand the laws of space. Dugaleniyu said lonely. Although she now possesses the power of the law of death, the spatial ability is her main method. What Longling possessed was the law of space, and it was more appropriate for her to guide Dugaleniyu. I don't want to hold you back and let you take risks for me again, so I must improve my strength, Dugaleniyu said firmly. Long Chen also respected her decision. Although he was confident that he could protect Dugaleniyu, it would be a good thing if the latter could be stronger and let her follow Longling. It will be safer. So Long Chen found Longling again and explained his thoughts. Well, the frontier battlefield is indeed a good place for experience, and there are more ancient ruins there than in the eastern continent. However, according to reports from the front line, the Dark Council seems to be planning some big move. Recently, their offensives have become more intense. You must be careful, Longling exhorted. She didn't let Long Chen stay, because she knew that fighting was the best way to improve her strength. The children of their Long family are definitely not flowers in the greenhouse. Next, Long Chen found Long Qiu and Bai Xiao and said goodbye to them. Xiao Hai was left by Long Chen by Long Qiu's side. With its P-Claw level strength, it should be no problem to protect the two little girls, Long Qiu and Bai Xiao. The fact that Long Chen killed the Qini Undergun for the Dragon Kwai had spread to many superpowers, and it is estimated that they would not dare to put their ideas on the Dragon Kwai. After making all preparations, Long Chen went directly to the frontier battlefield. This time he didn't take the transportation anymore, because no matter how fast he called the transportation, it was not as good as his space law. One step was 1,000 miles. Although the frontier battlefield is quite far away from the ancient city of Yandu, at the speed of Long Chen, it only takes a dozen breaths to arrive. Okay. As soon as he approached the frontier battlefield, Long Chen could hear a roar that was powerful and bloody. Sure enough, as my aunt said, the offensive on the western mainland is getting more and more intense. With a move in Long Chen's heart, he could feel that there were several powerful auras on the battlefield at this time. This kind of breath even surpassed the 6th rank and reached the king rank. When Long Chen was on the frontier battlefield before, Lord-level mutant beasts only appeared occasionally. But now, just by watching from afar, Long Chen found a dozen Lord-level mutant beasts. There are even a few horrible existences that have reached the Beastmaster level. Beastmaster rank, that is, the king rank among the strong humans. And mutant beasts in the same level are generally stronger than human evolvers, especially the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster has a strong physique. Generally speaking, only 2 ordinary king-level powerhouses can kill a Beastmaster. And generally at the level of the Beastmaster, their wisdom is no longer much lower than that of humans. If they encounter hard stubble, they will not choose to fight to death. If a Beastmaster wants to escape, it is difficult to keep him unless his level is much higher. Therefore, these Beastmasters on the battlefield can have a very big impact on the battle. However, when I am here, your good days will come to an end. A ruthless color flashed in Long Chen's eyes. All the soldiers listened to the order, let me charge and kill the enemy. In a certain area of the battlefield, Li Ji had red eyes, holding an alloy war knife and slashing the zombies and mutant beasts in front of him. He served as a centurion in the Yanlong Legion, overseeing 100 brothers who had been battle tested. But such frequent wars recently caused heavy losses to his men, with less than half remaining, making him very angry. Although Li Ji is only a centurion, his strength has already reached the 6th Order Grandmaster level. If he didn't care about fame, he would have become a general with his exploits and strength. But his wish is to encircle the border and encircle the tens of thousands of people in the eastern continent behind him. Kill, kill, kill. The blood of each brother aroused Li Ji's anger, and he slayed the zombies and mutant beasts regardless of fatigue. The red-eyed Li Ji didn't know that he had been spotted. A giant eagle that was several times larger than an ordinary eagle uttered a grimace. His wings shook, and he rushed in Li Ji's direction. 2 cold claws grabbed Li Ji. Come on, come on. Li Ji also found the mutant giant eagle, but he did not realize the gap between himself and the giant eagle. Holding an alloy sword in his hand, he severely slashed the claws from the mutant giant eagle. Pong. However, with a crisp cracking sound, the alloy sword slashed on the claws of the giant eagle, and was smashed by the latter abruptly. What? Li Ji's face suddenly changed. At this time the giant eagle's claws were less than 10 centimeters away from him. Li Ji subconsciously threw himself to the ground, only to see how he escaped. However, the mutant giant eagle would not let him go. On the contrary, avoiding the giant eagle's attack made it even more angry. It is a dignified Lord's Pinnacle level iron-clawed eagle. It is only 1 step away from becoming the Beastmaster. How can it not even kill such a weak human? The iron-claw eagle raised up to the sky and let out an angry cry. and continued to dive down towards Li Ji. The Iron Claw Eagle is extremely fast, like an arrow penetrating the clouds, shuttled in the air, bursting into the air. But in an instant, he appeared in front of Li Ji, and Li Ji, still sitting on the ground, had no time to dodge. The sharp claws gradually enlarged in front of his eyes, and a look of despair flashed in Li Ji's eyes. He is not afraid of death, he just feels unwilling to die like this. He should stay and kill more zombies and mutant beasts. Brothers, here I am. Li Ji's face was very calm, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. Since the moment he decided to stay on the frontier battlefield, he was always ready to die. However, just when the claws of the Iron Claw Eagle were about to touch Li Ji and tear him apart, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! The figure raised both hands, and even directly grabbed the two sharp claws of the Iron Claw Eagle. Brother Li, you haven't waited until the day when the border battlefield is truly peaceful. Are you really willing to die? At this moment, the figure turned his head, and the familiar face and familiar voice came into his eyes and ears. Long Chen looked at him with a smile. His mouth moved slightly. Fortunately, I am not late. Chapter 180. A good place to brush experience. Long Chen. Looking at this familiar face, Li Ji was stunned. Wasn't he killed by Murong? Although the incident of Long Chen's uproar at Kinyandogwan spread throughout major cities, people on the border battlefield did not know about it because of the frequent wars recently. Li Ji didn't even know that Long Chen was still alive. Although shocked, Li Ji immediately remembered his current situation, and there was a pinnacle Lord-level Iron Claw Eagle in front of him. Long Chen, run quickly, that mutant beast is a pinnacle Lord-level Iron Claw Eagle. Li Ji quickly reminded, but Long Chen was calm. Is it a pinnacle lord? I am barely qualified to be my little brother. Li Ji wanted to say, eldest brother, let's pretend to have to choose the time and place. Alright, the Iron Claw Eagle is next to it. At this time, the eagle eyes of the Iron Claw Eagle were looking at Long Chen with resentment. Does this guy dare to chat with others in front of him? And dare to say that he is barely qualified to be his little brother? Uncle and auntie can't bear it either. The Iron Claw Eagle suddenly let out an angry eagle babble, trying to tear Long Chen into pieces with a sharp claw. But soon it found a problem. Long Chen grabbed his two paws, and the most important thing was that they couldn't pull them out. The anger in the eyes of the Iron Claw Eagle suddenly turned into a daze. Little bird, being my little brother, I will spare your life. How about? Long Chen looked at the iron-clawed eagle, and a harmless smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. How is it? How about your uncle? I am a noble Iron Claw Eagle. How can I be your little brother to a humble man? My iron-clawed eagle just starved to death. I jumped from here and died here. I will never call you big brother. Oh my god, it smells so good. Finally, under Long Chen's smiling education, Iron Claw Eagle decided to abandon the dark and turn to Ming, and signed a soul contract with him. Li Ji's eyes widened and his mouth grew wider, unable to calm down for a long time. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. A pinnacle Lord-level iron-clawed eagle was violently beaten by Long Chen with two claws. The Iron Claw Eagle hadn't half the strength to fight back, and was severely thrown to the ground by Long Chen and ravaged. Finally, he abruptly beat the proud eagle to tears. That's right, those who know the current affairs are handsome. Long Chen touched the Iron Claw Eagle's head. The latter, under the control of the beast guarding ability, did not dare to resist at all. Are you really Long Chen? Li Ji was stunned for more than 10 minutes before finally regaining his senses. He couldn't believe his eyes. He even wondered if he was already dead. All this was an illusion before death. Even if Long Chen is really not dead, how long has passed since? Less than a month. Is he strong enough to conquer a P-Clawed level mutant beast? Brother Li, are you scared, stupid? I can't recognize it anymore. Long Chen stretched out his hand and squinted in front of Li Ji, wondering if he was frightened. But you were killed by Murong, and why did you become so powerful? Li Ji was still dubious. Although the character and appearance of Long Chen in front of him were exactly the same as before, the improvement of his strength was too fast. It's hard to say a word. I escaped from Murong's hands. However, because of various accidents appeared in the Western continent, I had some adventures there, so my strength became much stronger. Long Chen briefly recounted his own experience, and Li Ji was stunned. Brother Li, now is not the time to talk about this. I have to help kill those zombies and mutant beasts. I will let this Talon Eagle follow you. It will protect you. After all, Long Chen didn't care whether Li Ji accepted it or not, so he flashed and entered the depths of the border battlefield. Earth domain. Gravity field, suppress me. Long Chen shouted violently, and the Earth domain was released. Suddenly, the gravity of an area began to rise sharply. Hundreds of low-level zombies and mutant beasts were directly crushed into pieces of meat. On the battlefield, the Earth domain is the most useful. Ding. Successfully picked up, and gain strength attribute 90. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defensive attribute 80. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 95. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 1000. Ding. Pick up successfully, get energy essence 10. One by one, the experience value and attribute points were collected into the body, so that Long Chen's various physical indicators were constantly improving. Sure enough, the border battlefield is the best place to gain experience points and attribute points. Long Chen was overjoyed. There are not many other border battlefields, that is, there are many zombies and mutant beasts, and there are tens of millions when they appear. In Long Chen's eyes, these are all properly experienced babies. Rumble. Just when Long Chen cleared an area and planned to change place to continue to learn experience, suddenly, there were thunderous sounds not far away. Okay, Long Chen has thunder ability, so he is very sensitive to thunder and lightning attributes. So he looked in the direction where the thunder came from, and saw that not far away, a dark cloud suddenly condensed in the sky. Thousands of thunder and lightning descended from the dark clouds, blasted on the ground, and directly emptied the zombies and mutant beasts within a radius of 100 meters. It's for human reasons. It's kind of interesting. Long Chen squinted his eyes, and he could clearly perceive that it was definitely the attack method of the thunder element awakened, a domain-level combat technique. Unexpectedly, he could meet other awakened people who had realized the power of the domain here, and Long Chen was suddenly curious. Presumably, the Thunder Awakener had similar goals as his, both intending to go deep into the battlefield and use domain powers in areas where there are no human fighters. But Long Chen's purpose is to gain experience points, and the latter should only be to kill zombies and mutant beasts. Go and see. Thinking of this, Long Chen teleported directly within the Thunder domain. Soon, he found a figure. It was a woman, and her face should not be too old. She looked like she was in her early 20s. Because she was facing Long Chen, she couldn't see her specific appearance. But just looking at the back, you know that this woman is absolutely beautiful, with a slender figure, 3,000 silver hair like snow, scattered on her shoulders. The woman was wearing a purple dress robe, surrounded by endless thunder. From her as the center, within 100 meters, there was no one who could stand except Long Chen. Ding. Pick up successfully, and gain strength attribute 100. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 150. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 10,000. Ding. Pick up successfully, get energy essence. Looking at the small light groups that only he could see, Long Chen unceremoniously picked them up. At the same time, she silently praised the purple skirt beauty in her heart. What a good person who makes selfless dedication. Chapter 181, Purple Robe Woman, Purple Electric Tyrannosaurus. This woman may have reached the pinnacle of control of the Thunder's abilities, and she is not far from comprehending the laws of Thunder. Long Chen gave a secret compliment in his heart. At present, his Thunder ability level is 8th, but he has not obtained the Thunder domain skills, which shows that the Purple Robe Woman's Thunder ability is better than Long Chen currently. Could it be from Lzong? At present, Long Chen knew that all of Lzongs were the awakeners of Thunder ability. The strength of this purple-robed woman should at least reach the level of the 6th order peak, and it is not impossible to even possess the strength of the king. After all, she hasn't done her best yet, and Long Chen can't perceive her specific strength level. Just when Long Chen was going to say hello, suddenly, a beast roared. Long Chen stopped immediately, because he saw a behemoth rushing towards the purple-robed woman not far away. This is Purple Tyrannosaurus. Seeing the huge creature covered with purple thunder, a name appeared in Long Chen's mind. Purple Electric Tyrannosaurus, the existence of the Beastmaster level, is a powerful creature that has existed in ancient times. In the past, Long Chen had taken a drop of essence blood of Purple Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which contained a trace of dragon blood, which directly raised his blood power to a high level. It's so predestined. If it swallows its blood, the bloodline power should be improved. Long Chen thought in his heart, but he didn't plan to shoot directly, because the purple Tyrannosaurus did not find him. Instead, he rushed toward the purple-robed woman, presumably attracted by her thunder. Lzong is suspected of being a king-level powerhouse, and a beast king who also controls the power of the thunderbolt. Long Chen wants to see who is better. At the same time, you can see how the purple-robed woman really is. Purple Electric Tyrannosaurus really attracted you. A wicked smile was drawn at the corner of the purple-robed woman's mouth, and it seemed that her purpose was to attract the purple electric Tyrannosaurus. Wow! The purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex made a roar with a trace of dragon chants, and an electric arc spurted from its mouth. "Ha! Play thunder and lightning with me?" The purple-robed woman snorted coldly, did not retreat but moved forward. Her fist was covered with endless thunder, and she smashed the arc with one punch. Then the offensive continued unabated, and the thunder struck, turning into a flash of lightning and instantly appeared in front of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex. Leaping into the sky, the Thunder God fist hit the purple electric Tyrannosaurus head fiercely. "Your energy essence, this lady wants it." The purple-robed woman yelled violently, and the Thunder God fist slammed the purple electric Tyrannosaurus head firmly. However, something embarrassing soon happened. The purple electric Tyrannosaurus seemed to have no pain at all, and a disdain flashed in his eyes. "It's like saying, human beings, are you tickling me?" It seems that the strength of this little girl is around the early stage of the king level. Although it is at the same level as the purple power Tyrannosaurus, the latter is the Beast King with the blood of the dragon. The body is strong, too. Long Chen commented as he watched the battle. He almost looked for a bucket of popcorn and watched it. The purple-robed woman seemed to be irritated by the disdainful eyes of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus. Her face was full of anger. "Then eat me another thunderstorm." Endless thunder poured into the right arm from the purple-robed woman, and finally condensed on the fist. Boom! Exclamation mark. The endless thunder burst out, and the huge countershock force directly shook the purple-robed woman out. The purple electric Tyrannosaurus just shook his head and seemed a little dizzy. It seemed that the purple-robed woman's attack was not ineffective against it. Wow! The purple lightning Tyrannosaurus was completely angered by the purple-robed woman, and the endless thunder instantly turned into a lightning dragon. "Oh, bloodline ability?" Long Chen suddenly showed an expression of interest. This purple Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed a trace of dragon blood, so he used the power of thunder to simulate their shape of a real dragon to attack. Although it only contains a trace of dragon's breath, it also possesses tremendous power. This little girl shouldn't be able to stop her. Her strength lies only in the thunder ability, and her physical fitness is probably only at the level of tier 6. Long Chen thought in his heart. In fact, this purple-robed woman is a pity. If the purple electric Tyrannosaurus was replaced by another Beast King, she would not be so embarrassed. But you should know that the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus has an ability called the Thunder Master. That is to say, all the lightnings below it are invalid. On the contrary, it will provide it with energy to play thunder and lightning with the purple electric Tyrannosaurus. This little girl is not worthy. Wow! The Thunder Dragon rushed towards the purple-robed woman, and the sound of breaking through the air was mixed with a dragon chant. The purple-robed woman's complexion changed drastically, and she could feel that she could not handle this move. The purple-robed woman quickly turned into a flash of lightning and fled towards the distance. However, the Thunder Dragon had already locked the purple-robed woman under the control of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus, and the latter didn't even want to escape. Thunder Dragon was faster than the purple-robed woman, and soon caught up with her. Just when the Thunder Dragon opened its big mouth to devour the purple-robed woman, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Thunder Dragon. It was Long Chen, a fellow human being, who should help when facing a different race. So, he came to the little master. "Get out!" Long Chen yelled violently, and a punch mixed with endless thunder slammed on the head of Thunder Dragon. Boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the Thunder Dragon exploded, and a strong wave directly engulfed Long Chen and the purple-robed woman. The air wave generated by the explosion of the Thunder Dragon alone is enough to blow up the evolutionary below the king level into powder. Even if they were both kings, they would never dare to insist. Without hesitation, Long Chen held the purple-robed woman in his arms and blocked the powerful explosive wave for her. Bang! The two fell to the ground severely, and Long Chen took a deep breath. The power of the Thunder Dragon was too strong. It's also because his King Kong domineering body is already at full level, otherwise he might not be able to bear it. "Hey, can you get up first? It makes me so uncomfortable." Just when Long Chen was secretly frightened, a weak voice rang from below. Only then did Long Chen remember that the purple-robed woman was still under her body. And to be immortal, this posture is quite awkward. Long Chen hurriedly got up and looked at the purple-robed woman, only to realize that this was indeed a beauty with superb looks. Not even worse than Dugaleniyu. Of course, in Long Chen's heart, Dugaleniyu has additional points, so Dugaleniyu is still better than her. Long Chen just wanted to ask the Zipow woman's name, but the latter spoke before him. "Be careful." The purple robe woman's face changed, and she pointed to Long Chen's back and exclaimed. Long Chen hurriedly turned around and saw an electric arc shooting towards him, and it was the purple Tyrannosaurus that shot the arc. Chapter 182, behead the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex. Not good. Long Chen was startled, and slapped the purple robed woman's right shoulder with a palm, who flew out directly. Almost instantly, the arc also bombarded Long Chen's body. The ground was suddenly stirred up with dust and smoke. Benefactor. The purple robed woman received a palm from Long Chen, but was not injured, but fell to the ground. She knew that Long Chen didn't use any force at all, just to shake her apart. But after suffering the arc attack alone, the purple-robed woman's eyes suddenly turned red. The benefactor saved himself twice and even gave his life for it. Benefactor, wait, I will avenge you. The purple-robed woman suddenly burst into endless thunder, announcing her anger. But the next moment the purple-robed woman's killing intent suddenly dissipated. Only because the billowing dust began to dissipate, a purple figure appeared in sight. After the dust and smoke completely dissipated, the purple-robed woman's face suddenly changed when she saw the purple figure in the form of Thunder. Thunder God is born. Isn't this a thunder combat technique only a father can do? The purple-robed woman looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. At this time, Long Chen had already turned into a thunder element. The moment the arc hit him, Long Chen turned on the thunder elemental incarnation, turned into thunder, and escaped the arc's attack. Long Chen regained his human form and looked at the purple electric Tyrannosaurus with scorching eyes. How dare to attack him? It's really playing a lantern in the toilet. Looking for shit. Come on. Long Chen stretched out his hand, and a blue trident appeared out of thin air. Holding the trident of the sea god, Long Chen burst out a terrifying aura and rushed towards the purple lightning tyrant dragon. Dead. Long Chen yelled violently, flashed in front of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex in an instant, and the sea god trident suddenly stabbed. The purple Tyrannosaurus Rex could feel the power of Long Chen's move, and did not dare to resist it, spit out a huge thunderball. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Poseidon trident stabbed on the thunderball, and bursts of powerful air burst out suddenly. Zzz. Countless bolts of lightning poured into the sea god's trident and quickly spread to Long Chen's body. A ridiculous color flashed in the eyes of the purple dragon. Don't you know that metal conducts electricity? Facing the ridicule of the purple Tyrannosaurus, Long Chen didn't change his face. Just when countless lightning bolts were about to pour into Long Chen's body once again turned into a thunder element. Do you like playing video games? Then I will play with you. Long Chen snorted coldly, and a black lightning shot out from his sword fingers. This is what he thought suddenly, the law of death into thunder and lightning. There should be unexpected effects. I would like to call it, Thunder God of Nation. The purple electric Tyrannosaurus looked at this lightning with disdain, and had no plans to defend. In its view, all lightning levels lower than its own will have no effect on itself. However, the disdain in purple Tyrannosaurus' eyes quickly changed and turned into panic. The black lightning hit one of its forearms, and the latter suddenly began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye. The eyes of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex were suddenly full of panic and strangeness. If it could speak, it would definitely shout out at this time. How is this possible? The rate of decay was very fast, and in a short while its entire forearm turned into withered bones. Even Long Chen felt abnormally shocked. He didn't expect that a trick he thought of suddenly would have such a powerful force. This god of nation thunder will be another big killer for me. Long Chen sighed, looking at the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex. Facing the rot of the forearm, it finally felt the threat of death. So a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he cut off the forearm directly. Is it interesting to survive with a broken arm? Long Chen sneered, but unfortunately, it was still going to die. After the arm was broken, the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus turned around to escape. It had already felt the threat from Long Chen. I want to run. Have you ever asked this, uncle? Long Chen snorted coldly, and pieces of red dragon scales suddenly grew all over his body. A dragon tail began to grow behind his ass. It is the dragon skills that the dragon god bloodline gave him. Boom! Exclamation mark. The breath of the dragon mixed with the blood of the dragon instantly swept away, and the steps of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was desperately running away, stopped. The huge body began to tremble violently. Dragon god's bloodline, this is the real dragon breath. How much stronger than the dragon breath of purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Directly suppressed the latter to make the legs soft. Dead. Long Chen shouted violently, with Long Yin in his voice. He directly put away the Poseidon trident, and the arm that turned into a dragon claw was directly inserted into the head of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Originally its extremely hard skull, under Long Yin's claws, was like tofu, easily penetrated. In the whole process, the purple Tyrannosaurus dared not resist at all. Long Chen, who has the blood of the dragon god, is equivalent to his ancestors. Facing the ancestors, where can it dare to resist? Blood-devouring magic power, swallow me. Long Chen hurriedly urged the blood-devouring magic power, and the blood of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly turned into the power of pure blood and poured into Long Chen's body. Long Chen showed a look of enjoyment. Swallowing the entire body of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex can also increase his bloodline level a lot. Bang! The blood of the whole body was absorbed, the purple electric Tyrannosaurus was killed directly, and the huge body crashed to the end. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 8000 is obtained. Ding! Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 8500. Ding! Pick up successfully, get experience value 1,500,000. Ding! Pick up successfully, get Beastmaster Energy Essence 1. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the Thunder Rule Shard 1 is obtained. After picking up the various attributes and experiences dropped by the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex, Long Chen was immediately happy. There are actually fragments of the lightning law. No wonder this purple Tyrannosaurus is so powerful. It turned out to have realized the lightning law. Whether to fuse thunder law fragments, fusion. Long Chen nodded, and the next moment, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. This is absolute control over thunder and lightning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunder Rule LV1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the Master of Thunder. Any thunder with a level lower than you will have no effect on you. Long Chen was secretly excited about this harvest in his heart, and a shadow walked to the body of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was the purple-robed woman who seemed to be searching for something. Hey, why doesn't this purple electric Tyrannosaurus have no energy essence? The purple-robed woman showed doubts and searched it 5 or 6 times before finally showing a disappointed expression. The energy essence of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex is of great help to the awakeners of lightning attributes. Long Chen was secretly laughing on the sidelines. It was strange that you could find it. He was taken away by the Little Master a long time ago. Chapter 183, The Daughter of Thunder Emperor Uck. Finally, the purple-robed beauty sighed, gave up looking for the energy essence, and walked to Long Chen's side. Thank you for saving me twice. My name is Lian. How about you? The beauty in the purple robe looked grateful. The boy in front of him not only saved himself, but also used his body to block the attack for himself in a critical moment. This is so far the only person besides his father who treats himself so well. It's okay, it's just a matter of effort. My name is Long Chen. Long Chen had an indifferent expression. He didn't pay attention to a mutant beast, a Beastmaster. Are you Long Chen? Long Chen from the Dragon Temple? Lian suddenly showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. You know me? Long Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't seem to know this person. Forced into Qinian Doguan, angrily killed Chen Jingshan, the descendant of the Chen family, and spurred the undefeated dragon god to shoot himself. With such a record, I'm afraid that few people don't know you. Lian showed a strange smile. There was some war intent in Long Chen's eyes, but then it dimmed. But you seem to be much stronger than the legend. I originally wanted to find time to challenge you. Now it seems that you don't need it anymore. Haha, is it okay? Long Chen scratched his head and was complimented by a beautiful girl. He was still a little embarrassed. The two talked for a long time, and Long Chen also learned a lot from Lian. He guessed right. Lian was indeed from Ilzong, but what he didn't expect was that her identity was not simple yet. It turned out to be the biological daughter of Emperor Ting, the Lord of Il Sect. Ilgo, you are the daughter of Thunder Great. So how are you this year? Hearing Long Chen's question, Lian suddenly rolled his eyes. Are you a straight man? Don't you know that the age of a girl is the biggest secret? 21 years old. But Lian quickly told her age. But Long Chen didn't believe it. Emperor Thunder has existed 300 years ago. As his biological daughter, how can you be only 21 years old? But when you think about it carefully, it seems that his father was also 300 years ago, and his age is still younger than Lian. Thinking about this, Long Chen was relieved. Seeing Long Chen's expression constantly changing, Lian seemed to have thought of something, and quickly explained. My father was me born 20 years ago. Well, my father is really old and strong. Lian suddenly found that it was difficult for him to communicate with this guy, and she was maddeningly angry. You have reached the king rank when you are only 21 years old, but why doesn't you have your name in the ranking of the young generation in the eastern continent? Long Chen quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. Although I am about the same age as them, but my seniority is much higher, I disdain to compete with them. A proud look appeared on Lian's face. Like Chen Jingshan, Xia Huba, and Yi Qianxing, the young talents at the top of the rankings, their strength is no more than the pinnacle of Tier 5. But Lian had already reached the king level, 2 big ranks higher. But this is also normal. Although the former is not low in their respective forces, compared with Lian, it is far worse. As the biological daughter of the Ting Great Emperor, Lian Ken directly enjoyed the highest quality treatment, so it is normal for people to be stronger than Chen Jingshan. Miss. Just as the two were getting more and more familiar with each other, a few rays of light flashed not far away. In the next moment, several figures appeared behind them. These figures are all wearing purple armor, with lightning totems engraved on their chests. At first glance, they knew that they were members of the Thunder Legion, and the Thunder Legion was the legion set up by Thunderzong on the border. "Oh, my eldest lady, why did you run into the depths of the battlefield? It's dangerous here. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to the sect master?" The leader is a middle-aged man with a national character face, and the breath of a man who is not angry or prestigious. But at this time, in front of Lian, there was a bitter expression on his face, especially seeing the corpse of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus not far away. The middle-aged man with the national character face was shocked in cold sweat. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the eldest lady, otherwise the thunder would have to take his skin off. As the only daughter of the Ting Great Emperor, Lian was too fond of her. After Lian proposed to come to the border battlefield to experience, she even told her to protect her. "Isn't it all right? Thanks to Long Chen. Otherwise I would really die here," Lian said casually, as if death was not a terrifying thing to her. The middle-aged man with the face of Gyozhi was sweating profusely, and he kept talking to Long Chen. "Thank you, Long Chen, for protecting my eldest lady. Ulzen is grateful. In the future, Ulzen and the entire Thunder Legion will be your friends." Ulzen said gratefully. Ulzen is able to make decisions on behalf of the Thunder Legion, and I am afraid he has a high status among them. Moreover, the aura that radiated from him was at least a powerhouse of the late king rank. And it was even worse. One more friend is better than one more enemy. So Long Chen didn't put on any airs, showed a smile, and nodded to Ulzen. After that, under the strong request of Ulzen and others, Lian finally compromised and left with them. And Long Chen continued his journey of brushing experience. In this war, the Dark Council sent tens of millions of zombies and mutant beasts. With such a large number, it would take a few days and nights to kill Long Chen even standing there. So the war depends mainly on quantity. Personal strength may play a certain role in the battle, but it is by no means a decisive role. During the killing, the day passed, and the tide of corpses and beasts finally showed signs of retreat. Looking at the experience value in the attribute table, Long Chen had already broken through the 10 million mark. Tusk, 10 million experience points. How should I use it? Long Chen's heart was extremely pleasantly surprised. More than 10 million, before he could think of it. It can only be done on the battlefield. How to distribute these experience points? Upgrade the power of the law. Long Chen thought for a while, but decided to upgrade the law of life first. Although the law of life cannot bring him much combat effectiveness, it is a very important means. The experience of Dugaleniyu last time brought a psychological shadow to Long Chen. In order to avoid similar things from happening again, he must raise the law of life to the level of the flesh and bones of the living dead. Ding. Consume 10 million experience points, and the law of life is promoted to LV2. Hiss. Looking at the experience pool that was instantly restored to its original state, Long Chen couldn't help taking a breath. I really went back to before liberation. I thought it would be such a huge amount of tens of millions of experience points, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. However, after seeing the introduction of the second level law of life, Long Chen's heart suddenly moved. Chapter 184, Love Through 300 Years Life Draw. Looking at the skills attached to the level 2 law of life, Long Chen's heart moved slightly. Originally thought that the law of life had no effect on the enemy, but the reality slapped him severely. Life absorption. You can forcibly absorb the vitality of the opponent to enrich yourself. This is a skill that harms others for self-interest, absorbs the vitality of others to enrich oneself. Thinking about it. Excited. It's a pity, this trick has no effect on dead things like zombies. Zombies have no vitality, so life extraction has no effect on them. But it is still useful for mutant beasts. The corpse tide and the beast tide completely receded, and Long Chen also returned to the barracks belonging to the Yanlong Legion. Just when he was going to take a break first, Li Ji suddenly came over. Brother Long Chen, the army chief sees you. Military owner? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, and the commander was the leader of the legion. It's just that he and the military master don't know each other. Why should I see him? It should be to reward you. You don't know. According to the past, the Dark Council would not retreat so quickly. This time, it retreats in less than a day because of you. You killed almost 100,000 zombies and mutant beasts alone. Li Ji saw Long Chen's doubts and explained to him. At the same time, the eyes looking at Long Chen were full of admiration. Only one person affects the battle. So far I'm afraid that only Long Chen has done it. Well, take me there. Long Chen nodded. There is nothing wrong with it anyway, So let's take a look. Under the leadership of Li Ji, they passed through one camp after another, and finally came outside the largest camp in the Yanlong Legion. Whether it is a military owner, an officer, or an ordinary soldier, they all live in a barracks. This point made Long Chen a little admired. While on the road, Li Ji had already introduced to Long Chen the three commanders of the Yanlong Legion. That's right, the Yanlong Legion has three commanders, one main commander, and two deputy commanders. The leader of the army is a woman, known as the Scarlet Queen, whose real name is unknown. Although the Scarlet Queen was a woman, she was decisive in her killing, and she just responded to those words, and the woman did not let her beard. The Scarlet Queen has followed the undefeated Dragon God since the beginning of the last days, and was sent to guard the border by the undefeated Dragon God until the establishment of the Dragon Temple. It is said that the Yanlong Legion was created by the Dragon Temple, but in fact the real founders were the three military masters, and the Dragon Temple only provided some help. What a legendary woman! Long Chen sighed, and at the same time had some curiosity about the military commander known as the Scarlet Queen. My lord, Long Chen has been brought here. Li Ji shouted towards the camp. The next moment, the door opened and the two walked inside. There were no other people in the camp, only three people sitting at the top, two women and one man. When he saw these three people, Long Chen's pupils suddenly tightened. The speed of the heartbeat instantly increased several times. He stared at the three people in the seat blankly, his mind was blank. Brother Long Chen, even though these two military leaders look like celestial beings, you shouldn't be so excited. Don't stare at them like that, it's rude. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Li Ji hurriedly whispered. At the same time, I can't help but wonder. The two army leaders are indeed beautiful, but they are definitely not dull. What's more, he has also heard some rumors about Long Chen and Dugalanayu. With such a beautiful girlfriend, shouldn't his vision be higher? You are Long Chen. About this time, sitting in the middle position is a woman wearing a flaming red dress, who is the commander of the Yanlong Legion, the Scarlet Queen. However, as soon as she spoke, Long Chen below suddenly rushed towards her. The Scarlet Queen frowned slightly when she saw this, and just about to leave, she heard Long Chen's shout, Yuxin. Long Chen came to the front of the Scarlet Queen and opened his arms to hug her. Because this person is not someone else, it is Yuxin who had a night of love with him 300 years ago. He also knew another man and woman, it was Huayifei and Jia Jian. When Yuxin saw Long Chen rushing forward, she wanted to run away, but was stunned by the name he called out. Her name has not been used since 200 years ago, and it is impossible for anyone to know except for some old acquaintances. And the boy in front of him could never be his old acquaintance. Yuxin was stunned. But Jia Jian on the side moved, and he fisted towards Long Chen, who was rushing towards Yuxin. Long Chen's expression moved slightly, and the power of this punch had at least reached the level of the late king A level. He didn't dare to look down upon it, and hurriedly threw a punch. With a six-fold increase in the dominance of the world, the power of this punch reached 30 million. However, after the double fists bumped, Long Chen still took a dozen steps back. More than a dozen sunken footprints appeared on the ground. You were able to catch my attack and said, were you sent by the Dark Council? Jia Jian glared at Long Chen, and a terrifying aura burst out. He turned out to be a powerhouse at the top of the king class. Sure enough, I read you right, Long Chen secretly said in his heart. When he saw Jia Jian's perseverance, he knew that as long as he did not fall, he would surely become a strong man in the future. Sure enough, the prediction came true. Seeing that Long Chen didn't speak, Jia Jian squeezed his fist and wanted to do it again. Li Ji hurried to the front of Long Chen and said, three military masters, I can guarantee that Long Chen is not a member of the Dark Council. If you are not a member of the Dark Council, why do you want to assassinate the main army leader? Jia Jian snorted coldly, and before Li Ji could speak, Yuxin signaled Jia Jian to leave. She stood up and looked at Long Chen. I know that you are not an assassin in the Dark Council. The undefeated Dragon God sent me a message a few days ago and asked me to take good care of you. But what I am most puzzled now is, why do you know my name? Did the undefeated Dragon God tell you? Yuxin asked with a cold expression. She had a cheerful personality originally, but she didn't know that it was because of what she had experienced that her personality had changed. No. She didn't tell me, I knew it myself. Long Chen shook his head and sighed at the same time. It seems that history has erased its traces from 300 years ago. Even the three of them can't remember themselves. Then why do you know my name? Yuxin frowned deeper. Long Chen just wanted to talk, but suddenly saw a jade pendant on Yuxin's chest. No, half a coin to be precise, because there is still half of it on him. Hey, boy, where are you looking? Be careful, I dug your eyes. Jia Jian found that Long Chen was staring at Yuxin's chest, and suddenly became furious. He wanted to do it, but was stopped by Huixin. Because of it, after Long Chen pondered for a moment, he took out the half-jade pendant. Chapter 185, something big happened as soon as half of the jade pendant appeared. Huixin's eyes straightened. Even Hui Fei on the side looked at her sister in surprise. She knew very well that it was handed down from the family's ancestors and was worn by her sister. But why, at this time, the other half will appear exactly the same, appearing in the hands of others? Where did your half-jade pendant come from? Huixin hurriedly asked. She didn't remember why her jade pendant was only half. But in the subconscious, there was always a voice telling her that the other half was in the hands of a very important person. Could it be that this young man in front of me is that very important person? But he didn't even know him. You gave me this, Long Chen said truthfully. But Huixin frowned. If you don't want to say it, you can leave it alone, but you don't have to lie. I don't remember when I gave you this half-jade pendant. Huixin is very confident in her memory, only thinking that Long Chen is teasing herself. Whether you remember it or believe it or not, this is the case. And I promised you that I will return it to you when I see you again. Now, I do what I say, and the thing will return to the original owner. Long Chen smiled, with some bitterness and some relief in his smile. Although Huixin and him do not have the name of a husband and wife, they are actually married. Long Chen had already regarded her as his own woman, but for good luck. See you 300 years later, the other party has forgotten himself. Long Chen stepped forward. Jia Jian glared, just about to stop him. But it was stopped by Huixin. Let him come over. Seeing that Huixin had ordered, Jia Jian had to follow suit, but his eyes were still fixed on Long Chen. Once he has any wrongdoing, Jia Jian will act immediately. He didn't know why he cared so much about Huixin's safety, but he was sure that it was definitely not because of love. There seemed to be a voice reverberating in his mind all the time. Your mission in life is to protect Sister Huixin until you die. It was this voice that kept him guarding Sister Huixin's side for 300 years. Even though the strength of the two women is no longer weaker than him, they still continue to guard. Long Chen walked to Huixin and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar face up close. His impression of Huixin is still 17 or 18, but now, her appearance has changed, become more mature. The firm face, the aura of the superior, indeed worthy of the title of queen. But Long Chen still recognized her at first sight. To be honest, Long Chen himself was a bit blind, and he might not really recognize him as someone else. But for a very important person, even if it is plastic surgery, he can recognize it at a glance. Because a person's appearance and temperament can be changed, but the familiar breath can never be changed. Give you. Long Chen handed the half-jade pendant to Huixin. The material of this jade pendant seems to be very good. After 300 years of precipitation in time and space, it is still as smooth as new. The same is true for Huixin on her chest. Huixin took the half-jade pendant, and then took off the half-jade pendant on her chest. It was a ghost. She even combined the two together. In an instant, a strong dazzling light burst out, cover the entire camp in an instant. In the camp, only Li Ji looked confused, because he hadn't seen anything. And Long Chen, Huixin, Hui Fei and Jia Jian were all blinded by this light. The latter three even covered their heads, showing a look of pain. How is this going? Long Chen was surprised and suspicious. This matter was not within his expected range. The dazzling light quickly dissipated, and finally turned into three lights, which entered the heads of Huixin, Hui Fei and Jia Jian respectively. The pain of the three was finally relieved. Big Brother Chen Long? Brother Chen? Suddenly, the three raised their heads at the same time and looked at Long Chen. It seemed only a few days after shouting out this name, but it seemed to be a name I hadn't heard in hundreds of years. Do you remember me? An excitement flashed in Long Chen's eyes. The three of them did not answer him, but ran up to hug him. Those three lights restored all the memories they had lost for 300 years. For Long Chen, it was just that he hadn't seen these three for a few days. But for the three people who have recovered their memories, it is 300 years of longing. Because of that jade pendant, I left half of it 300 years ago, and the other half was brought back 300 years later, which is equivalent to leaving a bug in time and space. Because of traveling through time and space, although history has erased my traces, everything is recorded in the jade pendant. Sure enough, this jade pendant is definitely not a mundane thing. Long Chen guessed in his heart. And he thinks this possibility is very high. Unexpectedly, a random behavior 300 years ago actually played a big role. Brother Chen Long, I miss you so much. For 300 years, I have been telling myself in my heart that as long as I become stronger, I will definitely be able to wait until the moment of goodbye. At this time, Huixin's delicate face was already covered with tears, which made Long Chen feel distressed. Long Chen hugged the two daughters, while Jia Jian took Li Ji out of the camp sensibly, and closed the doors and windows for them by the way. Although he also missed Long Chen very much, he knew better that the two sisters-in-law missed him more than himself. They have not seen each other in 300 years, so they must have a lot to talk about and still have a lot to do. Although Jia Jian's IQ is not high, his EQ is definitely not low. Naturally know what to do. All night, Long Chen was talking with the second girl. 300 years is too long, so long that if the story were to be finished, 3 days and 3 nights would not be possible. Reunion after a long absence, love to the depths, it is natural. The next day, the rising sun rose. Jia Jian does a horse to guard outside the camp. The noise in the camp last night was really not small, and he was itching to hear that he could not sleep all night. Solved it with hands silently several times. If it hadn't had a king-level physical quality, I'm afraid it would have been exhausted. Not good, not good. At this moment, an exclamation sounded. Li Ji ran over in a hurry. Jia Jian frowned, and came to Li Ji, covering his mouth with his hand. What's the fuss about so much? Brother Chen and the two sister-in-laws are still sleeping. Jia Jian said in a low voice. It's almost noon. Still sleeping? Li Ji opened his mouth wide, and was a little surprised. As expected, he was young, capitalized and energetic. But immediately thinking of something, Li Ji returned to panic on his face. No, I almost forgot. Something serious happened, and the western mainland launched another attack. An attack was launched again. It's only been one night, but this little thing won't disturb Brother Chen and the others. Jia Jian said, after all, the West continent has attacked quite frequently during this period. They have long been used to it. No, the deputy commander, this time is not a trivial matter. This time the Dark Council has sent a dozen beast master level and nearly 100 lord level mutant beasts. Chapter 186, Military Chiefs Conference. What? Jia Jian, who was still indifferent, was shocked when he heard the words. Li Ji gave Jia Jian a white look. This guy just scolded himself for making a fuss. It's all right now. The exclamation is louder than myself. Of course, this is just thinking about it in his heart. He definitely dare not say such a thing. My lord deputy, the meeting of military leaders has already begun, and the leaders of the other legions have already arrived. The only thing left is the Flame Dragon Legion. You should hurry up and wake up the main military leaders. Li Ji said hurriedly. This time, the Dark Council actually sent a dozen beast kings and hundreds of lords. This is the rhythm of the battle to begin. Generally, when such an extremely serious matter occurs, the commanders of all major legions need to gather to set up a general meeting to discuss countermeasures. The commanders of the other legions are all here, so they will be sent to the Flame Dragon Legion. This. Jia Jian hesitated. After all, the two sister-in-laws and Brother Chen had just reunited, so he couldn't bear to interrupt. Early in the morning. What is the noise? Isn't it just a dozen beast kings? Is it so excited? At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. The gate of the camp opened, and Long Chen's figure appeared in front of the two. Brother Chen, you are awake. Jia Jian shouted respectfully. Although 300 years have passed, although he is now the deputy commander of the army under one person and above 10,000. But in front of Long Chen, he was still that loyal little brother. Jia Jian said while looking behind Long Chen, but unfortunately, no one else came out. Don't look, they are still resting. They are all tired after tossing all night. Long Chen easily recognized Jia Jian's careful thinking and said directly. The latter was a little embarrassed, so he quickly said with a smile, hey, Brother Chen is Brother Chen, and that aspect is beyond ordinary people. Jia Jian gave Long Chen a thumbs up and clicked like. Long Chen gave him a blank look, this flattering. He liked it. Okay, let's not talk too much nonsense. Didn't you just say that you want a meeting or something? Go ahead. I was anxious by people. Long Chen said. Jia Jian and Li Ji looked at each other, with some embarrassment on their faces. Why, what else is wrong? Long Chen frowned slightly and asked, Brother Chen, the other legions are all leaders of the army. If we are here, it is better to ask the sister-in-law to go. Otherwise I am afraid it will be out of the tongue. Jia Jian quickly explained. She's still resting, it's okay. So let me replace her and go. Long Chen looked indifferent. Seeing that Long Chen seemed to have firmed his mind, Jia Jian finally sighed. But he didn't persuade him anymore. Following Jia Jian, he quickly reached the front line. Although he couldn't see the battlefield, the sound of fighting clearly came to his ears. A temporary camp was already full of people at this time. Seated in each seat were the commanders of the major legions. But the top seat was empty. The leader of the Yanlong Legion is really a big air. He is 10 minutes late and he hasn't appeared yet. At this time, an extremely unhappy voice sounded. That was a middle-aged man in a green robe, who was the commander of the Azure Cloud Army. Perhaps something has been delayed by them, so please stay calm. A man in a purple armor also spoke. If Long Chen was there, he would definitely recognize that this person was the Thunder Zen he met yesterday. HMPH, what can be more important than the current thing? If I want to say, let's not wait for them, let's just start the meeting and discuss countermeasures. Army Master Kinyan snorted coldly. The Yanlong Legion is the main combat power, we can't live without them. Another voice sounded. He was a sturdy man, always carrying a knife behind him. Obviously, this is the master of the Extreme Blade Legion. Then it's impossible for us to wait for them so stupidly, right? Now the war is urgent, and if a minute of time is wasted, thousands of soldiers may die. Army Master Kinyan continued to say uncomfortably, wait a little longer, if they don't come in 5 minutes, we will just start the meeting. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a golden dress spoke, and Army Master Kinyan shut up instantly. Just because this person is the commander of the Starlight Legion, in this border battlefield, second only to the existence of the Yanlong Legion. Even Army Master Xing Yao spoke up, and Army Master Kinyan couldn't say anything. In this way, 5 minutes passed, but there was still no shadow of the leader of the Yanlong Legion. At this moment, even the others were somewhat upset. Since the leaders of the Yanlong Legion have not yet appeared, let's start the meeting first. Army Master Xing Yao took a deep breath and said. But just as soon as his voice fell, 3 figures walked into the camp. It was Long Chen, Jia Jian and Li Ji. Everyone's eyes fell on the 3 of them at the same time, but they found that there was only one familiar figure among them. The other 2 have never been seen. Yeah, the Yanlong Army Master is really big-hearted. Even if he is late, he didn't even show up. In her opinion, we only need a deputy military leader to deal with it. Army Master Kinyan sneered again. The Kinyan Taoist Hall and the Dragon Temple itself have contradictions, and the 2 legions are naturally not harmonious. In today's meeting, every legion is the main army leader. Only the Yanlong Legion, not only is late, but also only sent a deputy army leader. At this time, it is not just the Azure Cloud Legion, the leaders of other legions will more or less certainly be dissatisfied. He naturally had to seize this opportunity to isolate the Flame Dragon Legion. The military owner is still resting. We will participate in this meeting on behalf of the Yanlong army. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of all the major soldiers present were different. Not only because of the content of this sentence, but also because of the person who said it. It was not the deputy commander Jia Jian, but a young man who followed him. Lu Zhen, wearing a purple armor, was shocked when he saw Long Chen. It's him. He is actually from the Flame Dragon Legion. Lu Zhen subconsciously wanted to stand up and greet Long Chen, but he hesitated for a while and stopped. He wanted to see what would happen next. HMPH, the conversation between our military leaders. When will you speak for you? Deputy Army Master Jia, you have to educate your men. Army Master Kinyan snorted coldly. In his opinion, Long Chen and Li Ji were nothing but Jia Jian's entourage. Unexpectedly, when Jia Jian heard this, his face changed drastically. Presumptuous, dare to be disrespectful to Brother Chen Qingshan, you are not going to die. Jia Jian's anger was wide, and a tyrannical aura radiated out, causing the army master's entourage in the camp to tremble. Qingshan was even more stunned. Although the relationship between the 2 legions was not good, he would never have thought that Jia Jian would speak to him like this for an entourage. Actually, he still called his name directly. You know, these powerhouses above the king level now have their own titles. Instead, their real names are not often used, and even if someone calls them directly, they will think they are provoking themselves. Chapter 187, him just targeting you. Qingshan suddenly became angry, and when he was about to explode, Army Master Xing Yao hurriedly stood up. 2 people, now is not the time for infighting. Deputy Army Chief Jia, please take a seat. Commander Xing Yao said. If it were normal, he would have liked to see the leaders of the 2 legions colliding with each other, but it was different now. The Dark Council has launched a general offensive, and they should be united outside. Humphrey. Qingshan could only snorted coldly and held his breath. Jia Jian didn't take the seat directly, but said to Long Chen, Brother Chen, please take a seat. Long Chen was not polite, and walked directly to the top empty seat. That is the position reserved exclusively for the master of the Yanlong Legion. This scene shocked all the military leaders present. They originally thought that Long Chen was just a certain junior of Jia Jian. Looking at Jia Jian's attitude towards him now, it seems that something is wrong. Everyone, the Scarlet Queen has important issues, so I will attend today's meeting instead of her. Seeing the doubts on everyone's faces, Long Chen spoke. Suddenly everyone was wondering who this person was. At such a young age, he can actually take the place of the Scarlet Queen to participate in the chief's meeting. What is his relationship with the Scarlet Queen? Of the few military masters present, who is not a veteran king-level powerhouse who has lived for hundreds of years, one can naturally see a person's true age through the surface. They can be sure that Long Chen is a real 16 or 17-year-old kid. Ha ha, Jia Jian, what exactly do you mean by the Yanlong Legion? If the leader of the army does not come, just forget it, and let a little unknown hairy boy replace it. Do you treat this as a trifling matter, or simply look down on us? Everyone here? Chen Qingshan sneered again. He was clever, and directly placed the Yanlong Legion on the opposite side of everyone. Long Chen frowned. This guy was too annoying. He himself has no affection for Qinian Doguan, and Chen Qingshan has been beeping here, which makes him very unhappy. So Long Chen replied unceremoniously, old things, don't take yourself too seriously, and don't pull others aboard. My Flame Dragon Legion is just simply looking down on your Qinian Legion family. Hiss. As soon as Long Chen said this, the presence of him suddenly heard a cold breath. Nima, this sentence is too cruel. It is equivalent to directly declaring war with the Azure Cloud Army. Presumptuous, Huang Kuxiwa, what right do you have to insult my Qinian Legion? Sure enough, when Chen Qingshan heard the words, he shot the case directly, and yelled angrily. But Long Chen was still an old sitting in a comfortable position. His face very indifferent. Why, only the state officials are allowed to fart, and the people are not allowed to shit. You can insult me, but I can't insult you. Long Chen sneered and sneered at him. He would make you vomit blood. You. Chen King was gasping for breath, and the fingers pointing at Long Chen were shaking. Hey, everyone is watching. If you get mad, it's none of my business. Long Chen said quickly, like a driver who was afraid of being touched by porcelain. I am angry. Shit, I will kill you. Chen Qingshan's anger reached the peak, and finally couldn't help the anger in his heart, and rushed towards Long Chen. Do not. Army Master Xing Yao was shocked when he saw this, but it was still too late to stop him. Chen Qingshan, dare you? Jia Jian shouted violently before rushing towards Chen Qingshan, but Long Chen stopped him. He could see that although none of these people spoke, they must be very disdainful of themselves in their hearts. Instead of this, it is better to use this Chen Qingshan to show his strength. Court death. Seeing that Long Chen actually stopped Jia Jian, Chen Qingshan suddenly sneered. He didn't believe that a little kid of 16 or 7 years old could still stop his attack. Facing the rushing Chen Qingshan, Long Chen's eyes suddenly burst into light. This guy actually possesses the strength of the king level peak. Sure enough, it is really not easy to be the leader of a legion. Unfortunately, you are facing me now. If he was changed to the frontier, he would not necessarily be the opponent of a king-level peak powerhouse. But this time he picked up so many attribute points and experience points in the frontier battlefield, which directly raised his level to the late stage of the 6th Order Grandmaster. Coupled with other methods, the peak of the king rank may not be without the power of a battle. Kill. Chen Qingshan furiously attacked, and came bombarded with a punch. Come on. Long Chen made a big move, and the Seagull Trident suddenly appeared in his hands. Annihilation. The strongest blow of the Poseidon's 7 forms exploded, and the power of the Endless Sea Law condensed into a solid body, turned into a huge halberd shadow, and rushed towards Chen Qingshan. What? Chen Qingshan's eyes widened, and the powerful power exuded by the halberd shadow definitely reached the level of the late king level. It's even worse. Sure enough, the power of the Poseidon 7 types under the blessing of the law of water is at least twice as powerful. Long Chen sighed in his heart. The previous annihilation of the halberd can only kill at most one early king-level evolutionary. But under the blessing of the law of water, it is even enough to pose a threat to the king-level pinnacle evolutionary. If it is in a place with water, the power can be even greater. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge blue halberd shadow unceremoniously bombarded Chen Qingshan's fist, and suddenly a terrifying wave of air exploded centered on the two, directly opening the camp. The military leaders present here also used various methods to protect the entourage around him. Humphrey. Chen Qingshan stepped back immediately, but Long Chen still sat firmly in his position. All the major military leaders present were stunned. The boy who was only 16 or 17 years old in front of him had the upper hand in a confrontation with Chen Qingshan, a veteran king-level powerhouse. Chen Qingshan's eyes also showed deep jealousy. At such a young age, he has such a strong combat power. This talent is even stronger than Chen Jingshan, their former chief disciple of Qinian Doguan. Wait, his name seems to be Long Chen. Chen Qingshan was shocked suddenly, and felt that the name was a bit familiar before. Now I think about it, isn't it the Long Chen who forcibly broke into the Qinian Taoist temple some time ago and killed Chen Jingshan in anger, causing their Qinian Taoist temple's reputation to be discredited? Thinking of this, the jealous color in Chen Qingshan's eyes instantly turned into a thick killing intent. It's really an enemy on a narrow road. Before, there was an undefeated dragon protecting you. This time, see who can save you. Chen Qingshan was about to take another shot to kill Long Chen, but Army Master Xing Yao stepped in and blocked them. The enemy is currently, you don't want to fight the enemy, but you are still fighting inside. But there are soldiers who will kill the enemy desperately on the battlefield. Army Master Xing Yao yelled, and Chen Qingshan stopped immediately when he was about to start. If you still want to make a move now, I'm afraid I will become a target. I think, now I should be qualified to participate in this meeting instead of Yan Long Sergeant. Chapter 188. Just Long Chen silently lowered the blood pressure in his throat. The peak of the king rank is the pinnacle of the king rank. If Long Chen had not possessed the blood of the royal rank, the physical exercise golden overlord body had been cultivated to the full rank, and his body was comparable to King Kong, and he would have been seriously injured. Everyone, I should be qualified to participate in this meeting instead of the Rock Dragon Legion, right? Long Chen looked around for a week and said, at this time, the eyes of all the military leaders present at Long Chen were full of jealousy and seriousness. If you can gain the upper hand in the battle with Chen Qingshan, you are fully qualified to be on an equal footing with them. Ha ha ha, Long Chen brothers have such strength at a young age, of course they are qualified. Zhen stood up first and laughed. Before, he was only grateful for Long Chen, but now, he has completely regarded Long Chen as a peer. Zhen started, and other major army leaders also echoed. Okay. Then let's start discussing a strategy against the enemy. Army Master Xing Yao also nodded and said. This time the Dark Council sent a total of 18 Beast Kings and nearly 100 Lord-level mutant beasts, and according to my investigation, among the 18 Beast Kings, there are 7 high-level Beast Kings and 1 Peak Beast King. 10 of them all range from elementary to intermediate. On our side, there are only 7 King-level peak powers. Xing Yaojun looked around for a week and said, although there are more than a dozen legions in the frontier battlefield, there are only 7 that really have the peak combat power of the king. This still adds Long Chen. Among the same level, mutant beasts are generally better than human evolvers. Generally speaking, high-level beast masters need at least 1 king-level pinnacle and a few late king-level evolutionists to deal with, and the pinnacle beast king needs at least 2 king-level pinnacle evolutionists or 1 royal-level evolutionary to deal with it. Emperor-level evolutionists, even if they are placed among the major superpowers, they are still rare. Among their major legions, there is not even one. If the Scarlet Queen is there, at least we will not be less than the other in number, Chen Qingshan said coldly, but there was no one to kill him at this time. After all, they only have the strength of 1 king-level peak in their legion. The Yanlong Legion sent 2 of them, what else do they want? Now it is too late to ask for help from the major superpowers. That's why I summoned everyone to think about any countermeasures against the enemy. The voice of the leader of the Xing Yao army fell, but all of the army leaders here looked at me, and I looked at you, none of them could think of a way. Soon, the first voice sounded. There is no need for any countermeasures against the enemy at all. Soldiers will come to cover the water and cover, just as they are. It was Long Chen who spoke. Army Master Xing Yao frowned, and if he was just stubborn, would it still be necessary to hold this meeting? I think so, but he can't say that either. But Chen Qingshan didn't have so many scruples. Sure enough, it's a hairy boy, don't interrupt if adults talk to children. If you can be straightforward, you still need to talk. Chen Qingshan sneered. Then do you have any idea? Long Chen was not angry at all, and asked with a smile. Chen Qingshan was stunned. Long Chen sneered. There is no way to stop peeping here. This situation is obvious. There is no other way. Staying here to discuss will only waste more time and will only cause more deaths to the compatriots on the battlefield. Army Master Xing Yao also sighed. Long Chen could think of this. How could he not think of it? But if they are tough, their winning rate is not great. Well, that's it. I will hold the Pinnacle Beastmaster, but I can't guarantee how long it will last. You have to solve your opponent as quickly as possible. Army Master Xing Yao immediately decided to say, among the major army masters, he has the strongest combat power, so the task of dealing with the Peak-level Beast King can only be entrusted to him. After making the decision, everyone went directly to the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield was completely undecided. There were nearly 100 Lord-level mutant beasts and a dozen Beast Kings on the western continent, and the human camp couldn't resist it. On, Army Master Xing Yao shouted, and dozens of figures rushed towards the battlefield. The target is exactly those Beastmasters. The commander is in battle. The commander is in battle. The commander is here. We are about to win soon. What? On the battlefield, the human soldiers who had been forced to retreat saw the commanders of the major legions taking action, and the despair in their eyes suddenly turned into a strong sense of war. Kill. Suddenly, all the human warriors stopped backing, desperately rushing forward. Army Master Xing Yao fixed his gaze on a mutant line covered with fiery red scales. It is the strongest among the 18 Beast Kings. The Pinnacle-level Beast King. the Firelin Lion, and it is rumored to have a trace of the blood of the Fire Kylin. Although the bloodline of Fire Kylin is not comparable to the bloodline of the Dragon God, it is also comparable to the bloodline of the general dragon family, at least reaching the king level. Long Chen looked at the Firelin Lion, his eyes full of greed. If he could swallow his essence and blood, his bloodline power would definitely increase a lot. However, he did not step forward recklessly. Although he was confident that he could deal with this Firelin Lion at full combat power, since the Xinyao army master actively asked to deal with it, Long Chen had to give it to him. When Long Chen was distracted, Army Master Xinyao rushed towards the Firelin Lion, and all the major military leaders also selected their opponents. In the end, 3 high-level Beast Kings remained. Boy, aren't you very hungry? See how you deal with the 3 high-level Beast Masters. Chen Qingshan sneered, then rushed towards the Beast King he picked. Damn, these guys are really hateful. They actually left 3 high-level Beast Kings for us. Jia Jian on the side yelled angrily, but there was nothing to do. Brother Chen, give me the Thunderprint Tiger and Xiaoyu Silver Wolf, and you can deal with the Shadow Leopard. Jia Jian said. Long Chen glanced at Jia Jian and asked in surprise, can you deal with 2 high-level Beast Masters at the same time? Il tried to hold on. Jia Jian scratched his head and said in a somewhat unconfident manner. After all, he struggled to deal with the senior Beast Master alone, let alone 2. Long Chen suddenly gave this guy a blank look, thinking he had some powerful methods. Leave the Thunder Tiger and Shadow Leopard to me, and the Xiaoyu Silver Wolf to you. Brother Chen. Hearing this, Jia Jian hurriedly wanted to dissuade him. After all, in his opinion, although Brother Chen is very talented, it is absolutely impossible for him to fight the 2 high-level Beast Kings by himself. Okay, I'm the eldest brother. Are you the eldest brother? Listen to me. Go. Long Chen said strongly. Jia Jian finally sighed helplessly. At the same time, I was very moved. Chen really took care of himself the most. Chapter 189, Fighting High Beastmaster. After assigning the opponents, Long Chen rushed in the direction of Thunder Tiger and Shadow Leopard. The 2 high-level Beast Kings are not far away from each other. During the running, Long Chen shouted in his heart, System, upgrade my mirroring ability. With 1 enemy and 2, you still have to rely on the mirroring ability. Otherwise, it would be somewhat difficult to fight the 2 Pinnacle Beast Kings with his own power. Ding. Consume 160,000 experience points, and the mirroring ability is promoted to LV7. Ding. Consume 320,000 experience points, and the mirroring ability is promoted to LV8. Ding. Consume 640,000 experience points, and the mirroring ability is advanced to LV9. After raising the mirroring ability to level 9, Long Chen's figure flickered for an instant. The next moment, another identical figure appeared next to him. It is the mirror image of Long Chen. The 9th level mirroring ability has no other effect. The only advantage is that the time has been increased to 24 hours. At the same time, the cooling time has also been shortened to 10 minutes, which is almost permanent. Compared to 24 hours, 10 minutes is really nothing. The 2 Long Chen glanced at each other, and then rushed towards Thunder Tiger and Shadow Leopard. The body targets the Shadow Leopard, while the mirror clone targets the Thunderprint Tiger. A major feature of the mirror image ability is that all the combat power and abilities of the body and the mirror image are the same, and the positions can be exchanged at will. Damn, Brother Chen is awesome. Jia Jian, who rushed to Xiaoyu Yinlang's side, looked at Long Chen subconsciously, and his eyes suddenly appeared. This Nima is too terrifying. There is still a clone, and from the aura, he can't even tell which is the main body, because their breath is exactly the same. Chen Qingshan, who had been paying attention to Long Chen's side, also changed suddenly. This guy is actually a power awakener, but I don't believe that his clone can still have the power of the Beast King. Chen Qingshan snorted coldly, but he knew that some people could indeed awaken the clone power. But generally their clones will only have an e-10th or half of their combat power. Although he could not perceive any problems from the breath of Long Chen clone, Chen Qingshan was sure that his clone definitely did not have the strength of the Peak King level. Just when Chen Qingshan was distracted, a beast clawed drew from his ear. The strong wind blew away his skin. Fortunately, he responded in time, otherwise his head would be smashed. Don't be distracted, or it's dangerous. Chen Qingshan's back was suddenly cold and sweaty. If he weren't for the Peak King level evolutionary, he might not have been able to hide it just now. Thinking of this, Chen Qingshan no longer paid attention to Long Chen's side, and dealt with the high-level Beastmaster in front of him. Dead. Long Chen's body came in front of the Shadow Leopard, and the Seagull Trident appeared in his hand. It was the strongest trick to hit the Shadow Leopard, and annihilated. The Shadow Leopard was killing a Grandmaster level Centurion of a certain legion, but suddenly felt the danger coming and hurriedly dodged. Actually escaped Long Chen's attack. It's pretty fast. Long Chen was slightly startled, and he was able to escape his sneak attack. But it was only a slight surprise. He had expected that the advantage of the Shadow Leopard would definitely be speed. It is a pity that this advantage is not worth mentioning in front of myself, who has the law of space. Thanks. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The Grandmaster Centurion, who was almost killed by the Shadow Leopard just now, thanked Long Chen again and again. Long Chen had some impressions of him. He had seen him at the previous military leaders meeting, and he was right behind a certain army leader. Take your brother and leave here, and leave this Beast King to me, Long Chen said quickly, and then before the Grandmaster level Centurion said anything, he rushed towards the Shadow Leopard again. For him, saving the Centurion was just a matter of convenience, not worth remembering at all. Roar! The Shadow Leopard let out a furious roar and turned into a black shadow, instantly disappearing in place. A danger warning sounded in Long Chen's heart, and at the same time, a chill came from behind him. This Shadow Leopard took the initiative to attack himself. Wow! The dark black beast claws slashed directly across Long Chen, and there was a sound of breaking through the air, but there was no scene of blood splashing. It's an afterimage. The Shadow Leopard's pupils shrank sharply, and at the high-level Beastmaster level, apart from being unable to speak, its IQ was no longer lower than that of humans. Even in terms of combat experience, it is better than many human powers. So it guessed the location of Long Chen the first time. The Shadow Leopard did not choose to dodge, but turned around and swung out. With a crisp bang, the Sea God's trident and Shadow Leopard's claws banged together. A strong wind exploded. Long Chen and Shadow Leopard exploded back several steps at the same time. Sure enough, the Shadow Leopard, who is good at speed, is not so prominent in terms of strength. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, and the speed of this Shadow Leopard theory was even faster than some of the Peking level evolutionaries among humans. But in terms of strength, it is only the general late King stage. Long Chen's full combat power can even force Chen Qingshan, a King level pinnacle evolutionary, to retreat, let alone a Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard stared at Long Chen with a pair of leopard eyes full of jealousy. It can see that its speed does not seem to have any advantage in front of this human being. Dead. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up and shouted violently. He crossed his fingers and turned into sword fingers, and a black thunder shot out. The target is the Shadow Leopard. Neon God Thunder. Condensing the power of the Law of Death and the Law of Thunder, the of Nirvana is definitely stronger than before. The Netherworld Thunder shot at Shadow Leopard, but was easily dodged by Shadow Leopard. The latter looked at Long Chen's eyes instantly with some mockery. Although you are fast, it's impossible to attack me. We just consume it if we have the ability. Anyway, our side has an advantage in numbers. However, Shadow Leopard felt wrong soon, because it actually saw the mockery in Long Chen's eyes. I escaped his attack. Why not only did he not be angry, but he would show mocking eyes instead. Shinwai. Long Chen smiled coldly, and a black hole vortex suddenly appeared behind Shadow Leopard. The next moment, a black thunder and lightning suddenly shot out from the black hole. It was the Avatar Thunder that Long Chen had just released. The divine power space can not only be used to absorb the enemy's damage, but also to shift its own attack methods. When the Shadow Leopard sensed the danger, it was too late, because the divine power space was located a few centimeters behind the Shadow Leopard. But it still dodges as much as possible, and finally the Thunder of Nirvana directly penetrated one of Shadow Leopard's hind legs. The latter suddenly uttered a scream. The scream was so loud that it could be heard throughout the battlefield. Chapter 190, Kill 2 High-Level Beastmasters. The screams of the Shadow Leopard suddenly swept every corner of the battlefield. All major military leaders, including Jia Jian, Chen Qingshan, Lu Zhen, and Xing Yao, all looked towards this side at the same time. Brother Chen is awesome. He seriously injured a Pika-level Beast King so soon. Jia Jian was the first to react and shouted without shy. Chen Qingshan looked like pig liver, and when he dealt with two Pika-level Beast Kings, he could actually hurt each other first. But facing their respective opponents, they are still at a disadvantage. This is a bit embarrassing. Ha ha ha, Brother Long Chen is really amazing. It seems that L must start working hard too. Zhen laughed, then stopped speaking, and launched a fierce attack on his opponent. When other King-level military masters saw this, they also devoted themselves to the battle. If they don't quickly solve their opponents, the limelight will be taken over by the Flame Dragon Legion. Long Chen sneered and looked at Shadow Leopard. He was hurt by the God of Nirvana, but it was not just a serious injury. The breath of death has penetrated into Shadow Leopard's body, consuming its vitality every moment. Even if Long Chen doesn't kill it now, unless it can find a way to get rid of the breath of death, it will definitely not last a month. However, Long Chen didn't plan to give it so much time. Go to hell! Long Chen shouted violently, and a teleport appeared beside Shadow Leopard. The latter retreated quickly, but how could Long Chen give it a chance? Life draw. Long Chen took a big breath, and suddenly the life force around him broke away from the mutant beasts. Being sucked into the body by Long Chen, supplemented his vitality. Shadow Leopard's pupils shrank sharply, while being swallowed by the breath of death, while being forcibly absorbed by the human being. Don't talk about it for a month, it won't last a day. The Shadow Leopard began to accelerate its retreat, but how could it be faster than Long Chen, who has the law of space annihilation? Suddenly, Long Chen's figure appeared in front of Shadow Leopard out of thin air. The law of water condenses into a halberd phantom, shooting at the Shadow Leopard. Boom! Exclamation mark. The giant halberd phantom slammed into the Shadow Leopard's body, and the Shadow Leopard's hind legs were injured by the Nirvana thunder, and the speed was affected. In addition, I only wanted to escape, so I didn't have the thought to dodge or was directly hit by the halberd phantom. Boom! Shadow Leopard's entire body burst open. Blood splattered, and the dead could not die again. Ding! Pickup successfully, get speed attribute 20,000. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 10,000 is obtained. Ding! Pickup successfully, get experience points 2 million. Ding! The pickup is successful, and you get the high-level Beastmaster Energy Essence 1. After picking up the attribute points and experience points dropped by the Shadow Leopard, Long Chen rushed towards the Thunder Tiger. Although Thunder Wind Tiger and Shadow Leopard are both high-level Beast Kings, the former is much stronger than the latter in terms of combat effectiveness. The Shadow Leopard is strong in speed, and the Thunderprint Tiger not only has the power and defense comparable to the Peak King level evolutionary, but also has the terrifying power of thunder. However, the power of thunder does not seem to have any effect on me. Long Chen sneered coldly. The law of thunder gave him the ability to control thunder. All thunder powers below his level can be directly immune. Long Chen came behind Luenu. The mirror image of Long Chen was in front of it, and was flanked back and forth by two identical humans. At this time, Luenu had a look of fear in his eyes. When fighting against the mirror image Long Chen just now, it discovered that its power of thunder had no effect on this human being. In other words, its thunder advantage is directly gone, and it can only rely on its strong physique to fight them. It's okay to deal with one, but it's a bit troublesome to be hit by two. Quick fight and quick decision, Long Chen said to the opposite mirror image Long Chen, and both nodded at the same time. Then unanimously opened the Dragon God seal. In the next moment, the two of them became like dragon blood warriors at the same time, and two terrifying dragon might spread out, directly suppressing the Thunder Pattern Tiger to trembling. When facing mutant beasts, Long Y can often have the best effect. Kill. Two voices sounded at the same time. One body and one distraction rushed towards the Thunder Tiger at the same time. Being flanked back and forth, Thunder Wenu couldn't escape at all. Two blood-red dragon claws were drawn towards the head and back of Thunder Wenu, and Thunder Wenu could only choose one of two. In the end, it chose to protect its head. Wow! The dragon's claws of the main body Long Chen directly scribbled on the back of Lai Wenu, and blood spurted out immediately, dyeing its hair red. Wow! The Thunder Tiger roared violently, and endless thunder burst out from his body. Suddenly, this area turned into a thunder prison. Endless thunder made a crackling sound in the air, as if the space had been shattered. Everyone has no doubt that even if a late King level evolutionary breaks into it, it will instantly be chopped into coke. However, in their surprised eyes, a blood-colored figure broke into the thunder prison directly. Seeing this scene, whether it is a human warrior or the commander of the major legions cannot help but take a breath. This is too crazy. And he actually broke into the thunder prison. Is this looking for death? Ha, die. Chen Qingshan sneered, seeming to believe that Long Chen was dying. However, his grinning smile soon solidified, and the others also got the answer. I saw that Long Chen walked in it like a gay person in the thunder cell. Every thunder and lightning will suddenly turn when it is about to strike Long Chen, seeming to have full fear of Long Chen. Long Chen sneered, joking. He possessed the laws of thunder and was granted the status of the Master of Thunder. How could ordinary thunder in these districts hurt him? Die. Long Chen gave a cold snort, kicked his legs hard, and his body jumped up and flew into the air. Then it swooped towards the Thunder Tiger on the ground, and the blood-red dragon claws slammed away. When his pupils shrank suddenly, Long Chen's speed was so fast that he couldn't even react. After picking up the Shadow Leopard's attributes, Long Chen's speed has been greatly improved. Boom! Long Chen's claws slammed on Luenhu's head, and with a crackling sound, Luenhu's head instantly burst like a watermelon. The mixture of blood and brain plasma burst out, but no drop could contaminate Long Chen. The headless body also crashed to the ground, and the dead could no longer die. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 20,000 is obtained. Ding! Pickup successfully, Get defense attribute 10,000. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 2 million. Ding. The pickup is successful, and you get the high-level Beastmaster Energy Essence 1. Chapter 191. Cut the third Beastmaster again with one punch. The Wenu killed the Wenu, but Long Chen just stood there quietly. It only took 10 minutes to deal with the Shadow Leopard to kill all the 2 Beast Kings. In these 10 minutes, the other military leaders did not even hurt their opponents, and some even fell short. On Long Chen's side, he directly killed 2 high-level Beast Kings. This immediately made those military leaders feel that their 3 views were broken. But only Long Chen knew that the main reason why he was able to kill 2 high-level Beast Kings so quickly was luck. He just restrained these 2 Beast Kings. The Shadow Leopard is restrained by Long Chen's space law in speed, and the Thunder Tiger's thunder power is directly invalid to Long Chen. Otherwise, Long Chen might be able to kill another high-level Beastmaster, but he would definitely not be so fast and easy. One person kills 2 high-level Beast Kings. Army Master Xing Yao, who was fighting with the Pinnacle Beast King Icefire Two-Headed Python, also caught a glimpse of Long Chen's side, and he was surprised and happy. Long Chen killed 2 high-level Beast Kings, and he could definitely influence the battle. Brother Chen. Long Chen teleported to Jia Jian's side. He was fighting with all his strength against the senior Beast King Xiaoyu Silver Wolf, but was suppressed to death. Xiaoyu Silver Wolf possesses the ability of the Ice attribute, and its own combat effectiveness is also very strong. And Jia Jian, it was only a while ago that he was promoted to the top of the king rank. It was already extremely reluctant to deal with this Xiaoyu Silver Wolf. But as soon as Long Chen appeared, it immediately made him feel a lot easier. Annihilation. Long Chen yelled violently, and the Seeger Trident condensed a huge phantom in his hand, slashing towards Xiaoyu Silver Wolf. The latter took a big mouth, and a white mist sprayed out, actually freezing the phantom of the giant halberd abruptly. Interesting. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and burst out endless fighting spirit. Brother Chen, let's deal with it together. Jia Jian said. He leapt up and sprinted towards Xiaoyu Silver Wolf. Boom! Jia Jian's fist collided with the golden steel claws of Xiaoyu Silver Wolf, and the former was immediately retreated by a huge force. Long Chen appeared behind Jia Jian in a flash, supported his back with one hand, the divine power space opened, and most of the power was absorbed. Give it to me. Long Chen patted Jia Jian on the shoulder. The latter nodded solemnly. He understands that he is not currently the opponent of this Xiaoyu Silver Wolf, and staying will only drag his feet. Brother Chen, be careful. After speaking, Jia Jian rushed in the other direction. Long Chen once again fought the Xiaoyu Silver Wolf alone. Xiaoyu Silver Wolf looked at Long Chen and his eyes were filled with fear. Just now, both the Thunder Tiger and Shadow Leopard were killed by this human. All of these were seen by it, but it did not choose to escape, because it believed that Long Chen must have consumed a lot of physical strength before monopolizing 2 high-level Beast Kings. I don't necessarily lose. Wow! Xiaoyu Silver Wolf looked up to the sky with a long roar, and a huge deterrent radiated from it. Long Chen smiled coldly. If it is on the night of the full moon, your strength may be able to reach the level of the peak Beastmaster, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong time. After all, Long Chen jumped up on his toes. The Seeger Trident burst out again with a blue light, blasting towards Xiaoyu Silver Wolf. A white mist full of chill came out of Xiaoyu Silver Wolf's mouth again. Frozen Long Chen's attack into ice. This guy's ice ability seems to be a little way. Even the attacking energy body can be frozen. However, Long Chen was waiting at this time. The law of water. All waters obey my orders. Long Chen yelled loudly, and a burst of blue brilliance flowed through his body. Long Chen stretched out a finger, and a blue light spot entered into the cold air exhaled by Xiaoyu Silver Wolf. Suddenly, the cold air turned into drops of water. Ice is also water, and as long as it is water, it is my responsibility. Long Chen sneered and waved his big hand. The drops of water instantly condensed into countless water swords, and they shot at Xiaoyu Silver Wolf. Upon seeing the latter, his pupils suddenly tightened. The chill it released was actually used by this human to attack itself. Xiaoyu Yinlang hurriedly expelled another wave of cold air, condensing an ice wall in front of him, trying to resist those water swords. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened to it. The water sword passed through the ice wall without hindrance, and finally all pierced Xiaoyu Yinlang's body. I've said it, your ice ability is under my control, why don't you understand it? Long Chen shook his head, waved his hand, and the ice wall dispersed, revealing the howling Silver Wolf behind. At this time, it had been smashed into a sieve by hundreds of water swords, but Long Chen still did not see the drop attribute points. That it is not dead yet. Vitality is quite tenacious, but unfortunately, you still have to die. Senran killing intent flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and a divine desolation thunder through it directly through Xiaoyu Silver Wolf's head. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 20,000 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 15,000. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 2 million. Ding. The pickup is successful, and you get the high-level Beastmaster Energy Essence 1. Another one died. It took only half an hour from Long Chen's arrival on the battlefield to the successive killing of 3 high-level Beastmasters. The other military leaders were even at a disadvantage in the face of those high-level Beast Kings, and Long Chen killed 3 in just half an hour, which immediately made these military leaders feel the pressure doubled. It seems that this time only the Flame Dragon Legion can dominate the limelight. Damn it, how could that kid be so strong? Shen Qingshan gritted his teeth and glared at Long Chen. Although he was amazed by Long Chen's strength in the previous fight, he also thought that he and him were equal. But now, Long Chen actually killed 3 high-level Beastmasters in a row within half an hour. As for him, he couldn't even kill the Beast King in front of him. Long Chen looked around the battlefield. Although the other army owners could not win in a short time against the Beastmaster, they did not fall into a disadvantage. Only on the side of Army Master Xing Yao, it seemed that the situation was a bit bad. The Ice and Fire double-headed python has the dual abilities of Ice and Fire and can cooperate with each other. He was also a Pika-level Beast King, only one step away from the Beast King. Army Lord Xing Yao faced it steadily, and he could only barely save his life. Sergeant Star Yao, I'll help you. Long Chen yelled, and walked towards Army Master Xing Yao. It is good. Army Master Xing Yao praised him, and Long Chen's strength was in his eyes, even compared to his own strength. With him joining, against this Ice Fire two-headed python, the winning rate will be greatly increased. Hiss. The two heads of the Ice Fire two-headed python spit out snake letters towards the Army Lord Xing Yao and Long Chen, provocatively. With the arrogance of its peak Beast King, even if it is facing 2 enemies, it is also not afraid. Chapter 192, Marker of Life and Death. Brother Long Chen, you attack one end and I attack the other. Army Master Xing Yao said towards Long Chen. Long Chen nodded slightly, and then killed Bingtu. Annihilation. Long Chen held the Poseidon Trident and sent a charged blow at the Ice and Fire two-headed python. The sea blue energy turned into a halberd phantom, blasting towards the Ice attribute python head on the left. Hiss. The head of the Ice python spit out a scarlet snake letter, and a white mist sprayed out. Humphrey. Long Chen snorted coldly. There was a reason why he chose the python head with the Ice attribute. Under the control of the law of water, its combat power will be greatly reduced. Condensation. When Long Chen moved his hands, the cold air from the Ice-type python head instantly turned into water droplets, and then condensed into a water sword. A volley of fire and ice two-headed pythons were shot. Call. Suddenly, the fiery tributable python head spouted a wall of fire, directly turning the water sword into water vapor. Long Chen frowned, and looked at Army Master Xing Yao, and found that he was actually entangled by the tail of the Ice and Fire two-headed python. Damn it. Long Chen couldn't help but exploded with a swear word. Didn't this Xing Yao military master just still be fine? Why was he suddenly entangled? Starburst. Just as Long Chen was puzzled, the entangled Xing Yao army master suddenly burst out of terrifying power. Dazzling starlight burst out from all over his body, and the two-headed Ice Fire python showed painful color. It is rumored that the people of the Xing Yao clan practice extremely special techniques, which can absorb the power of the stars and use them as a means of attack. As expected, Long Chen sighed in his heart. No wonder Army Master Xing Yao is the strongest among the major army masters, and even Long Chen can feel a slight threat from the power of the stars that has just exploded. In the end, the Ice and Fire two-headed python couldn't withstand the explosive power of the stars of Army Master Xing Yao, and threw the latter out. Then, its icy eyes stared at Long Chen, full of resentment. Damn it, he hurt you. Why look at me like this? Long Chen cursed, but the Ice and Fire two-headed python wouldn't say anything to him at all. A force of extreme ice and a force of extreme inflammation. The two spray out at the same time, and then they become one. Can the power of Ice and Fire condense together? Long Chen was shocked at once. The power of Ice and Fire is obviously mutually exclusive. This Ice and Fire two-headed python can actually condense them together. And it hasn't exploded, which is incredible. Suddenly, Long Chen thought of the yin-yang fish in his body. After obtaining the law of death, the power of death and the power of life formed this yin and yang fish in his body. Life and death are also mutually exclusive, but the ways of yin and yang can be perfectly integrated. If Long Chen realized something, the Ice and Fire two-headed python would not give him a chance at all. The power of Ice and Fire was soon in sight. Blast me! Long Chen shouted angrily, and the Sea-God trident slammed into the ice and fire energy body. However, as soon as the trident touched the ice and fire energy body, the latter exploded. A terrifying energy wave hit Long Chen's body, shook him back a dozen steps in an instant, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I know, this animal has perfect control of the power of ice and fire, so that they collide with each other when they are close to me, causing an explosion, and the explosion of repulsive energies. The power is definitely several times single. Long Chen's eyes lit up. This ice-fire two-headed python was quite clever. However, this also gave him inspiration. Can I do the same by myself? Brother Long Chen, I'll help you. At this moment, Army Master Xing Yao arrived. He was just thrown away by the ice-fire two-headed python and flew thousands of meters away, and was besieged by several junior beast kings, so he came so late. Sergeant Xing Yao, I will trouble you to hold it. I want to zoom in. Long Chen said very solemnly. Army Master Xing Yao also showed solemnity upon hearing this. Could this young man have any other means to hurt the pinnacle beast master? However, it was too late to ask him at this time. Army Master Xing Yao could only choose to believe in Long Chen. So he burst out with a shining starlight, with full combat power, and rushed towards the ice-fire two-headed python. Long Chen stood still, closed his eyes and meditated. Under the gaze of the power of mind, Long Chen quickly found the yin and yang map. One side represents the black of the law of death, while the other represents the white of the law of life. Mutual and blend, but mutually exclusive. Long Chen's thought power slowly approached the yin-yang map. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Finally, Long Chen took a deep breath and touched the yin-yang map. Suddenly, the yin and yang picture began to violently rotate, stimulating the laws of life and death in Long Chen to blend with each other. It's been 5 minutes. What big trick is he brewing? Army Master Xing Yao was already sweating profusely, and used all his best to drag the ice-fire double-headed python. But he already felt tired, and the power of the stars stored in his body for decades was almost exhausted. Yes, the power of the stars is not endless, but accumulated bit by bit. That's why Army Master Xing Yao didn't really use it until the moment of life and death crisis, because the power of the stars in his body is used a little less. Army Master Xing Yao watched Long Chen standing motionless, his eyes closed. It didn't look like he was brewing a big move. Can't help thinking, this guy is playing tricks on himself, right? Just when Xing Yao Army Master thought so in his heart. Long Chen's eyes opened suddenly. One eye was pitch black into ink, and the other eye was white. He stretched out his hands. His left hand condensed the power of black death, and his right hand condensed the power of white life. Suddenly, his hands suddenly intertwined, the force of death and the force of life intertwined, condensing into a Tai-Chi yin and yang diagram. Go with. Long Chen opened his lips slightly and uttered a word softly. The Tai-Chi yin yang figure suddenly separated from the body, floating towards the ice-fire two-headed python. It seemed extremely slow, but it appeared in front of the ice and fire two-headed python in just one breath. Sergeant Star Yao, go back. Long Chen reminded him that even though Army Master Xing Yao didn't understand what Long Chen wanted to do, he still flashed away subconsciously. Almost at the same time, the Tai-Chi yin and yang picture was printed on the ice and fire two-headed python. The latter's eyes were full of confusion, and it didn't feel any discomfort. Why is there nothing? Army Master Xing Yao was a little puzzled, and turned to look. But I saw that the ice and fire two-headed python had nothing to do. Just when he was about to ask Long Chen's mouth turned up. It seems to be talking to himself, and it seems to be talking to them. A voice came from his mouth. In order to thank you for helping me realize this mark of life and death, then let you be its first experimenter. The corner of Long Chen's mouth lifted, revealing a sneer. Suddenly, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Patter. Chapter 193, Revenge of the Blood Prince Oum! The moment the fingers snapped, the explosion sounded loudly. When I looked at the ice and fire two-headed python, I saw that its body had been broken into several pieces, and blood was spilling on the ground. What the hell? Army Master Xing Yao exploded in a foul language regardless of his image. It's unbelievable, a Pika-level beast king actually died like this. The two-headed ice-fire python that could not be injured by his own efforts was just so killed by Long Chen. Army Master Xing Yao subconsciously walked towards the broken body of the ice and fire two-headed python, but was stopped by Long Chen. Don't go there. Army Master Xing Yao looked at Long Chen suspiciously, but the latter did not explain, but clenched the Sea-God trident. Although the ice-fire two-headed python looked dead at this time, it did not drop any attribute points, which meant that it was just pretending to be dead. Long Chen had studied biology in his previous life, And he also knew that the body structure of snakes was very different from that of humans. Their nervous system belongs to primitive nerves, and will not die immediately when damaged. At this time, they will often enter a state of suspended animation, leaving the enemy to approach, and then issue a killing blow. Die with the enemy. If it wasn't for this young master who was knowledgeable, you would really be fooled. Long Chen sneered. The sea god tried and stabbed forward suddenly, and a sea-blue light wave rushed out, and the target was the ice-fire double-headed snake. Seeing that his trick of feigning death to lure the enemy had failed, the remaining parts of the ice and fire double-headed snake hurriedly wanted to retreat. As the pinnacle level beast master, as long as he is not killed in the first time, he has a chance to survive. If you can't escape, time stands still. The time around the ice and fire double-headed snake was suddenly taken away, and at the same time, the sea-blue light wave blasted on it. Bang! Suddenly, blood was splashing, and the two heads of the ice and fire double-headed snake burst open, and the dead could not die again. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 40,000. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the defense attribute 30,000 is obtained. Ding! Pickup successfully, get experience points 3 million. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the peak beast master energy essence 1. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the ice and fire ability LV1 is obtained. Ice and fire ability. Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. This was not two abilities, but one. It is similar to the law of life and death formed by combining his law of life and law of death. Long Chen mobilized the ability of ice and fire, and soon, a white flame appeared in his palm. Although it looks like a flame, it exudes a chill. Although the seal of life and death had been realized, this ice and fire ability had no effect, but it would always be harmless to have one more method, so Long Chen readily accepted it. Ha ha ha, brother Long Chen. You, Army Master Xing Yao finally came back to his senses after being shocked. He laughed and walked towards Long Chen, but his voice stopped abruptly after 2 steps. At the same time, his pupils suddenly enlarged. His head lowered slightly, and he looked at his left chest in disbelief. At this time, his left chest was already penetrated by a scarlet paw, and his heart was held tightly by the blood paw. Snapped. The blood-colored paws squeezed lightly, and the heart suddenly shattered. But the blood did not splash out, but was completely absorbed by the blood-colored claws. As the heart broke, the vitality of Army Lord Xing Yao was completely cut off and he fell to the ground. Long Chen squeezed his fist tightly and looked at the figure behind the corpse of Army Master Xing Yao with scorching eyes. Blonde and blue-eyed, with a distinct Western mainland face, pale skin and wearing a red dress. The most important thing is the 2 sharp teeth exposed at the corners of his mouth. Long Chen recognized his identity at a glance. Bloodlines. And it can appear behind the Xing Yao Army Master without knowing it, and kill him. This blood clan also has at least the strength of the Pinnacle King level. TSK Tusk. The blood of the Pinnacle King level evolutionary is indeed much more delicious than ordinary people. The blood race licked the blood on his paws with his tongue out, showing a very enjoyable expression. Suddenly, he looked at Long Chen suddenly, his eyes filled with greed and hatred. You are the human evolutionary who killed my son William. The strength is really good. Even the ice and fire two-headed python can kill. Your blood is definitely more delicious than the guy just now. William. When he heard this name, Long Chen was taken aback, because the name is indeed familiar. There were not many blood races that Long Chen had killed, so he quickly remembered. This William was the blood clan that was sucked into a corpse by him in the secret realm of the different space before. It seems that at that time there was also a blood family called Waterfur, who said that William was the son of the Blood Prince Dracula. Could it be the blood in front of you? At first, Waterfur escaped Long Chen's pursuit by using secret techniques, and then news of Murong Yanshan's death came out. At that time, Long Chen had already faintly guessed that it was this Water law. It now appears that Prince Dracula found himself because of the secret that Waterfur had informed him. Your son has been killed by me for so long. You are only now coming to get my revenge. It seems that your son is not in a good position in your heart. Although he had already figured it out, Long Chen didn't feel scared, but smiled coldly. Dracula's face suddenly sank when he heard the words. The reason why he came to take revenge now was not because he didn't care about his son. It was entirely because he only learned the news of his son's death some time ago. Waterfur was afraid that Prince Dracula would blame himself when he learned the news of William's death, so he hid it. In the end, Dracula discovered that William had been missing for a long time, and then he began to interrogate Waterfur and learned everything. Knowing that his son had died in the hands of a human, Prince Dracula was furious and came directly to this border battlefield from the far west continent. I will save your life and let you confess for my son forever. Prince Dracula roared and charged towards Long Chen. Court death. Long Chen snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he slashed towards Dracula with the seated trident in his hand. Dracula's blood claws collided with Poseidon's trident, and the Poseidon's trident burst out with a strong blue light. Dracula immediately felt a terrifying force attack, and his body involuntarily exploded and withdrew more than 10 steps. The mere pinnacle of the king class. Dare you say you want to kill me? Long Chen sneered. He had already seen Dracula's true strength just now. It was also the pinnacle of the king class, not even as good as the Ice Fire Two-Headed Python. The reason why Army Master Xin Yao died in his hands was probably because Dracula was good at hiding his breath. The Xin Yao Army Master was so excited because of the killing of the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Python, so he did not expect that there would be a Prince of Blood hidden behind him. A dignified Army Master who survived the battle against the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Python, but died in a sneak attack so aggrieved. Chapter 194, Dracula blew himself up and escaped. Since I'm here, then I will show mercy and send you to reunite with your son. Long Chen yelled violently, and towards Dracula. It was annihilation with a trick and a halberd. Bang! The Seebly light wave exploded directly on Dracula. But Long Chen knew that the vitality of these blood races was extremely tenacious. It is impossible to be killed so easily. Sure enough, as the flying dust dissipated, Dracula's figure appeared intact. Except for some dust on his body and broken dress, he was not injured. In other words, if he was injured, he recovered in an instant. You are a lowly human being worthy of hurting my noble blood prince? Dracula looked at Long Chen with disdain. Really? Then you never thought about how I killed your son? Long Chen sneered. At the beginning, William was so confused and confident that he fell into Long Chen's hands. Even if he has an immortal body, he dare not say that he is immortal. I really don't know where these blood races have the courage to say so. Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru. How did you do it? Dracula hurriedly asked when he heard this, but he was actually very puzzled. When interrogating Waterfur, the guy didn't know, only that Long Chen put his hand on William, and William quickly turned into a corpse. It's more troublesome to express, but I can show it to you. After speaking, Long Chen suddenly turned into an afterimage and swept away in the direction of Dracula. Fast speed. Dracula's face suddenly changed, and their blood family had always been very good at speed. But at this time he discovered that Long Chen's speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. Retreat. By the time Dracula reacted, it was too late. Long Chen hit Dracula's chest with a punch, and the powerful force directly penetrated it. However, what surprised Long Chen was that this guy had no heart. As I said, the blood race is immortal and immortal. The corners of Dracula's mouth curled up and looked at Long Chen provocatively. Really, it is a pity to tell you that you are wrong. A light flashed in Long Chen's eyes, secretly urging the blood-devouring magic power. The next moment, Dracula's face suddenly changed, because he actually felt that the blood in his body was disappearing quickly. For a blood race, blood is very important. It is equivalent to their lives. As far as the blood race is concerned, even if it has broken hands or feet, even if a hole is inserted in its chest, half a drop of blood will not flow out, because every drop of blood on their bodies is hidden deep in their bodies. But at this time, he actually felt that his blood was flowing, and all this was due to the human being in front of him. Roll! Dracula screamed, and the blood claw struck towards Long Chen, but he was easily caught. Don't you want to know how your son died? Do you now? Long Chen sneered coldly. Of course Dracula knew that not only did he know how his son died, he also knew that if Long Chen swallowed his blood like this, he would also die. But Long Chen's strength was so great that he couldn't break free. For the present plan, there is only this. Dracula showed a firm expression, and his body began to swell violently. This scared Long Chen. Damn. Do you want to blow yourself up? Long Chen hurriedly withdrew his hand. Several teleports withdrew tens of meters away. A blood prince with the peak strength of the king class blew himself up, and the power was absolutely amazing. Even if Long Chen is extremely confident in his defense, he dare not try. However, the shocking explosion that Long Chen imagined did not appear, and Dracula's body exploded after swelling to a certain extent. It turned into countless scarlet bats and flew away. Damn. Dare to play with me. Only then did Long Chen react. This guy didn't want to blow himself up with him, but wanted to escape. The original What Law escaped through this method. HMPH. I won't give you another chance to escape. Long Chen was immediately angry, and killed Army Master Xin Yao in front of him. If he was allowed to run away, where would he put his own face? Law of Thunder, kill in Thunder Prison. Long Chen directly urged the Law of Thunder, and the sky changed suddenly. The clouds were dense, the endless thunder rolled, and the roar of thunder broke out. Boom! With the first thunder and lightning, countless thunder and lightning descended like rain. This area instantly turned into a thunder prison. This is exactly the power of the domain that Long Chen has realized after obtaining the law of thunder. It is also the second field after the earth field. Compared to the realm of the earth, the power of the thunder prison is undoubtedly greater, because it is based on the law of thunder, and his earth domain has not yet reached the level of law. It may be slow to say, but in fact the formation of the thunder is only a moment. The countless scarlet bats that Dracula transformed into were shattered under the bombardment of the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning were spread over a range of several kilometers, and every thunder and lightning could easily smash a tier 5 mutant beast into ashes. Although Dracula possesses king-level strength, but with so many scarlet bats transformed, the strength of each one cannot reach the 5th rank. Therefore, Long Chen is confident that it cannot escape. Sure enough, under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, large swaths of scarlet bats were crushed. Dracula finally panicked. The surviving scarlet bats began to converge, condensing into larger bats. In the end, countless little bats condensed into 3 big bats, flying in 3 directions. Mirror. Long Chen directly summoned the mirror image Long Chen, chasing the big bat on the left, and the body chased it to the right. The speed of the big bat is only at the level of the low-level Beastmaster, and it is easily chased by 2 Long Chen, and then easily killed. The last one left. Long Chen looked at the last big bat. He knew that as long as a bat was still alive, Dracula would not die. Unfortunately, when chasing the 2 bats, the middle one was no longer visible. But Long Chen wouldn't give up easily. He understood the truth that the spring breeze would regenerate without cutting the grass. If an enemy is allowed to leave, he will have to be on guard every day. Long Chen doesn't like this, so he chased in the direction where the big bat left. After a space teleportation, the big bat was still not found, and it was impossible to run away so fast at its speed. There is only one possibility, so he changed direction. System, upgrade the mind power ability. Long Chen said in his heart. Mind power can not only control objects through mental power, but also see everything within the scope of mind power through mental power. It is like the divine mind in the fantasy novels of the previous life, which can project all the scenes in the range into the mind. Now his thought power ability can only cover within 100 kilometers, and no trace of Dracula has been found. Then he must have been beyond 100 kilometers. Chapter 195, Perfect Acting consuming 64,000 experience points. The mind power ability is promoted to LV8, consuming 128,000 experience points. The mind power ability is promoted to LV9, consuming 256,000 experience points. The mind power ability is promoted to LV10. Ding. It is detected that the mind power ability is full, and it will automatically advance to the mind power. Spiritual power. Hearing the system prompt, Long Chen was slightly taken aback. After checking it, I learned that divine mind power is actually an advanced version of mind power, but it has an additional ability to lock it. Moreover, his detectable range has now increased to tens of thousands of square kilometers. Found it. After a while, Long Chen found Dracula's trace. At this time, he has returned to a human form, but his strength level has been directly reduced to the level of a junior king. It seems that the damage to him by the escape method just now is quite large. Another helper. Under Divine Mind exploration, Long Chen discovered that there was another kinship person beside Dracula, and the breath he exudes is stronger than that of Dracula's peak. Is it an emperor? Long Chen frowned slightly. After all, he was not on the spot, but he couldn't determine whether the blood clan was the King-a level pinnacle or the King-a level. If it's an emperor, it's a bit difficult. His current strength is okay to kill the pinnacle beast king, but the emperor rank may not be enough. Although the imperial rank and the king rank peak are only one step away, the gap between the strengths is the difference of the sky capsule. Dracula must die. In the end, Long Chen decided recognition is not his character. He and Dracula are basically dead enemies. He spared Dracula this time, who would definitely come to trouble him in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better to cut the grass and root. As for the suspected Imperial Blood Clan, although Long Chen was not sure to defeat it, he still had the confidence to escape. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer hesitated, and a few space teleports followed Dracula. At this time, in a wasteland, Dracula was kneeling in front of a young blood. His Royal Highness, the subordinate is incompetent, that human being is too strong. I am not an opponent at all, Dracula said respectfully. It can force you to use blood to escape at the expense of blood loss. It seems that the human who killed William is indeed very strong, but didn't the Waterford Kid say that he is only tier 6? The blood clan known as the Blood Emperor asked in a deep voice. and Dracula was even more angry when he heard that. Sixth Order, especially it is at least the Seventh Order beak. This water law is simply a pitfall. It's okay. Our plan originally prepared too. Since you can kill him, then you will attract him. His domain powers have too much influence on the situation of the battle. Whether it is to avenge William or to win the war, the human must die. A strong killing intent burst into the Blood Emperor's eyes. But Dracula's face changed slightly when he heard the words of the Blood Emperor, but he concealed it in an instant. In fact, he originally wanted to leave some clues to Long Chen so as to attract him. But because Long Chen's strength exceeded his expectations, he was busy running for his life. How could he leave a trace in time? But Dracula didn't dare to tell the truth to the Blood Emperor, otherwise he would definitely be killed by the Blood Emperor. I will hide first, you are here waiting for the human being, the Blood Emperor said. Before Dracula could speak, he disappeared and disappeared. This guy's concealment ability is so powerful, even if Long Chen releases his spiritual thoughts, he can't find it without careful detection. However, what they didn't expect was that Long Chen saw all the plans in his eyes and listened to them. Would you like to yin me? Okay, then I'll take a trick. Long Chen smiled coldly in his heart, his figure flashed, and he flew towards Dracula. Dracula stood there, a little nervous. If Long Chen didn't come for a long time, then he still couldn't help the Blood Emperor. When the time comes, plus the crime of deceiving the Emperor, I'm afraid that he will be slapped to death by the Blood Emperor. Just as Dracula was racking his brains to find a way, suddenly, he felt a wave of space fluctuations. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It's you. When Dracula saw Long Chen, instead of fear, he was a little bit excited and relaxed. Compared to Long Chen, he was more afraid of His Royal Highness the Blood Emperor. Because facing Long Chen may be just death, but if he is punished by His Royal Highness, it is that life is better than death. Why, just saw me running away pissing, why don't you run away now? Long Chen asked with a strange smile. Human beings, you have caused my blood to be broken, and my strength is not saved. Even if I die today, I will have to pay for it. Dracula suddenly showed an angry expression that he wanted to die with Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help giving him 82 points for his acting skills, and the other 18 points would be given to him in the form of 66. This acting, the next Oscar actor is you. This Dracula, in order to prevent Long Chen from suspecting that there was an ambush, really took great pains to perform. Unfortunately, he didn't even know that everything was under Long Chen's control. You really value yourself. Your peak state is not my opponent, and now it is even more unlikely to hurt me. Long Chen smiled coldly, his face full of disdain. Since you perform so hard, then I will cooperate with you well. Deliberately showing disdain to make you think him too arrogant. Kill! Dracula yelled violently and rushed towards Long Chen. However, he now only has the strength of the elementary king level, and he is not the enemy of Long Chen Yai at all. Directly penetrated by him on his left chest, spurred by the blood-devouring magic power, Dracula's blood can be absorbed and swallowed by Long Chen again. However, this time Dracula didn't show any fear, but a hideous expression. He just wanted to speak, but Long Chen was one step ahead of him. Do you really think that I don't know there is an ambush? The reason why I plan it is just to kill you. Long Chen showed a cruel sneer, and Dracula's face suddenly changed when he heard his words. Long Chen suddenly turned around and blocked Dracula in front of him. At almost the same time, a blood-colored claw penetrated directly through Dracula's neck. It was the Blood Emperor who wanted to kill Long Chen with a sneak attack, but unfortunately, everything was in Long Chen's grasp. Being killed by your own emperor is the last decent for you. Long Chen smiled coldly, but the Blood Emperor was in a daze. What's the matter? The script is not written like this. Dracula opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The pupils continue to expand, and the eyes are full of unwillingness. After escaping so many times, I didn't expect that he would end up in his own hands. Long Chen guessed right. The Blood Clan can be killed by the same clan. He wouldn't die even if Dracula's neck was cut off as someone else. But being penetrated by the blood claws of the Blood Emperor, Dracula's vitality disappeared. Long Chen didn't know the reason, and he didn't need to know, as long as the result was the same as he imagined. Chapter 196. Jiang Chen arrives. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 2 million. After picking up the experience points that Dracula had dropped after his death, Long Chen threw it away like trash. The Blood Emperor, who was in a dazed state, finally reacted at this time. You know I am ambushing you. These are all on purpose. The Blood Emperor's handsome face showed blue veins violently, very hideous. Dracula is the most powerful prince of the Blood Clan. He died. It can be said to be a great injury to the Blood Clan. And what made him most angry was that this human being used his own hand to kill Dracula. I only know now. Is it late? Long Chen smiled coldly, and then directly blasted towards the Blood Emperor with a punch. "I'm going to kill you." The Blood Emperor yelled violently, and also threw a punch, and the two fists collided, and Long Chen suddenly felt a terrifying force pouring into his body. This huge force directly shook Long Chen back 10 steps. Shenwei. In the end, Long Chen released the divine mighty space to offset most of the power, and then stopped. What a strong power. Is this the Emperor rank? Long Chen's face changed slightly. This was the first time in his true sense that he played against the Emperor rank. Although the Imperial rank and the King rank peak seem to be separated by a thin line, they are different from the heavenly capsule. If the physical fitness of the peak of the King level is 50 million, then the elementary level of the King is 100 million. It is twice as strong. HMPH. Even if the sneak attack fails, you still have to die. The Blood Emperor was furious. He was always more cautious. So even if he had the power of the Emperor, to be on the safe side, he planned to attack Long Chen by sneak attack. But I didn't expect that cleverness was mistaken by cleverness, and the conspiracy was discovered. But the human opposing army killed Dracula. I wanted you to die quickly, but now I have changed my mind. I want to imprison you in the blood wheel and become the blood slave of my blood forever. The Blood Emperor shook his whole body, and a thick blood mist emanated out, covering this area instantly. In this Emperor's blood wheel hell, this Emperor is invincible. The Blood Emperor instantly turned into a blood shadow, merged into the blood, disappeared. Long Chen frowned suddenly. Domain level capabilities? Long Chen didn't expect that the Blood Emperor had a realm. Domain competence is not something that you can obtain when you increase your strength level. You need to understand it. For example, some King level peaks or Imperial level powerhouses may not be able to touch the threshold of the domain in their lifetime, while Long Chen has only a 6th level intermediate strength level, but he has understood the power of 2 domains. Long Chen could see that this Blood Emperor's blood wheel should be an amplification type domain. Domains are also divided into types. For example, his land domain is a suppression type domain, while the thunder is an attack type domain. This blood wheel can increase the Blood Emperor's combat power, while also helping him hide his figure. The Emperor level powerhouses who are mostly in the dark are far more terrifying than the upright ones, because each of their attacks may be a law. Laugh. In an instant, the Blood Emperor's figure appeared behind Long Chen, and one arm had already turned into a devilish blood claw, grabbing towards Long Chen's heart. The danger warning appeared in the bottom of his heart. Long Chen had no time to think of anything else, and a spatial teleport appeared directly a few meters away. At the same time, the sword pointed towards the original position, and the divine destruction thunder, which blended with the law of death and the law of thunder, shot out, like a sword of death, directly penetrating the Blood Emperor's chest, tearing open a not small hole. Does the attack contain death breath? Interesting. The Blood Emperor murmured to himself. Then the corners of his mouth lifted up, revealing a disdainful smile. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me, because the noble blood is immortal. As soon as the words fell, the black hole in the Blood Emperor's chest began to heal. The law of death aura attached to his wound was also forcibly removed. The self-healing ability of this blood race is so powerful. I can smell it. Your blood is very strong. If it is swallowed by me, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. The Blood Emperor looked at Long Chen, his eyes full of greed. Long Chen looked at him very vigilantly. After the fight just now, Long Chen can almost see the strength of the bleeding Emperor. It is certain that he cannot be defeated by his own strength. But Long Chen still has many methods. It seems that the Hushan Tower must be used. Long Chen thought in his heart that even the Hushan Pagoda could suppress the generals and ministers back then, and the Blood Emperor in front of him was even worse than the generals. So suppressing him is definitely okay. But Hushan Tower can only suppress one person at a time, so Long Chen actually didn't want to use it unless necessary. But now, he had to use the Hushan Tower. Contribute your blood to the Emperor. The Blood Emperor screamed and rushed towards Long Chen again. Long Chen took a deep breath and was about to urge Hushan Tower. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang from behind. His blood is mine. Before Long Chen turned around to look, the blood shadow of the Blood Emperor had appeared in front of him, and the claws pierced his chest. But when the claws were more than 10 centimeters away from Long Chen's chest, the Blood Emperor seemed to be attacked by something. His body flew upside down, and finally fell to the ground fiercely. At the same time, a familiar figure also appeared in Long Chen's eyes. General? Long Chen's eyes widened, and he looked at the man with double wings in front of him incredulously. It is the Zombie King General who has not seen for a long time. Long Chen thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that this guy would appear here and saved himself. How do you know him here? Long Chen asked. Jiang Chen still had a faint smile. I have drunk your blood, even if you hide in the end of the world. I can find you through your smell. Amount. Long Chen suddenly became speechless. You are a dog. I have run so far. You can still smell my smell. Then what are you doing? Long Chen asked again. You promised me. Give me a bowl of blood a week. Now it's time. Long Chen pinched and counted. It was indeed exactly 7 days. This guy is quite punctual. Suddenly, his eyes rolled and a smirk appeared. It's okay to drink blood, but now you have to do me a favor. If you don't help, you have promised me blood for a while. Unexpectedly, the general refused without thinking. But Long Chen had expected it a long time ago, so he shrugged. It's okay if you don't help, but this guy wants my blood. When he absorbs my blood, you won't have any blood in the future. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Long Chen weirdly. This guy actually threatened him with his own life. However, it seemed that it was a real threat. Jiang Chen could not allow his blood bag to be contaminated by others. Chapter 197. The mystery of the origin of the kindred. But the generals felt a little uncomfortable just helping him. So he snorted coldly. Add an extra bowl of blood, and I will help you solve him. Deal. Long Chen showed an expression of conspiracy success. A bowl of blood was exchanged for a royal-level powerhouse to make a shot. No matter how he looked at it, he had earned it. At this moment, the Blood Emperor also got up in embarrassment. Just being kicked by the general, he almost couldn't help vomiting blood. The power of that kick is too great. Jiang Chen looked at the Blood Emperor with scorching eyes, making the latter tremble in his heart. Even he didn't know why he was so scared. I felt a familiar breath from you. The last time I felt this breath was tens of thousands of years ago, from a Westerner named Cain. The general was thinking, but the Blood Emperor was shocked when he heard this. Do you know the ancestor of Cain? No wonder he was so shocked. Cain was the founder of their blood family, and at the same time their only ancestor. However, he died 30,000 years ago, and it is rumored to be beheaded by a powerful existence. I can't talk about it. It's just that I was traveling around the world and I happened to meet him. At that time, he was just an ordinary human being on the verge of death. So I saved him by the way. Unexpectedly, I saved a snake and wanted to seize my power while I was unprepared. So I was slapped to death by the palm of my hand. Jiang Chen told the story tens of thousands of years ago indifferently, and Long Chen was stunned. Unexpectedly, the Blood Clan, one of the members of the Dark Council of the Western Continent, had this relationship with the generals. Calculated in this way, the Blood Clan is actually the descendant of the general. No wonder there seems to be some similarities between them. They both liked blood and have bat wings. Impossible. I admit that you are very strong, but how can you slap Cain to death? Dare to insult the ancestor, and die. The Blood Emperor was furious, and the Blood Clan attached great importance to their noble identities. But now they knew that he was just a race created by the person in front of him. How could this be acceptable to him? HMPH. If it weren't for my strength to be damaged, I can only display less than a tenth of my strength. The kick just now is enough for you to see your ancestor several times. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, but Long Chen's heart trembled. Only a tenth of the power left can kick the flying emperor. How strong would it be at the peak? Is it beyond the emperor rank? Without waiting for Long Chen to think too much, the Blood Sovereign had already furiously shot. His body melted into the blood mist, and then appeared behind Jiang Chen, and the blood claws were cut down. However, the generals didn't even look at them, and his wings suddenly shook behind him. A hurricane directly swept the Blood Emperor, and the surrounding mist was blown away a lot. With just a random move, he almost broke the blood of the Blood Emperor. If he had such strength when dealing with me, I would never be able to subdue him. Long Chen thought to himself, was it possible that the general was trapped by himself on purpose? So what is his conspiracy? Is it just for your own blood? Long Chen looked at the general's back and suddenly felt that this fellow's city mansion was a bit deep. It seems that you have to be more cautious when staying with him in the future. Blood swallowed. The Blood Emperor uttered a rage, and the mist around it became thicker and thicker. In the end it turned into a sea of blood. Countless hands protruded from the sea of blood, strangling towards Jiang Chen and Long Chen. Broken. Long Chen shouted. The Seagull Trident suddenly appeared in his hand, and directly cut off the hands that had killed him. But the hand that broke soon was reborn. Broken. Long Chen didn't use the Seagull's Trident this time, but urged the law of water. A dozen blood hands suddenly stopped when they were a few meters away from Long Chen, and then burst into blood and returned to the sea of blood. Almost 90% of the blood is water, which is naturally controlled by Long Chen's law of water. Looking at the general again, he spread his wings and wandered constantly in the air, perfectly avoiding the attack of bloodhounds every time. It seems that the strength of the general minister should be a bit stronger than that of the Blood Emperor, but the Blood Emperor seems to be desperate. and the advantage of the general minister is not so obvious anymore. Long Chen thought in his heart that the generals were still able to deal with the Blood Emperor before. Now the Blood Emperor seemed to be really angry, and directly opened the big move. Although he could not hurt the general, it also made him passive. Swallow. The Blood Emperor shouted angrily, and a large sea of blood boiled suddenly, setting off a wave. Turned into a terrifying beast, opened its blood basin and swallowed the minister. The scene was silent for a few seconds, and after a few seconds, the beast's head burst directly. A dark shadow rose into the sky, waving its wings behind it. It was the general. Fortunately, I was wearing black clothes today, so I didn't get dirty. The minister muttered to himself, his tone indifferent. At this time, he was still thinking about his clothes, and Long Chen had to wonder if this guy had any cleanliness. Seeing that the generals had easily broken his trick, the Blood Emperor was shocked. Withdraw. Just when Long Chen thought that he was planning to explode some big move, the Blood Emperor directly put away the sea of blood and ran away in one direction. Want to run? Jiang Chen snorted, his wings shook, and the latter came first, and instantly appeared in front of the Blood Emperor. Dead. The minister yelled and slapped a palm, and a black energy ball exploded directly on the Blood Emperor. With a snort, the Blood Emperor spit out a big mouthful of blood. If the blood can vomit blood, it is definitely a serious injury. Blood escape. The Blood Emperor vomited a mouthful of blood again. The blood turned into a whirlpool, and the Blood Emperor rushed into the whirlpool in embarrassment. This Emperor Ku remembered, when the Emperor recovers from his injuries, he will definitely come back for revenge. The Blood Emperor's fierce voice rang from the vortex, and then the vortex closed, and the Blood Emperor's breath completely disappeared. Long Chen quickly turned on his spiritual power, and within a radius of several thousand kilometers, he could not feel the slightest breath of the Blood Emperor. Why did you let him go? Long Chen frowned slightly and asked. The Blood Emperor escaped, and he will definitely make a comeback in the future. He didn't want to be constantly alert for danger around him. He uses a secret method to escape. Even I can't stop him, but he is injured by my law of death. Even if he does not die, it will take at least 100 years to recover, Jiang Chen said, and then suddenly covered his chest. A faintly smiling face showed a trace of pain. Long Chen originally complained about him a little bit, but now he hastened to hold him back. You are hurt? Long Chen was a little surprised. Didn't he look good just now? The power of that guy's unique trick just now is not small. Although it didn't directly hurt me, it also touched my old illness. But it's okay, just drink 2 bowls of your blood. With that, Jiang Chen stared at Long Chen with scorching eyes. Long Chen rolled his eyes suddenly. Is his blood so delicious? So anxious, as if afraid of not giving. Chapter 198. The repair is stagnant, but to be honest, Long Chen really underestimated his blood. People with imperial bloodlines, in this world, I'm afraid it is difficult to find a second one. It is a superpower such as Thunder Great Emperor and Kin'an Taoist, whose bloodline level is only above the king level. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Long Chen's blood is the most delicious in the world. Although it was agreed before that a bowl of blood was exchanged for the general to solve the Blood Emperor, and the Blood Emperor escaped, Long Chen did not need to fulfill his promise. However, for the sake of Jiang Chen's injury, Long Chen still gave him 2 bowls of blood. After drinking, Jiang Chen's face was obviously much better. I will come to see you again in 7 days. After all, Jiang Chen spread his wings without waiting for Long Chen to speak, and disappeared instantly. Damn, wipe your mouth and leave after eating, Long Chen murmured, and then a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Although Jiang Chen said that the Blood Emperor had been eroded by his death aura soon, Long Chen was still worried. Therefore, he decided to take a trip in person, hunt for thousands of miles, go to the Blood Clan lair, and solve it by himself. However, he has to improve his strength first. After killing 3 high-level Beast Kings, a Peak Beast King, and a Blood Prince Dracula who was comparable to the Peak King level, Long Chen's experience value exceeded 10 million again. There is also the energy essence of the 4 mutant Beast Kings, but they are all good things, which can bring a lot of improvement to themselves. So Long Chen directly sat down cross-legged, the law of time urged, and the flow of time around began to accelerate 100-fold. Yes, after the advancement is the law, the flow rate of time he can control has increased to 100 times. 100 times the flow rate of time is equivalent to 1 hour of cultivation equal to 100 hours of normal practice. Start practicing. Long Chen took a deep breath, took out all the Beast Master level energy essence from the portable space, and swallowed it directly. The power of the bloodline reaches the imperial level and can easily refine the energy essence of the Beast King level without the slightest waste. This is why the bloodline level is directly linked to the talent. For an energy essence of the same level, those with high bloodline levels can refining all while those with low bloodline levels can only refine half or even an e-tenth. With the refining of energy essences, Long Chen's physical fitness is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. Long Chen's level began to increase like a rocket, until the 3 high-level Beastmaster level energy essences were all refined. Long Chen's strength level finally reached the 6th Order Grandmaster level peak, only one step away from the 7th Order Kinger level. What's going on? Why did it stop? Long Chen opened his eyes suddenly, his face changed drastically. When his various attribute values reached 19.99 million, and there was only a line of distance from breaking through to the King level, he couldn't grow anymore. He originally thought that his body had developed resistance to the energy essence, but later he tried to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with the breathing technique, but he still couldn't improve at all. Could it be that what bottlenecks will you encounter when you are promoted to the King level? Long Chen guessed in his heart. Although his strength is strong, to be honest, it hasn't even been a year since his rebirth. His strength level has risen too fast, but his understanding of cultivation is actually not even as good as that of some master-level evolvers. Go back and ask Yuxin and the others. Long Chen thought in his heart, after all, they are all King-level evolutionaries, and they should still be clear about the situation in this regard. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer hesitated and walked in the direction of the Yanlong Legion barracks. Passing by the border battlefield on the way, Long Chen found that the battle hadn't ended yet, and those army owners were still fighting the Beast Kings. But because of the death of the Icefire two-headed python, the advantage of the western mainland side was greatly reduced, and it even began to fall into a disadvantage. It is estimated that it will retreat soon. By the way, since the energy essence and heaven and earth aura are useless, why not try the system? Suddenly, Long Chen had an idea. The energy-absorbing essence and the heaven and earth aura both stimulate the genes in the cells through pure energy. But through the system's pickup function, they directly absorb attributes. There may be different situations. Thinking of this, Long Chen entered the battlefield with the idea of giving it a try. The surroundings were full of dropped attribute points and experience points, and Long Chen unceremoniously collected them all. Ding. Pick up successfully, and gain strength attribute 20. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 40. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 15. Looking at his attribute table again, Long Chen looked happy. Sure enough, all the attribute points picked up were applied to the body. In that case, let's pick up a wave of attributes first. An electric light flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and the sky began to change color next. The clouds were covered with thunder, rumble. Countless waves of lightning landed on the battlefield, and every lightning bolt could instantly kill a group of low-level zombies and low-level mutant beasts. The gods are angry. Is this the gods coming to the world to help us humans? God is on top. This scene caused the human warriors on the battlefield to kneel down and shout respectfully. With such a big scene, they would never have thought that it would be done by humans. Only those high-level legions, such as military leaders, knew that it was not a who came to the world. It's Long Chen from the Yanlong Legion. Oh my god, how do I feel that he has become stronger again. Thunder is so terrifying this day, I'm afraid that even I can't hold up a few tricks. The major army masters exclaimed. Although the previous Long Chen could fight the Kinyan sergeant at the top of the king rank, they still couldn't feel the threat. But at this time, the power of thunder from the sky made them feel the full danger. What the eldest lady said turned out to be true. He is also a thunder awakener, and the breath of this billowing thunder is not much worse than the sect master. Zen, the lord of the thunder army, also stared at the thunder prison not far away with a shocking expression. As a member of the thunder sect, he is more sensitive to the breath of thunder than other military masters. He could feel that the thunder released by Long Chen was definitely much higher than his thunder. Could it be the power of the law of thunder? Zen suddenly remembered the law of thunder that Emperor Thunder had told him. In the entire Zong, only Emperor Thunder had understood the law of thunder. Could it be that the little baby in front of him, who was only a teenager, had reached the level of the Thunder Emperor? Damn it, what adventure has this kid gotten? How long has it been? How can his strength have improved so much? Kinyan Taoist Master clenched his teeth. Long Chen became stronger, and he was the most unhappy. He even began to regret that Long Chen should have been beheaded long ago. Now, there is no chance. Chapter 199. Easily kill the high-level Beastmaster. Long Chen ignored these people's guesses and comments. Feeling a little bit of attributes into the body, Long Chen soon discovered a problem. Host, Long Chen. Level, Grandmaster level, pinnacle of tier 6. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline. Power, 201000019999999. Speed, 20050001999999. Agility 20080001999999. Defense 20090001999999. Spirit 2000000199999999. Skills: Master Knife, Cat Shadow Magic Step, Domination of the World, Blood Devouring Magic Skill, King Kong Domination Body, Poseidon 7 Types, Sword Intent, Nirvana. Abilities: Earth Ability LV7, Divine Power, Mirror Ability LV6, Royal Beast Ability LV6. Laws: Law of Life LV1, Immortal Body, Law of Water LV1, Law of Kendo LV1, Law of Space LV1, Law of Time LV1, Law of Thunder LV1, Thunder Control, Law of Death LV1. Experience value: 10 million. With the value of each attribute breaking through the 20 million mark, his strength level is still the pinnacle of the Grand Master. How is this going? From the data point of view, my various attributes have reached 20 million, but the peak is only 19.99 million. What is going on? Long Chen was very confused. Although the attribute value can continue to grow normally, Long Chen is still worried if he doesn't figure out the reason. You still have to go back and ask clearly, but before that, let's clean up these attributes and experience first. Long Chen's figure began to shuttle on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, no zombie or mutant beast could stand up. However, his various attributes continued to grow, and his strength level remained stagnant. Zen was facing a high-ranking Beastmaster-level swamp giant crocodile. A series of purple thunder shot from Zen's hand, attacking the swamp giant crocodile. However, every attack of Thunder Zen would be swallowed by the swamp released by the swamp giant. Damn it, this beast also has supernatural powers. Zen cursed secretly. Mutant beasts with abilities are stronger than ordinary mutant beasts. Puff. When Zen was distracted, suddenly, the swamp giant crocodile sprayed a brown swamp mud, hitting the foot of Zen. Suddenly, the ground under Zen's feet began to soften, and his feet began to sink. Hateful. Zen's face changed. He felt as if he was entangled by some creature under his feet, dragging him down. Zen struggled to escape, but found that the harder he was, the greater the drag. Roar. At this time, the swamp giant ran towards Zen. He opened his mouth wide and bit Zen hard. At this time, Zen had already plunged most of his body into the swamp, unable to dodge or resist at all. Damn it, are you going to die here? Zen's face suddenly changed. He founded the Thunder Corps and has guarded the frontier battlefield for almost 200 years. How many times have you escaped from the dead in the past 200 years? Is the ending finally coming? No, I will never give up. Zen roared wildly, and countless waves of thunder lingered around him, trying to break through the swamp. It is a pity that the power of the swamp cancelled out all the thunder. When the swamp giant's mouth was only a few centimeters away from Zen could even smell a disgusting stench, and he was completely desperate. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zen, with two hands directly supporting the big mouth of the swamp giant crocodile. As we all know, the bite force of a crocodile is very amazing, let alone a pinnacle beast king crocodile. Even a piece of steel bar weighing tens of tons can be easily crushed. But he was resisted by a thin-looking human teenager. Brother Long Chen. Zen was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Long Chen to come to rescue himself. We are friends. How can we fail to save our friends? Long Chen smiled, showing a line of white teeth. Zen was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he was very moved. He said before that he and Long Chen were friends, but at that time it was only because Long Chen saved the eldest lady, out of gratitude. I didn't expect the latter to remember it. Well, we are friends. Zen nodded heavily. From this moment on, he truly regarded Long Chen as a friend. Dare to bully my friend, little crocodile, you are dying. Long Chen immediately turned his head and looked at the swamp giant crocodile coldly. An anger flashed in the swamp giant's eyes. This human being not only grabbed food from his own mouth, but also dared to call himself a little crocodile. Lao Tzu is a magnificent high-level beast king, a swamp giant with noble blood. The angry swamp giant crocodile began to increase its force, but was surprised to find that it still could not bite. It's over, then it's my turn. Long Chen sneered, grabbed the two sharp teeth of the swamp giant crocodile, and shook it hard. The swamp giant instantly turned into a sandbag and flew into the sky. Neon God Thunder, kill. Long Chen pointed at the sword, and the divine destruction thunder mixed with the power of death shot directly, penetrating the head of the swamp giant crocodile still spinning in the air. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 25,000 is obtained. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the defense attribute 30,000 is obtained. Ding. The pickup is successful, and experience points 2,500,000. Ding. Pick up successfully, and obtain high-level Beastmaster Energy Essence 1. Gudong. Zen, half of his body plunged into the swamp, had already forgotten that he was still in a dangerous situation, looking at Long Chen with an incredible expression. This is too strong, just one move. It killed the swamp giant who almost killed him. Although there are reasons for the latter to underestimate the enemy, it can also be seen how strong Long Chen is. Long Chen's face was casual, and he was not excited about easily beheading a high-level Beast King. On the contrary, it would be strange if he could not be easily killed. After all, in terms of blood and physique, he was better than the Beastmaster. Although his level can only stay at the peak of the Grandmaster level, his true strength has already surpassed the peak of the King level. Even Long Chen is confident that if he meets the Blood Emperor again, even if he can't kill him, he will never lose. Are you okay? Looking at Zen with only one head left outside, but with an expression of shock, Long Chen couldn't help being a little bit ridiculous. Doesn't he worry about his life at all? Oh, it's okay, Zen said hurriedly, and then seemed to be thinking of something, and hurriedly added, if I can come out of it. Chapter 200. Watching the big show with popcorn. Zen smiled bitterly. He only realized now that he was still trapped in the swamp. And this swamp was very strange. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it, even sinking deeper and deeper. If it was an ordinary swamp, of course, it would not be able to trap a dignified King-level evolutionary. But this was released by the swamp giant crocodile. It was not an ordinary swamp. Brother Long Chen, you killed the swamp giant crocodile. Then I won't be able to get out. Zen gave a wry smile. Killing the swamp giant doesn't seem to conflict with letting you out, right? Long Chen asked with a weird expression. Who said that only the swamp giant can release the swamp? Brother Long Chen, this is the swamp power of the swamp giant crocodile. No one except it. Zen's words came to an abrupt end. It's just because he found that the surrounding swamps started to slowly turn from soft to hard, returning to the ground. He looked shocked, and then subconsciously tried to force. Hearing a bang, the ground shattered directly, and he finally broke free. You just said nobody's what? Long Chen blinked and asked pretendingly. And Zen was completely shocked by Long Chen's methods, as if anything impossible would become possible in front of this young man. Brother Long Chen, you really make me wonder what to say. I even began to wonder if you are really only 17 years old. Or are you actually some old antique who can hide your true age? Zen asked. I am indeed not 17 years old. Long Chen thought for a while and said. Zen finally reduced his shock after hearing this. He just said, how could there be someone who could kill the high-ranking Beast King at the age of only 17? Even if it was the first day of Dailzong, Lian, with the accumulation of countless resources, he barely had the strength of the King level. That's it. And Lian is still in her 20s. However, Long Chen's next sentence made him raise it again in an instant with a sigh of relief. I have not yet reached my 17th birthday, so I am still 16 to be exact. Long Chen said in a simple expression. Zen was already shocked and almost lost his breath. Looking at Zen, who had never recovered, Long Chen sighed. He has lived for hundreds of years. Why is his psychological acceptance still so bad? He ignored Zen again, but continued to run towards other areas of the battlefield. Boom! Long Chen smashed the head of a high-level Beast King with two swords mantis with a punch, and then picked up the attributes and experience points it dropped. Long Chen's current power has reached more than 20 million, and coupled with the six-fold increase in the dominance of the world, his power has directly exceeded 100 million. This is the power that can only be possessed by an Emperor-level powerhouse. And it is almost normal to smash the head of the two-blade mantis with a punch. In Long Chen's eyes, the current Beastmaster was no different from a Lord-level mutant beast, and could be solved with one punch. Standing by the side was a sturdy man holding a big knife. This was the commander of the Extremely Sword Army. The master of the sword is extremely good at swordsmanship, but in the battle with the Double Sword Mantis, he has been defeated steadily. This makes him really angry and intends to replace the Double Sword Mantis with his life. Unexpectedly, the Double Sword Mantis flashed behind him and almost cut off his head. Just when he thought he was dead, he found that the opponent's attack hadn't come yet. Turning his head, he just saw Long Chen smashing the head of Shuang Dao Mantis with a punch. Many, thank you. Army Master Jidao swallowed a sip, then fisted towards Long Chen and thanked. Long Chen glanced at him, as if thinking of something, asked, do you know Xiuba? Xiuba? After hearing this, the master of the sword was slightly taken aback, and then hurriedly said respectfully, yes, Xiaohu is my son. If the dog offends you, I am here to make amends for him. Swordmaster said nervously. Long Chen was able to kill the two-blade mantis with a single punch. Even if his strength did not reach the emperor rank, he would definitely be the pinnacle of the king rank peak. If his son offends the strong man in front of him, it will be in trouble. Are you his father? So, the Overlord Sword Demon is also your elder? Long Chen asked again. The Supreme Sword Sergeant was taken aback again. Why is he still related to his grandfather? But he nodded subconsciously. Long Chen made a big move, and a black sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the knife was released, the face of the master of the sword suddenly changed. Do you know it? Long Chen asked, referring to the tyrant sword in his hand. Is it a tyrant sword? Jidao Sergeant asked. Although it was a question, it could be seen from his fiery expression that he was quite sure that it was a tyrant. Long Chen didn't sell the gate, and directly threw the tyrant sword to the Jidao Sergeant. This is the saber of the Overlord Demon King. I got this sword from the Overlord Demon King's treasure house. It has helped me a lot. Now, I return it to you, and it is considered the original owner. Long Chen said. Xiaohu recognized the Badao last time. It's just that at that time Long Chen still needed the domineering sword, so he didn't return it to him, but now, he has the Sigurd Trident. The Overlord Sword is at best a saber for the king-level evolutionary, while the Poseidon Trident is the weapon of the Poseidon, and the difference between the two is evident. The tyrannical sword has no effect on Long Chen, so instead of putting it in the portable space, it is better to return it to Xiaohu's family. Returning the thing to its original owner can also be regarded as thanking Tyrant Dao for helping him during that time. Thank you. The Master Sword Master solemnly accepted the Overlord Sword, and then thanked very sincerely. Now his strength has reached the peak of the king class, even surpassing the original Demon King of the Overlord Sword, and possessing weapons is no worse than the Overlord Sword. But Tyrannical Blade is not just a weapon in his eyes. It is also a memorial. Long Chen nodded towards the master of the sword, then left directly, and continued to rush towards the other Beast King. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen Beast Kings were killed by Long Chen, leaving only one high-level Beast King. The Ghostface Spider King. Its opponent is not someone else, it is the Kin'an Army Master, Chen Qingshan. Long Chen stood by, watching with interest Chen Qingshan, who had been defeated by the Ghostface Spider King. But he had no plans to make a move. While dealing with the Ghostface Spider King in front of him, Chen Qingshan squinted Long Chen. He saw Long Chen helping the main army masters to kill the Beast King. When he saw him walking towards him, Chen Qingshan thought that Long Chen would also help him. Unexpectedly, he just stood by and watched. Feeling the Ghostface Spider King's offensive becoming more and more powerful, Chen Qingshan finally couldn't help it, and shouted towards Long Chen. Are you going to watch that way? Long Chen blinked at the words, and then silently took out a bag of popcorn and a bottle of Coke from the portable space. However, he looked at Chen Qingshan purely, as if to say, of course I don't plan to just watch it, I plan to watch it while eating.